the mirrored blood emperor, Lumion was not unfamiliar with the figure before him. He did not seize the opportunity to attack, not because he did not want to, but because he was stunned for a moment by the assault of the mad psyche, before breaking free. The burning heat and stinging pain in his right palm became more pronounced, as if wanting to collaborate, to fuse the current vessel with the version of himself in the mirror. The mirrored Tutor stood nearly 3 meters tall, gripping a just-formed gigantic flaming sword. The giant sword burned with a bluish-purple hue. The blood-stained black-armored mirror Alista, with eyes filled with madness and cruelty, looked at the blood-soaked Lumion and said in an icy voice, "Where is your sword?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he took a stride forward to stand before Lumion, raising the bluish-purple flaming sword high and bringing it down towards his target. Lumion finally recovered from his previous shock, and instantly drew the iron-black sword of courage, blocking the strike from above. Clang! Amidst the clash of metal, streams of bluish-purple flames scattered, and Lumion was knocked flying, his body set alight. Crack! He proactively used mirror substitution, escaping the flames of the mirrored Alista. The mirrored Alista, dragging the flaming sword, evaluated dispassionately, "Too weak." As he spoke, the city-sized square was already engulfed in flames, with transparent, almost invisible spider web-like strands being revealed, all burning violently, no longer able to restrict or affect the mirrored Alista. The mystical pathogens Lumion had secretly spread earlier were also quickly dissipating in the intense heat and burning, with only the heat-resistant ones still barely hanging on. Facing this fiery hell, Lumion actually created a wall of crystalline, transparent frost around himself. Sizzling, these frost walls were immediately vaporized under the assault of the bluish-purple flames and terrifying heat, turning into white mist. The white mist obscured Lumion's figure, making him disappear from the mirrored Alista's sight. Behind the mirrored blood emperor, Lumion's figure rapidly took shape, his clear blue eyes deepening slightly, reflecting the blood-stained black-armored figure. He wanted to curse the opponent. This was one of the few effective ways he currently had to harm the other. Just then, thick fog rose up, immediately shrouding the mirrored Tutor, preventing Lumion's spiritual perception from extending beyond 10 meters, making it difficult to lock onto the target. True fog of war. Within the fog enveloping the entire fiery hell, Lumion threw out a mirror, which transformed into his double and gained projection power. Lumion's main body then concealed its form. Suddenly, Alista's scornful voice sounded in Lumion's ear. Flashy, but useless. Accompanied by this remark, thunderous explosions took over the square. Indiscriminate, large-scale explosions. The fog of war thinned as a result. Lumion's mirrored projection shattered, and even his main body had to use mirror substitution repeatedly to endure the aftermath of the explosions. The entire square's ground was left in ruins, only the ornate silver full-length mirror remaining intact. As Lumion stabilized himself, he saw the mirrored blood emperor rushing towards him with the force of O Mountain, slashing down with the bluish-purple flaming sword. A sudden gray-white surge burst forth from Lumion. Wherever it passed, the flames were frozen and turned to stone. As the overwhelming gray-white wave approached the mirrored Alista's figure, this blood emperor with only remnants of power was set ablaze, decomposing into streams of bluish-purple flames. These flames flew out to the sides and upwards, avoiding Lumion's petrification power. They quickly converged behind Lumion, reforming the nearly 3-meter-tall Tutor with blood-red hair. Crack! With a sweeping motion of the flaming sword, Lumion's body shattered and dissolved into mirrors once more. This time, he used teleportation in conjunction. His destination was behind the silver full-length mirror. He swung his sword of courage ablaze with scorching blue-tinged flames towards the mirror. He felt this full-length mirror and the mirrored Tutor were closely connected, and destroying it might prevent the powerful enemy from maintaining his form. The earlier large-scale explosion, where the mirrored Alista deliberately controlled the direction and provided necessary protection, not allowing this silver full-length mirror to be damaged, was evidence of this. Even if I can't beat you, Can't I at least beat this mirror? In Lumien's eyes, the mirrored Blood Emperor transformed into a bluish-purple flaming spear, rapidly thrusting towards him. He did not retreat, still letting the sword of courage descend. Bang! The silver full-length mirror suffered a tremendous explosion. Without even a cracking sound, it completely disintegrated, its shards scattered outwards. At the same time, the bluish-purple flaming spear pierced through Lumien's body, instantly igniting him, trying to burn him to ashes. The flaming spear fell behind Lumien, reforming into the mirrored Alista Tutor. His sharp-featured face bore unconcealed mockery, his figure not showing any instability or illusion from the destruction of the silver full-length mirror. It was an intentionally displayed weakness trap. On the Fog Sea, in the starlight condensed treasure vault on the Blue Avenger, the silver full-length mirror at the end of the corridor suddenly split open without a sound, cracks forming across its surface. Splash! Shattered glass slid downwards. On the deck of the Blue Avenger, Mr. Hanged Man and the few sailors felt the ship suddenly rocking violently, as if caught in a raging storm. High in the sky, the fog rapidly spread, clouds piling up, a downpour imminent. Within a square shielded from thick blood water. From a black coin bag, a mirror flew up, and Lumien leapt out, retrieving the sword of courage and the traveler's bag specially made by Mr. Fool. He showed no retreat or fear, power surging from the dark pinhole in his palm. His strikingly handsome face suddenly took on a more heroic, masculine air, his chest slightly narrower, his body a bit taller. He was utilizing the power of the War Bishop obtained through the boon. Of course, a Demoness of Unaging combined with War Bishop still should not be a match for the mirrored Alista Tutor even if the latter did not use much of his Weather Warlock abilities. He still displayed overwhelming superiority. Lumien's true purpose was not the War Bishop itself. He wanted to leverage the unique origin of this power. It originated from the boon of the corpse wax candle ritual's target, from the depths of the well, most likely related to the massive black shadow coiled near the square, in reality. In this case, Lumien was effectively the bestowed of the other party, and the current battlefield was within the mirror world at the bottom of the well. In other words, Lumien might be able to invoke angelic-level powers by appealing to this special environment. Furthermore, with the War Bishop boon, he was now truly half-male, half-female, nurturing yang containing extremely close to higher powers. Seeing this, the mirrored Alista Tutor did not frown, the madness in his blue eyes intensifying, seemingly wanting to use actual battle to tell Lumien this was meaningless. Failure will be your destined end. At this moment, a dark shadow from the coiled black mass expanded outwards. It penetrated the invisible barrier, surging behind the mirror Blood Emperor. This dark, illusory, and transparent shadow seemed to lead to an unknown world. Lumien's thoughts suddenly became hazy, as if hearing layer upon layer of faint, ethereal voices. He then saw the mirrored Alista put away the bluish-purple flaming sword, scornfully glancing at him. This blood-soaked, black-armored mirror person harumphed, no longer attacking, turning and walking into the dark shadow, disappearing from Lumien's sight. That's it? Lumien paused. Of course, he did not think the mirrored Alista Tutor gave up because he feared the aid Lumien had invoked. It was more likely someone had dissuaded him. Who could dissuade the half-crazed mirrored Blood Emperor? As Lumien pondered, he felt his mind beginning to grow weary, his consciousness significantly weakened. The ritual contract was nearing its end. Lumien looked around, choosing to enter cogitation, proactively disconnecting from the contract state. In Bansi Harbor, within the ruins of the telegraph office, Lumien opened his eyes, checking his condition. The power of the War Bishop was receding. What happened? Franca in the distance asked curiously. Lumien had actually used the War Bishop power from the boon during the ritual. Lumien was about to respond, but suddenly had a premonition, turning his gaze towards the western sky. On the Fog Sea, aboard the Blue Avenger, inside the violently shaking, nearly shattering ship, a deep purple, hurricane-like light suddenly surged. It rapidly headed eastward. Seeing this, Mr. Hanged Man furrowed his brow. On a sunny coastline, unarmored, simply wearing a shirt and pants, now more human-like, Red Angel Medici comfortably lay in a beach chair, legs crossed, casually watching the deep purple light fly overhead. Then, he smiled at Albus beside him, saying, "Why didn't I attack Lumion Lee in the Dream City? Of course, it's because I'm waiting for him to trigger all the problems left behind by that crazy tutor. The path to be taken, someone must help us take it. The traps to be stepped on, someone must help us step on them." In St. Millum of the Faesac Empire, on the coast of Midseashire, Snarner Einhorn, with his flamboyant golden earrings and deep red hair, was originally toying with some jewelry when he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the southern sky. He was first surprised, then a look of confusion crossed his face, and he remained in the room, doing nothing. Far in the distance, in the coastal regions of the Phaenopotter Kingdom, the deep purple light was flying faster and faster, already having escaped the encompassing hurricane, leaving behind horrifying rumbles. In a certain location in the Intis Republic, the grizzled, blue-uniformed leader of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Deist, with his neatly combed deep red hair, black iron eyes, and prominent wrinkles, withdrew his gaze from a brass chess set and looked up towards the sky. He almost instinctively transformed into a deep purple iridescent rainbow and shot up, but ultimately controlled himself. He murmured softly, "The disturbance is so great, the deities must all be watching. Will the angels of the Orthodox churches try to seize it?" Under the observation of numerous gazes, the deep purple light crossed over the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Curiously, no one came to stop it, nor did anyone attempt to obtain it. In Bansi Harbor, when Lumion turned his gaze westward, Franca and Jenna followed his line of sight, but saw nothing. "What are you looking at?" Franca asked puzzledly. Lumion mused aloud. "I feel that the full-length mirror in the Blue Avenger's treasury has shattered, and the Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic hidden behind it is now rapidly crossing the northern continent, flying from the Fog Sea towards me." Jenna was a bit stunned to hear this. Franca also exclaimed in amazement, "Such a thing can happen? A classic trope where a treasured item comes to seek you out on its own." They had come to Bansi to seek clues about the remaining Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic, and now one such Beyonder characteristic was crossing thousands of miles to come to them. Lumion estimated the time and said calmly, "We'll need to start with my recent secret deed ritual experience." Franca's eyes lit up, full of interest in the story Lumion was about to tell. Jenna was the same but considered things more carefully. She reminded Lumion, "Aren't you going to prepare? What if that Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic isn't coming to join you, but to kill you? You can recount your previous experiences and the reasons behind things after everything is over. There's no need to waste time now. We should hurry up and make the necessary preparations, like appealing to Mr. Fool to watch over us, or summoning a messenger from Madame Magician and promising to exchange the post-apocalyptic scripture for one round of assistance. In any case, they needed to prepare for a potential battle with the item manifested by the Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic." Smiling, Lumion replied, "No need to rush, it may be flying fast, but it will still take just over an hour to reach here." Shaking his head, Lumion continued, "Can't teleport. Can't use mirror traversal either. Just so troublesome and slow-moving." Jenna was momentarily at a loss for words. Franca then raised another question. "Won't it get intercepted halfway? If the Orthodox churches take it, we can negotiate later, and can use the post-apocalyptic scripture to make a trade. After all, this thing speaks in riddles and is not very useful, just a hassle. But if it's the evil god worshippers trying to ambush it midway, with such a commotion, wouldn't they just be exposing themselves?" Lumion laughed. Although the post-apocalyptic scripture was quite useful for responding to believers, there were few wishes it couldn't fulfill through bestowing good fortune. But as a fate appropriator, Lumion could also handle such matters himself. It would just be more troublesome and less effective. "That's true." Franca thought seriously for a moment, then jokingly suggested, "Why don't you go out to welcome that Beyonder characteristic? It's come all this way. You should show it how much you value it. Be enthusiastic." "We'll see." Lumion wasn't actually sure what that Beyonder characteristic or the Grade 0 sealed artifact wanted to do, so it was better to just wait in Bansi Harbor. This place had been devastated by the Church of Storms with no human habitation left, only the occasional adventurer or pirate coming to explore and uncover treasures others had missed. And earlier today, Lumion had confirmed that aside from the three of them, only wild animals remained on this island. This was very suitable for demigods to battle, without worrying about accidentally killing anyone. Franca glanced around, gaining a general understanding of Lumion's intentions. Jenna then said, "Still, do the preparations first, then tell us about your secret deed experience, in case some unexpected thing happens midway. Who knows? Maybe some high-ranking being will kindly help shorten the distance for that Beyonder characteristic, letting it arrive early." Lumion accepted Jenna's suggestion, praying or summoning messengers, going through a round of preparations. Then he began recounting from when his consciousness manifested in that Eastern City's telegraph office, up to the point where the mirrored Alista tutor, despite having a clear advantage and filled with fighting spirit, voluntarily withdrew into the darkness and disappeared. Before Franca and Jenna could respond, Lumion asked curiously and puzzledly, "What did that person who also infiltrated the wooden tower mean when they muttered those words after seeing me?" He then mimicked the other party's pronunciation. Franca pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. He was cursing bad luck, meaning, it's bad luck to run into you. Did I interfere with his actions? Lumion mused aloud. Or had he been previously deceived by a Beyonder from the Demoness pathway? In the West Continent, demonesses don't have a very good reputation. You think demonesses have a good reputation in the northern and southern continents too? Franca said, amused. I think he's really been scammed by a demoness before. Otherwise a normal person wouldn't immediately curse bad luck, just from seeing your face. He's got PTSD. Jenna chuckled as well, looking at Lumion. Judging from this, that whether Warlock Beyonder characteristic coming may not necessarily be a good thing, I can already smell the scent of conspiracy. Kill you? It's neither an ambush nor a hidden environment, so it's almost impossible to kill Mr. Fool's Saint unless someone holds back Mr. Fool. However, that's unless the evil gods have completed their invasion and the apocalypse has come early. Otherwise, anyone able to stop Mr. Fool wouldn't have any underlying motivation. Pondering for a few seconds, Franca looked at Lumion and continued. Actively becoming your potion ingredient, letting you consume it to advance, then linking with the residual Blood Emperor aura in you to resurrect and occupy your body? Even for a plot that straightforward, normal people should be able to think of it, right? Yes. Lumion nodded. I can also ask Mr. Fool to help shatter the characteristic, remove the remnant Blood Emperor psyche. Even if I can't completely purge it, at least Alista Tutor won't be able to resurrect inside me. Then this is. Franca and Jenna exchanged a puzzled glance. Lumion suddenly smiled. This should be an open stratagem. Alista Tutor wants me to become an angel. Then the resurrection preparations he left behind will truly manifest. Red Angel Medici previously said he would give me a chance, but it's likely not because I was too weak for him to bother with at the time, nor out of deep empathy for my experiences. That may be a factor, but not the main reason. He too is waiting for me to ascend to Sequence 2. Jenna's brow furrowed slightly. So you mean Alista Tutor's current goal is to help you advance to angelhood, and it doesn't matter whether you choose to become a weather warlock or a demoness of catastrophe. Using that Beyonder characteristic or something else, the end result will be the same? Probably. Lumion nodded with a wry smile. That's why the mirrored Alista Tutor was able to restrain his madness and killing intent. Franca and Jenna fell silent, not knowing what to say. After all, they couldn't really advise Lumion not to ascend to angelhood, right? Lifting his chin slightly, Lumion chuckled nonchalantly. What's meant to come will come. I also want to see what awaits me. Hopefully it won't disappoint. Hearing this, Franca sighed. Chaos, chaos, with the apocalypse looming. A bit of chaos is good. There's a chance to win amidst the chaos. An hour passed quickly, and the weakened and fatigued Lumion from the secret deed ritual had fully recovered. Suddenly, A deep purple light shot across the western sky. As it drew nearer, it grew larger and larger, eventually becoming clearly visible to Lumion, Franca, and Jenna. It was a violently burning mass of deep purple flames, with flashes of pure blue at its core. Interwoven within the flames were jet-black metal rods, forming a massive skeletal frame. The deep purple-blue flames flowed along the metal bones, trailing long feathers, giving the whole the appearance of a colossal bird with a wingspan spanning dozens of meters. The intensely burning deep purple-blue giant bird had not even fully approached Bansi Harbor, but the weeds, trees at the edges of the ruins, and remaining walls all spontaneously ignited. Cracking sounds rang out as Bansi was enveloped in flames. At the same time, a disdainful yet condescending booming voice reverberated in Lumion's ear. "Dare you face me?" It was spoken in ancient Hermes. Lumion suddenly gained an epiphany. There were several layers of meaning to this facing. Dare you withstand my attack alone and endure? Dare you ascend to Weather Warlock using the Beyonder characteristic I extracted? Do you have the courage and bravery for this? His mind made up. Lumion turned to Franca and Jenna. "You two should leave this area." Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance, not saying much. In a critical moment, they unhesitatingly believed in Lumion's judgment and choice. Franca's eyes immediately reflected layers of darkness. Then she grabbed Jenna's hand and departed Bansi Harbor through the mirror world. Lumion shifted his gaze back, looking up at the purple-flamed giant bird blotting out the sky, and reached into the traveler's bag, withdrawing the parchment-bound post-apocalyptic scripture. The moment the post-apocalyptic scripture was withdrawn, it began to turn pages on its own, arriving at one of the pages. On it was a prophecy written by Lumion's thoughts. Lumion Lee will ultimately emerge victorious in this battle, thanks to his exceptional good fortune. As the mercury-colored text shimmered, the purple-flamed giant bird up in the sky began circling, trailing its long feathers. It had not yet revealed its complete mythical creature form, for if it did, Lumion would not continue playing with it, and would immediately summon assistance. Dark clouds amassed rapidly, looming low over the ground. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour plummeted, as if the sky had split open like a lake. The deluge quickly formed into a massive water column poured down towards Lumion. But he did not move an inch, simply drawing upon the War Bishop Boone's power to become both male and female, with a more androgynous beauty, his chest still pronounced. The descending downpour slowed down more and more, soon freezing in midair, reflecting the sunlight to reveal a crystalline, translucent appearance. The layer of ice continued growing upwards from above Lumion, drawing in the abundant rain into its frigid domain, creating an illusion of a rainbow arching across. With a clattering sound, the subsequent rainfall was blocked by the solid ice sheet, sliding off towards the other areas of Bansi Harbor, combining with the earlier deluge and the already damaged drainage system, rapidly flooding the ruins. Sheltered by the layers of ice, Lumion calmly surveyed his surroundings, puzzled by the current manifestation of the purple-flamed giant bird's abilities. This truly has the might of the heavens and earth. If it keeps raining for another 2 to 3 hours, combined with the seawater rushing in, the entire Bansi Harbor will be submerged. But in the realm of angelic combat, this is utterly useless. What angel would drown in this? And there's ample time to escape the scene. Unless it keeps raining until the mountainsides collapse, there may be a chance to pose a threat to angels. However, this is excellent for slaughtering ordinary people and low-sequence beyonders. Truly befitting the path of war and calamity. Just as Lumion was pondering this, the purple-flamed giant bird pierced through the thick clouds, extending his head. Amid the dark clouds, silver-white lightning snakes flashed, converging into a long, lashing bolt. The lightning struck the crystalline ice, unable to conduct through, shattering and spraying outwards. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated as countless electric snakes plunged into the pooled water of Bansi Harbor, rapidly darting to form a vast silver web covering the entire ruined area. Crackling sounds rang out endlessly, and Lumion finally understood the purpose of the earlier downpour: to make the subsequent lightning strikes more destructive and far-reaching. But Lumion himself stood on dry soil, surrounded by the near-insulating layers of ice, largely unaffected. In the next moment, new lightning formed, more magnificent and colossal, like a silver-white divine tree connecting the sky and earth. It struck the thick ice sheet, shattering the barrier as if carrying horrific kinetic energy or releasing stored power, causing an impact. Rumbling, the thunder waves spread as the terrifying lightning cracked through the layers of frost, reaching the top of Lumion's head. Lumion's body cracked and shattered, like all fragile mirrors. Yet his silhouette remained within the area once protected by the ice, still discernible among the collapsed ruins. Plummeting from the sky, the purple-flamed giant bird spread his burning wings like a meteor, crashing towards Lumion's location. The nearby rainwater suddenly vaporized, diffusing as mist to welcome the giant bird's descent. The ground was set ablaze, the remaining walls ignited, and Lumion's body was set on fire. Boom! The giant bird struck the ground, kicking up a mushroom cloud of dust. Lumion's body shattered once more, the original ruins either reduced to ashes or blown away. At the bottom of the crater formed by the explosion and melting, two blood-stained silhouettes resembling human pulp appeared, slightly dimmer. Lumion's androgynous figure manifested in the air opposite, his pale blue eyes reflecting the image of the purple-flamed giant bird as he prepared to unleash the demoness curse. The surrounding mist instantly thickened, transforming from scalding steam into true fog of war. Lumion lost his lock-on, unable to effectively apply the curse. Immediately after, a tremendous, piercing howl arose, and a horrifying hurricane formed over the sea, sweeping in towering azure waves over 10 meters high towards Bansi Harbor. A tsunami driven by the hurricane. Lumion's body was slammed to the ground, shattering. The remaining building ruins in Bansi Harbor that had managed to retain some height were all flattened, and the purple-flamed giant bird took to the skies, seemingly circling to search for the vanished target. At that moment, Lumion's silhouette emerged at the bottom of the crater with the two blood-stained human-like imprints, the ashen white rushing upwards towards the hovering purple-flamed giant bird. Stones of solidified air fell one by one. The purple-flamed giant bird suddenly let out a shrill cry. Lumion's body and mind trembled, as if hearing the incessant drumbeats of an ancient battlefield. Purple-blue fireballs rapidly materialized in the air, densely packed to block out the sunlight in this area. They plummeted with a roar, crashing into the advancing ashen white. Thunderous explosions rang out ceaselessly, the shattered ashen white flame statues flung in all directions. Lumion's created ashen white kept breaking and retreating, until it finally disintegrated, leaving the remaining purple-blue fireballs to pummel Lumion's body. This time, the shattered mirror fragments quickly dissolved into liquid. At this stage of the battle, the good fortune Lumion had gained from the post-apocalyptic scripture had not manifested. Neither his attacks on the purple-flame giant bird, nor the giant bird's strikes on him developed into any unexpected success or failure. Lumion's silhouette reappeared in an even deeper, larger crater. The purple-flamed giant bird did not relent, continuing to assault with various beyonder abilities. Lumion struggled to endure, relying on his mirror substitutions to repeatedly evade fatal blows. As the entire elevation of Bansi Harbor lowered by several meters, about to be completely subsumed by the azure seawater, Lumion's mirror substitution reached its limit. From then on, he could only afford the death of his real and mirror self. Circling high above, blocking the sky, the purple-flamed giant bird let out a soul-shaking, chilling cry once more. He locked onto Lumion's figure, about to plummet like a meteor, carrying his violently burning purple-blue flames. Almost simultaneously, his body strangely stiffened. The purple flames on his surface dispersed outwards, the jet-black metal forming his neck stretched impossibly long, as if about to be torn apart by an invisible force. The purple-flamed giant bird writhed in agony mid-air, the flames continually showering down, adding new blazes to the already raging inferno of Bansi Harbor. This change was so sudden and bizarre, not caused by any of Lumion's attacks. Lumion had been on the defensive the entire time, unable to find an opportunity to curse the opponent. And the mystical pathogens he had secretly spread were also succumbing to the indiscriminate purple flames and terrifying heat, unable to propagate and spread. However, Lumion was not at all surprised by the giant bird's predicament, a distinct smile appearing on his lips. He watched until the purple-flamed giant bird, driven to madness by the agony, manifested his complete mythical creature form. Lumion averted his gaze. The fiery giant up above, bearing avian features, seemed to harbor deep, unfathomable knowledge. It materialized phenomena like lightning, hail, and hurricanes, causing the weather in this area to undergo violent changes. Soon, the fiery giant receded back into the giant purple bird, plummeting earthwards. Lifting his head, Lumion looked at the giant bird's eyes, fixed with pain and bewilderment, and said with a smile, "Do you know what place you've been attacking this whole time? It's the Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office." Pausing for a moment, Lumion took out the fully burned corpse wax candle from the traveler's bag, his smile growing brighter as he said, "And you are an angel of the hunter pathway, while I am a bestowed of the two apex powers of calamity." This was why Lumion chose to face the purple-flamed giant bird directly, not seeking assistance from Madame Magician or other major arcana card holders, and remained within the fixed area, never fleeing far away. The Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office should be a leakage point, connected to a metropolis in the western continent, linked to the malevolent dragon, locked within the ancient well, but still able to influence the entire city. Using the corpse wax candle here could grant him a different, more advanced secret deed experience. In this context, attacking the Bansi Harbor Telegraph ruins, assaulting the Lumion who had already extracted the War Bishop Boone's power, and being an angel of the hunter pathway, then personally crashing into the leakage point, had a significant probability of triggering anomalies and being subjected to unseen influences. Of course, the anomaly was not a 100% certainty, and the purple-flamed giant bird did not necessarily have to enter the telegraph ruins directly, bombarding it as a flaming meteor. That's why Lumion had used the post-apocalyptic scripture to add sufficient good fortune. Now, the prophesied outcome had arrived. Boom! The purple-flamed giant bird landed nearby, kicking up more dust and flames. His blazing purple wings folded in, his body gradually shrinking, as if coalescing into a physical form. Then his final words reached Lumion's ear. "I acknowledge you are qualified. This has nothing to do with Tudor's arrangement." The purple-flamed giant bird grew smaller and smaller, until only points of light remained. Ultimately, the main body transformed into a palm-sized, crystalline and porous pillar. The various holes in the pillar contained mists, hail, rainwater, lightning, and other meteorological phenomena, sometimes diffusing outwards, sometimes receding back inside. The scattered purple feathers and iron bone crystals littered the ground around it. Within the raging inferno of Bansi Harbor, Lumion's smile gradually faded. A blood-red bulge suddenly rose on his brow, the androgynous hues of his features rapidly fading. The bulge then retracted, crawling and slithering across his forehead and face, finally descending slowly down his neck, shoulders, and arms, merging with the altered remnants of the Blood Emperor and the War Bishop Boone powers through the black pinhole, still covered by the pallid skin from the underworld Taoist ceiling. The pinhole expanded slightly, the abysmal, lifeless darkness within seemingly brewing some kind of violent force. Lumion exhaled slowly, then collected the purple-blue, porous crystal pillar, along with the purple feathers and iron bone crystals, and placed them in a mirror inside the traveler's bagay temporary ceiling measure. Plop! A raindrop fell on Lumion's hand, leaving a damp feeling. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The raindrops grew more and more numerous, rapidly turning into a downpour. Influenced by the widespread burning and the residual powers of the weather warlock, the sky over Bansi Harbor and the surrounding sea had darkened, producing vast, gloomy clouds, the rain pouring down. Lumion did not seek shelter or obstruct the rain, allowing it to soak his hood, his hair, his face, his clothes. As it fell, the rain grew colder, congealing into ice crystals and snowflakes. Thick, heavy snowflakes drifted over Bansi Harbor, blanketing the scorched earth, collapsed bricks, and other signs of destruction in a pristine white. Lumien's body was covered in frost and icicles. He finally composed himself. The help of the higher beings was not easily obtained, even if this was not something he had actively provoked, but brought about by the purple giant bird. The ice fell away, Lumien's hood and black robe drying rapidly. He pressed a hand to his chest, thanking Mr. Fool for his gaze, then turned his gaze to the sky. Beyond the swirling snowflakes, Lumien saw the ever-ready-to-assist Madam Magician. The renowned author's expression was rather complex, as if seeing her past self, forced to rapidly advance with the abundance of high-level ingredients. However, she could pause and take an extended rest, later considering whether to ascend to Sequence 1, while Lumien could not. Neither he nor the forces driving him here would allow him to stop. Lumien nodded in greeting, then teleported back to the luxurious villa in Trier. Franca and Jenna were pacing in the living room, while Ludwig was enjoying a double-layer cream cake. Done? Franca looked at Lumien, asking excitedly. An item that can't reveal its complete mythical creature form is nothing to be afraid of. If it really uses its full power, I'll just call for help. Lumien said with a smile. Why didn't you just call for help in the first place? Jenna couldn't understand. Lumien thought for a moment and explained. The higher the sequence in the hunter pathway, the more courage and boldness one needs. I skipped the iron-blooded knight and war bishop sequences, without the corresponding beyonder characteristics to provide a boost. I can no longer retreat, and must face the difficulties, challenge myself. This may be the implicit, hidden ritual condition for me to advance to whether warlock, or an additional ritual. Jenna suddenly understood. For a normal advancement, it is unnecessary for a beyonder progressing step by step along the hunter pathway to sequence 3. The previous sequences have already provided the corresponding enhancements. But a sequence 3 demoness wanting to make the jump must not shy away, and be filled with courage. It seems that to switch pathways at the higher sequences, there are hidden conditions to some degree, stemming from the lack of previous sequence elements. Franca also realized. Then, she asked Lumien with a smile, did you rely on the special qualities of the Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office to defeat that purple phoenix? Or rather, the purple giant bird? You figured it out? Lumien raised an eyebrow at Franca. Franca chuckled and explained, what other abilities and items of yours do we not know about? A simple analysis can lead to one conclusion. Relying on the post-apocalyptic scripture and the demoness traits can only delay things. Hoping the purple giant bird would acknowledge your strength. But victory is unlikely. Yet the way you acted clearly showed you achieved the final win. Unable to do it alone, yet you didn't call for help, so you must have utilized the environmental conditions. You do have some talent when it comes to combat. Lumien smiled, praising her. He summarized the key points of the battle, the core idea being to, with the target unable to reveal its complete mythical creature form, leverage the demoness pathway's self-preservation abilities to guide the opponent to attack the Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office as much as possible, while delaying until the anomaly was triggered. Jenna listened quietly, then asked, so the core supplementary ingredients are in place. Are you planning to advance soon? Lumien's unaging potion had been completely digested in just a short time, thanks to Aurora's special trait. Why not? Lumien understood Jenna's and Franca's concerns, smiling as he said, setting aside the matter of reviving Aurora, do you think if I hold back and don't ascend, a list of tutors' preparations won't erupt? With the apocalypse looming and the situation becoming chaotic, when Mr. Fool and the other true gods are preoccupied, they may seize the opportunity to forcibly help me ascend. I have no choice but to advance. Lumien's gaze swept over Franca and Jenna, pausing as he continued. Since that's the case, it's better to take advantage of the relatively stable situation now, while Mr. Fool's awakening has deepened a bit, and advance without external interference. With the status and power of an angel, even if I encounter illicit tutors' arrangements in the future, I'll at least be able to struggle a bit, buying more time, and perhaps help will arrive. Franca and Jenna were only expressing their own concerns, not trying to prevent Lumien from becoming an angel. Seeing that Lumien had thought it through thoroughly, his analysis of the pros and cons sound, They both nodded, urging Lumion to prepare the ritual and pray to Mr. Fool, asking this great being to help shatter the Beyonder characteristic and remove Tutor's imprint. Although this might not have much impact on the subsequent arrangements of the Blood Emperor, it would at least reduce a hidden danger. Lumion did not delay, busying himself in the specially prepared room for the ritual and prayer to Mr. Fool. After dripping the oil and offering the appeasing sacrament, the purple crystal pillar placed on the altar was suddenly enveloped by the murky darkness emerging from the candle flame, rapidly disintegrating into points of light in various colors: purple, blue, white, red. These light points, as they settled and coalesced, released threads of frenzied aura, occasionally condensing into distorted faces or emitting terrifying roars, until finally dissipating. The reconstituted purple crystal pillar appeared purer. "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Lumion pressed a hand to his chest, bowing. After putting away the weather warlock Beyonder characteristic and dispelling the wall of spirituality, Franca asked concernedly, "How do you plan to complete the ritual?" "I have a clever plan," Lumion replied with a smile. Jenna then asked curiously, "Based on the books you've been reading these past few months?" Lumion scratched his face, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "That was my original plan, and I had corresponding arrangements, but after factoring in my own Beyonder abilities, I found that a demoness of unaging, who was once a reaper, has a simpler and more effective handling method. Perhaps the truth of the calamity pathways is that one must transfer back and forth to get closer to the apex existences. So those who keep switching can take shortcuts when it comes to the ritual." "What method?" Franca asked curiously. Lumion chuckled. "I'll tell you after I succeed. If I say it now and then fail, won't you mock me forever?" "Do you think you won't be mocked even like this?" Franca and Jenna chorused. On this topic, the three exchanged playful banter for a while. As the laughter faded, Jenna asked, "When will you perform the ritual?" Lumion responded with a smile. "First, I need to gather the remaining ingredients. Then, I'll wait for a typhoon or hurricane." The countries of the northern continent typically referred to such extreme weather as hurricanes, while the Intisians, influenced by Emperor Roselle, often called them typhoons. In a thunderstorm, the residents staying indoors watched as a silver-white lightning bolt struck the treetops, knocking down the people taking shelter under the trees. Boom, boom, boom. One lightning strike after another rampaged, even those in safe places shivering. After a while, some residents saw a figure next to the charred, smoking trees. The figure was cloaked in black, hooded, like the legendary witch. She took a blackened tree branch, causing dark red drops of blood to fly out from the fallen corpses. A witch indeed, the witnessing residents frightened, retreating from the window area. In the southern part of the Hagenti kingdom, the first snowfall of the year came in an exaggerated fashion, killing many livestock and piling up snow in front of people's homes, blocking the doors. The people inside, struggling against the bitter cold, suddenly saw a hooded figure in black robes, seemingly a witch, walking on the snow-blanketed ground, heading towards the bridge underpass. There were several frozen-to-death vagrants there. The heat-induced drought had left many humans dehydrated, some unfortunately dying, their bodies dragged to the street. A tall, hooded woman dressed as a sorceress approached, stopping in front of a freshly deceased corpse. The surrounding people fled in fear. The Fainapotter kingdom on the Berserk seacoast. Many experienced fishermen and captains began returning their ships to the harbor. The sky in the distance had somehow turned gloomy, the waves surging in. The wind had picked up. Oh, the howling winds rampaged, slamming the windows and doors, the trees trembling and their branches bending to one side. The residents along the Berserk seacoast had rich experience dealing with hurricane weather. They had all tightly shut their doors and windows, crossed tape over them, and taken shelter away from the balconies and doors. Yet, despite this, as they heard the roaring, shrill winds outside and felt their houses shuddering, they couldn't help but feel anxious and afraid. The vagrants had taken refuge in the cathedrals or poorhouses. Amid the towering, crashing waves that sometimes reached the sky, the hooded, black-robed figure of Lumion could be seen. His clothes were flapping loudly, his hood nearly blowing off. Without the ability to fly or levitate, he surveyed the layered cloud walls surrounding the typhoon's eye, unable to find the final coordinates of the spiritual realm in the chaotic environment. He could only go where his eyes led. Then, he activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported into the heart of the typhoon. Simultaneously, the water droplets violently swirling in the area he had just left rapidly condensed into ice, the temperature plummeting. In the typhoon's core, Lumion's figure barely materialized before the gale-driven waves, roaring like a speeding steam train, crashed into him ferociously. Lumion was blown away, but he teleported deeper into the typhoon, again relying on the see and take method in this gloomy, apocalyptic environment. Wherever he went, the rain froze into a thick layer of ice. After a few such jumps, he finally reached his destination. The typhoon's eye, the howling winds seemed to vanish, and the high altitude even revealed a clear, azure sky. Lumion didn't have time to admire this special place. His pale blue eyes suddenly turned a deep, iron black. As he plummeted, he quickly observed the surrounding cloud walls and the core structure of the typhoon. Weakness investigation. A typhoon had weaknesses too. In just a few seconds, the falling Lumion spotted several large, pallid areas. The typhoon's weak points weren't just one. Lumion teleported again, arriving near the largest pallid spot, looking down on it from above. At this point, if he were a pure Sequence 3 hunter, completing the next steps would be quite difficult, even if he could skillfully use explosives and cull. By targeting the weak points and disrupting the core structure, the typhoon might not necessarily dissipate, but could instead reorganize and strengthen, and the weather wouldn't change in the short term. But for a demoness of unaging, why use such a brutal method? Besides, the effect might not even be good. As Lumion continued falling, he took out a mirror, reflecting the pallid area above the cloud walls and hurricane. This wasn't to curse the weak point and complete the cull, of course. A demoness curses couldn't target soulless objects. What Lumion wanted to do was forcibly transfer the typhoon's weak points and structural flaws into the mirror world. This was also a form of destruction, and it could be repeated multiple times quickly. Lumion raised his right hand, rapidly brushing across the mirror's surface as he fell. A crack sounded. The makeup mirror seemed to be unable to withstand the strain, about to shatter. Lumion unhesitatingly poured in a large amount of spirituality, forcibly dragging that cloud wall and hurricane area into the mirror world. With that section suddenly gone, cracks spread across the mirror in Lumion's hand. Simultaneously, the typhoon's core structure began to disintegrate, the cloud walls dissipating piece by piece. Lumion used teleportation and the ability to drag things into the mirror world to continue destroying other structural weak points, not giving the typhoon a chance to reorganize. In the end, more and more of the cloud walls and the hurricane were pulled into the mirror world. On the coastline nearest to the typhoon, some people observing the sea from their rooms suddenly noticed the winds dying down and the waves subsiding. In the distance, the surrounding clouds and fierce winds were pouring into a funnel, an impressive sight. As the onlookers blinked, they found that another section of the hurricane-swept clouds had mysteriously vanished. Piece by piece, they disappeared. Bang! 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 Some mirrors in their room abruptly shattered, with a gust of wind blowing out, but not particularly strong. These were the random remnant winds that had escaped the mirror world after a long journey. After another dozen seconds or so, the sky in the affected area gradually cleared. Gazing at the cloudless, azure sky, Lumion plummeted rapidly toward the sea surface. With a teleport, he appeared directly over the sapphire waters, a thick sheet of ice forming beneath his feet. Under the deft pull of invisible spider silk, the violet-blue crystal pillar, violet feathers, iron bone crystals, blood of varying shades, charred tree branches, and seemingly unremarkable clear water all flew out of the traveler's bag, leaving their original containers to converge in a glass cup. Silently, the slightly violet liquid that formed ignited, melting the glass and dripping downward. Cupping the burning liquid, Lumion brought it to his lips and drank. His entire being, including his mirror self, was instantly set ablaze. Rumble. Dense, dark clouds gathered in the sky, real lightning and hail coalescing and drawn to Lumien's state, striking him. At this moment, the spirit world's information of this area had not yet fully changed, still partially corresponding to the typhoon. There was a rapid influx of information of Lumien relying on his own abilities to change the weather, creating an extremely strong connection between him, this area, and the corresponding spirit world. Rumble. Lightning struck, sharp hail pelted down. Various extreme weather phenomena assaulted the still-burning Lumien in small bursts, tearing and ravaging him. Lumien felt excruciating pain in body, mind, and spirit, his thoughts growing increasingly hazy, as if about to dissipate into this area, this spirit world. This area, this spirit world, resisted the fusion of Lumien's spirit and consciousness, because he was the destroyer, the changer. He would inevitably be rejected in the short term. At this moment, Lumien's blurred mind heard voices. Aurora's, Franca's, Jenna's, and countless other anchors. His body tore apart, shattered, turning to ash, including his mirror self and the him slumbering within the mirror. The next moment, a wavering violet-tinged blue flame ignited amidst the remnant ashes. This flame rapidly expanded and intensified, forging within it black iron bones, an indescribable tangle of complex symbols and patterns. They gradually formed a towering 5 to 6 meter figure, like the legendary fire giant come to life. Immediately, Lumien's face coalesced, its iron-black hue gleaming with a metallic luster, yet still clearly handsome and masculine in appearance. Blood-red hair also sprouted, each strand as thick as a python, some rotating black and white eyeballs at the top, others opening jaws with venomous fangs. A complete mythical creature form. A mythical creature form blended with demoness traits. In this moment, Lumien dimly sensed the banner-like 0-01 and the massive, shrouded black shadow lurking in the ancient well. Existences closely connected to him, at the pinnacles of the pathways, the former relatively clearer, the latter extremely hazy, as if cloaked in layers of gray fog. Additionally, 3 more gazes were cast upon him from afar, but he couldn't discern who they belonged to or where they came from. This hallucination-like sensing vanished in an instant, and Lumien's body rapidly shrank, the violet-tinged blue flames on its surface dissipating. A second later, he returned to a human male form, exuding a powerful masculine aura. Over 2 meters tall, bronze-skinned. His muscles were not only vivid and full of explosive strength, but also flowing in graceful lines, like the finest sculptural masterpiece. His features had become even more handsome and sharp, his pale blue eyes deepening slightly, the refined details softening some of the aggressive edge. Lumien turned his gaze forward. The sea had already frozen into a thick, crystalline sheet, the azure currents visible raging beneath. The traveler's bag was in the distance, beyond the ice layer, or else even the one specially made by Mr. Fool would have been damaged in the previous blazing inferno and calamitous weather. With an invisible spider silk tug, the traveler's bag flew back into Lumien's hand. He took out a change of clothes, awkwardly putting them on, as if an adult trying to squeeze into a child's garments. His figure then vanished, leaving only scattered broken ice floes. In a drought-stricken hot area, the onlookers, fearful yet curious, watched from a distance as the witch took the dead's blood, some believers even going to find a priest. Suddenly, a dull thunder rumbled. They instinctively looked up, finding the sky had somehow become heavily overcast. Plop! A raindrop splashed on the cracked lips of one of the observers. He exclaimed joyfully, raising his hands, "It's raining! It's going to rain!" In the southern Hajeni kingdom, the residents worried about the snowstorm continuing to the point of collapsing their roofs considered braving the risks to clear some of it. Just then, they saw rays of clear sunlight shining through the windows, into the house. The residents rushed to the window looking outside. The lead gray clouds dominating the sky had all dissipated, the not-so-warm sun shining upon the land once more. The thick, fluffy snowflakes falling from midair gradually grew smaller, until they disappeared. Rumble. In a thunderstorm, Few dared to go out, the children huddling fearfully beside their parents, unable to sleep. Their parents worried about subsequent heavy rain and flooding. Amid these emotions, they suddenly realized the lightning had stopped flashing across the sky for some time. The rumbling thunder vanished. Trier, inside the luxurious villa, a swirl of violet-tinged blue flames coalesced before Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig, forming the tall, handsome Lumion. "You've grown taller again." Franca looked up, studying him for a few seconds. Lumion shrugged his shoulders. "This is the result of my best efforts to compress it." Of course, if he didn't consider body balance, he could shrink down to 1.9 meters, as he was essentially a mythical creature now. Jenna said with a suppressed smile, "Let's get you changed into some proper clothes first." The way he looked now was really awkward, giving the impression of intentionally wearing undersized clothing to perform as a clown. After Franca used the mirror world to go to the new city of Silver and buy clothes suitable for Lumion's current stature, and had him change into them, the group took their seats. Franca looked at Lumion's face and muttered, "Oh no, he's too handsome. I'm starting to feel a bit flustered." Jenna did not speak, but her gaze seemed to echo Franca's words. The experienced Anthony didn't show any obvious reaction. Lumion leaned back on the sofa. "This change is the result of the demoness of unaging and the weather warlock's charms merging. A normal sequence 2 Beyonder in the Hunter Path mainly possess a charisma that makes people want to follow and be loyal to them, and may cause women to develop feelings of admiration, but there is no active charm. Now, it's not just admiration and not just towards the opposite sex. As long as I don't use charm, it's still somewhat controllable." "Ooh." Franca looked curious. "What abilities and traits does the weather warlock have?" Lumion considered carefully before saying, "This Beyonder characteristic contains sequence 9 to sequence 2. The abilities I was missing before, like the Iron-Blooded Knight and the War Bishop, have now been filled. I'm always full of courage and won't be significantly affected by emotions like fear and terror, but I'm not reckless or blind because of it. In fact, I still feel fear and terror. It's just that my courage overcomes them. The Sword of Courage is the extreme version." Franca nodded in understanding. Lumion took out the iron-black longsword from the traveler's bag and tossed it to Franca. "It's no longer of much use to me. Between you and Jenna, use it if need be." Franca caught it and gave a simple Then, as she was putting the Sword of Courage back into the traveler's bag, she stood up and walked towards Lumion and Jenna. After stowing the Sword of Courage, she suddenly found herself awkwardly standing in the middle of the living room. After a brief silence, she chuckled nervously at Lumion. "This sword has given me the courage to beat you up." Lumion scoffed, dividing the bundle of longswords used to seal the Sword of Courage into 2 parts, and using invisible spider silk to pass 1 part to Jenna and 1 to Franca. He continued thoughtfully, "I can also galvanize and flame my body." At the sequence 2 level, the former is no longer just ordinary steel, but closer to the symbolism of steel, able to withstand attacks that would normally destroy or melt real steel. The latter allows me to disperse into multiple flames, each of which I can control precisely, then coalesce back into my body. Even if most of the dispersed flames are extinguished by the enemy, it doesn't affect the integrity of my physical form. It just weakens my vitality and spirituality proportionally. The angelic level flame transformation can also turn me into a stream of flame, a huge flaming spear, and a terrifying flaming meteor to attack enemies or travel quickly. Combined with hurricane-like winds, I can reach speeds over 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers per hour. And once the magic potion is fully digested, I can enhance it further. The most powerful flames controlled by the Iron-Blooded Knight and the War Bishop are azure, but the Iron-Blooded Knight is not pure in this regard, having a tinge of dazzling white. At the angelic level, the flames become violet. The weather warlocks are a violet-tinged azure to an azure-tinged violet, the specific hue depending on the digestion of the potion. In the subsequent sequence 1, the flames should be a pure violet. If I borrow the power of 0-01, the violet will become paler and more transparent. If I draw on the force from the depths of the ancient well, the violet will be tinged with a deep red. not the scarlet of a pyromaniac, but a blood-red hue. My control over the flames has also greatly improved. Compared to before, I can now cover a battlefield of tens of kilometers, directly raining down meteor shower, or summoning flocks of fire ravens. The explosive power of compressed fireballs now far surpasses that of a fleet's main guns, by quite a margin. The iron-blooded knight can establish a mystical connection with their team, concentrating the entire group's strength on themselves, and sharing their teammates' vision, distributing the damage they receive. However, this concentration only applies to power and spirituality, not the beyonder powers of the members. At the War Bishop stage, not only can they use the beyonder powers of team members within a 3 kilometers range, but they can also share their own abilities and power with them. In this regard, a Weather Warlock's range is 10 kilometers, and there is no longer a restriction on sharing abilities. Simply put, while a War Bishop can only let one member use their ability at a time after sharing it, a Weather Warlock can allow every team member to use it simultaneously, lending them the corresponding spirituality. Of course, the team's overall spirituality doesn't increase. From the War Bishop stage onwards, the team's mental resonance becomes direct telepathy, and the War Bishop can selectively shield and modify certain information in the communication. A War Bishop can also create fog of war, significantly reducing the visual range, hearing, and smell of all living beings within, and enveloping the corresponding spirit world as well, suppressing the interaction between spirit entities and the spirit world, dulling spiritual warnings and intuitions. At the Weather Warlock level, the fog of war range initially expands to 20 kilometers, continuing to increase as the potion is digested. Additionally, the fog of war will also have the ability to interfere with outside divination and prophecy. At even higher levels, it may affect the astral world. Within the fog of war, I am unaffected by anything. This trait can be shared with team members after becoming a Weather Warlock. A War Bishop also has abilities like War Cry and War Song that can be used to boost the team's morale, temporarily enhance strength, influence the enemy's mentality, and suppress the target's performance. After offering sufficient sacrifices, each War Bishop can petition the essence of war or the symbolic war for assistance once per battle, while a Weather Warlock can do so every 7 days. Hearing this, Franca clicked her tongue. It's practically a war machine, a scythe reaping lives. That's why the true god of this path is titled things like God of War and War Overlord, Lumion replied with a smile. He then said, a Weather Warlock has the partial authority to change regional weather and create extreme weather conditions, such as thunderstorms, hurricanes, heavy rain, hail, blizzards, and dense fog. I call this weather manipulation. In the Western continent, it might be called to call the wind and summon the rain. Being completely influential. No, that doesn't cover it comprehensively enough, Franca said excitedly. Lumion gave a sound of agreement. A Weather Warlock mainly controls the weather, while things like meteors, tsunamis, and earthquakes are not under our purview, though some can be indirectly induced, like using a hurricane to trigger a tsunami. My weakness investigation has also been enhanced. The targets I see will be in the overall sense, including substitutes, avatars, and manifestations. Then I can find the weak points in this whole. If combined with Cull and Mighty Blow, and the target doesn't have enough substitutes or avatars, I can wipe them all out at once. Even demonesses can't withstand a few such culls. Sounds like it's aimed at demonesses, Franca muttered. Is that how the neighboring paths are? Jenna said thoughtfully. With a nod, Lumion said, my weapons will be extensions of my body. Ordinary objects can serve this role, they'll just be destroyed afterward. There are corresponding qualitative changes in strength, stamina, spirituality, intuition, tracking, and target pursuit. I can also fly by the wind and levitate in the air. To this, Lumion smiled. And the last thing is that I've reverted to a male. Jenna's eyes moved slightly, and she muttered, what about the fusion of hunter and demoness abilities? Sitting in the armchair, Lumion raised his right hand, a black flame of madness and destruction igniting in his palm. Immediately, he stretched the black flame into a deep, oppressive flaming greatsword. Seeing this black flaming greatsword, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony all had their hair stand on end, their bodies growing cold, as if the apocalypse had arrived prematurely. The eating Ludwig instinctively scooted 2 spaces further into the other end of the sofa. If I ever encounter a spatial seal again, I can directly cleave a fissure in the barrier with the sword of destruction, without needing to do any further attacks. Lumion flicked his wrist, causing the quietly burning black flaming greatsword to dissipate. He continued, I can also insert extreme weather or lethal attacks into mirrors, guiding them through the mirror world to precisely target locations, attacking people and environments outside the mirrors. Oh, and as long as the title conditions are met, I can respond to prayers worldwide. I can also hide petrification powers within fireballs. After they explode, the effect is released, affecting the surroundings without needing to spread it inch by inch. My mystical pathogens are more heat-resistant now and can spread through rain, gales, and snowflakes, influencing a large area in the shortest time, breaking the limitations of my own abilities. My mythical creature form, aside from igniting those who witness or approach me and creating various weather phenomena, can also petrify them, induce extreme euphoria, immediately sicken them, curse them, or make them deeply infatuated with me. After describing his abilities, Lumion concluded, if I don't suppress and restrain my psyche, the weather in the areas I'm in will gradually become more volatile and extreme, and the likelihood of war or massacre events occurring will continually increase. Listening to Lumion's account, the word that flashed through the minds of Franca and the others was calamity, disasters of all kinds, both natural and man-made. After a while, Jenna recalled Lumion's previous introduction. At the angelic level, do you still have to fly to get around? Each pathway is different. At least the hunter pathway doesn't have those more mystical methods. By sequence 1, maybe my speed will let me fly out of the current planet or even faster. Lumion thought for a bit. Actually, I can already use the explosive force of flames to continually accelerate, reaching a terrifying speed, but my body would be unable to withstand it long before then. A human rocket, huh? Franca joked. Lumion continued. I can also directly descend through the prayers of believers and enter the spirit world without relying on other abilities. But I can't discern directions or complete the pinpointing. I can only go to the markers I've already set up in the real world. I see. So the higher-level hunters rely on their team members to gain diverse capabilities. Franca was quite satisfied with acquiring this knowledge. Lumion nodded slightly with a smile. Yes. As he spoke, his azure eyes vertically slit, tinged with gold. Seeing this, Anthony sat up a little straighter unconsciously. Lumion then explained, now, you are all my team members, within a 10 kilometers range. I can use your Beyonder powers without your consent, but you need my permission to use mine. Just like that, we're team members? Franca blurted out in surprise. No ritual needed? With mental resonance, and no subconscious resistance within the range, you can be integrated into my team. Lumion's voice sounded in the minds of Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig, without his mouth moving. Then can't I also get a taste of being an angel? Borrowing your Beyonder abilities and traits. Franca's excited remark was suddenly cut off. She realized something. The fact that Sequence 2 hunters must be male was also considered a trait. Lumion saw through her thoughts and chuckled. The self-modification during advancement cannot be shared, just like you can't use my mythical creature form. All right? Franca felt a bit disappointed. She then inquired, you mentioned before that when you transfer back to the hunter pathway, being closer to the subject of the secret deed ritual, you should be able to complete the secret deed without needing the corpse wax candle, performing a ritual, or being in a special environment. Is that the case now? Yes, Lumion nodded. This is combined with the ability to petition the essence of war or the war symbolism, and has been further refined. Ordinary weather warlocks can do this once a week. I can do it once a day. The real limit is my body and mind, not the frequency. Also, ordinary weather warlocks only get corresponding, somewhat distorted assistance when they petition, but I can also gain secret deed experiences. How deep the secret deed can be depends on whether I'm petitioning 0-01 or the dark presence in the ancient well, and what I'm petitioning for, as well as the state of the secret deed subject. Other whether warlocks need to prepare sacrifices and perform rituals to petition, I don't. Of course, having sacrifices would yield better results, and always skipping them might anger the secret deed subject. So powerful. Is this the true value of a war proxy, a son of calamity? Franca hissed in awe. All prices have already been exacted for what fate bestowed. I just haven't reached the point where I must pay yet, Lumion responded calmly. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's minds. I'm so hungry. Instantly, Lumion and the others turned their gaze towards Ludwig. I'll take him to the sea. Lumion stood up. Franca pondered for a moment and asked, while you're at it, bring some food for the face of the arcane. Lowering her voice so Ludwig couldn't hear, she continued, can you block Ludwig out of the mental channel? Only lifting it if there's an emergency? Otherwise, we'll never get a good night's sleep. Hearing I'm so hungry. I'm really hungry every little while. Okay. Lumion also felt this was a problem. When Lumion returned with a well-fed Ludwig from the sea, Jenna was the only one left in the living room. Where are the others? Lumion asked casually. Sitting on the sofa, Jenna smiled and said, Franca is continuing to work on the kind of robot she wants, and you know how Anthony has been busy lately, digesting the manipulator potion and searching for clues about the hidden cults. I was also planning to contact the bishops, have some of them go to other provinces, other regions, even other countries, to preach in remote villages where the church's presence is weak. Now that you can respond to prayers worldwide as an angel, we need more believers. It's time to expand our evangelism. But what? Lumion asked. Jenna stood up. You haven't designed a qualifying title yet. Additionally, Jenna eyed Lumion's face with her shimmering blue eyes. I feel like you're not very happy after your advancement. Your mood has been low. Smiling, Lumion replied, actually, I'm very happy. Becoming an angel means I'm substantially closer to reviving Aurora, and I have stronger power to protect those I want to protect. And the latent problems will most likely erupt before the apocalypse, without needing to worry about interference from most evil gods. Pausing momentarily, he added, it's mainly that just after the advancement, with my godhood enhanced, my condition is unstable, and I have to devote a large part of my energy to maintaining and suppressing it, so my everyday demeanor will naturally be more muted. After some time, when I've adapted and begun to digest it, I'll be a lot more normal. Jenna pursed her lips and nodded slightly. I see. She was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly walked up to Lumion. She stopped in front of him, spreading her arms and her face blooming with a clear smile. Then, she proactively hugged Lumion, her voice coming from the embrace. Long time no see, Lumion Lee. Lumion slowly raised his hands and hugged Jenna back. His expression gradually softened, and his body seemed to relax a bit as well. After hugging for a while, Jenna and Lumion suddenly felt something was off. They straightened up and turned their gaze to the side. Ludwig was eating a lollipop, looking slightly puzzled at them. I'll go contact the bishops and have them prepare to preach in other regions. Jenna gestured towards a room on the first floor. That was the exclusive papal office, which the two deities did not have. I also need to pray to Mr. Fool. He gave me a revelation just as I completed my advancement, telling me to go above the gray fog after stabilizing my condition. Lumion nodded in response. There should be something I can understand at the angelic level. Separating from Jenna and heading upstairs, Lumion heard clanging sounds coming from the end of the second-floor hallway. He went over and found Franca's workshop door slightly ajar, making quite a commotion. Pushing open the door, Lumion saw Franca with the left side of her face covered by a mask made of rivets, springs, gears, and various mechanical parts, trying to assemble a mechanical arm. She had already invented her fully automatic healing machine, and in the process, she had also created her own unique mystical pathogen. Now, the machine she had infused with soul fragments and brought to life using the face of the arcane had been moved to the mirror world, staying with her mirrored self, fully automatically responding. This required no further operation from her mirrored self, just categorizing the requests, as it was a truly autonomous machine with living properties and basic intelligence. Franca stood up, removing the face of the arcane, and came to the door, jokingly handing it to Lumion. "It's Master Arcane's mealtime." Lumion took out a mirror and put the face of the arcane into it. Behind the mirror, there was seawater and a large number of marine creatures. Franca looked down the hallway and asked, "Where's Jenna?" "She went to assign the bishops to preach in other regions," Lumion briefly answered. "Oh, it's time to preach in other regions," Franca replied and then fell silent. Looking at her, Lumion suddenly smiled and said, "You said before that you occasionally still want to see Lumion Lee, to hug Lumion Lee, right? Now you can hug him." Franca was suddenly dumbfounded. "Me saying it is fine. But you saying it? Shameless." She snorted a couple of times, but still stepped forward and hugged Lumion, muttering, "I'm starting to miss Lumina and Aurora." Pausing for a moment, she then said in a muffled voice, "Welcome back, Lumion Lee." Lumion returned Franca's hug, embracing her in silence. After a while, Lumion released his arms. "I need to go above the gray fog." He took the well-fed face of the arcane out from behind the mirror. I'll keep going. I'm sure I can make it." Franca excitedly took back the face of the arcane. Above the gray fog, within the majestic palace, Lumion's figure appeared by the bronze long table, seeing only Mr. Fool and Madame Magician present. As expected, the upcoming topic is something only angels can engage with. Lumion stood up and greeted Mr. Fool. Ma'am Hermit and Madame Judgment were still unable to become angels due to the level of their potion digestion and the required rituals. Sitting at the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool looked at Lumion and asked in a gentle voice, "How are you feeling now?" Lumion didn't hold back any information. "I'm full of the urge to kill and destroy, and also have a strong desire for copulation, especially towards the demonesses, wanting to merge with them body and mind, until I devour and swallow them, truly becoming one. Additionally, I also want to conquer everything around me." Mr. Fool nodded slightly and said, "This is the manifestation of godhood." Madame Magician, sitting diagonally opposite Lumion, quickly asked, "Mr. Fool, can you explain the difference between godhood and humanity in more detail? I'm not too clear on it myself." She didn't have this dilemma before, and Mr. Fool hadn't specifically discussed it. By the time she became an angel, Mr. Fool had already entered his slumber, unable to answer her questions. Enveloped by the gray fog, Mr. Fool glanced at the chariot Lumion and the magician furs and said, "Okay." Mr. Fool tapped the edge of the bronze table a few times with his finger. To understand the difference between godhood and humanity, we must first understand what godhood is and what humanity is. What is godhood? Hearing Mr. Fool's question, Madame Magician contemplatively answered, "The godhood of all things possess godhood? A crazed, chaotic spirit filled with destructive desires?" Lumion also tried to answer, based on his own situation. Mr. Fool let out a chuckle. "This can be divided into true godhood, apparent godhood, and the vague conception of godhood that many people have. True godhood naturally comes from true deities. In a narrow sense, only the oldest one, the original creator, the different personas split from him, his direct offspring, and the first beings nurtured by the Great Mother can be called gods. The indestructible spirit left in their spherote and corresponding beyonder characteristics is the godhood that every later arrival must contend with, the essential godhood. Spherote, split off different personas. Lumion had too many questions he wanted to ask, but ultimately chose the most important one at that moment. The godhood that we who have consumed potions and advanced on the path of the divine must contend with is the indestructible, indelible spirit left in the beyonder characteristics by the original creator? For most paths of the divine, that is the case, at least for you, for her, and for me too. Mr. Fool glanced at Madame Magician, his words tinged with a touch of amusement. But not entirely. Without giving the chariot Lumion and the magician furs a chance to ask further questions, the Mr. Fool enveloped in gray fog said with a touch of sentiment, The original creator is the collective of all. He is crazy but also rational. He is confused but also lucid. He created everything, and he destroyed everything. He loves all things and he also hates all things. He has the most intense of all desires, yet he is indifferent and unaffected by anything. All his actions are random, even he himself cannot predict them. He created the entire world, created all things, and finally split into 6 spherot, 16 uniquenesses, and countless beyonder characteristics. From this perspective, all things possess godhood. The extreme loss of control for most beyonders is when godhood gains absolute dominance, transforming them into the state I just described, completely losing their sense of self. But this is not the full extent of the godhood we must contend with. Recalling his conversation with Mr. Fool in the Dream City, Lumion had a rough understanding of what else they had to contend with. The different personas split off from the original creator, who are also true deities, have left their psyche in the corresponding beyonder characteristics. Uniquenesses, spherot, and that is also the godhood we need to contend with, such as that of the celestial worthy. Mr. Fool nodded slightly and said, yes, after the original creator awakened, he naturally disintegrated, and before that, his mind and consciousness had already completely split, with different spirits controlling different spherot, uniquenesses, and beyonder characteristics. Among them, the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways belong to the celestial worthy. The spectator, sailor, reader, secret suppliant, and bard pathways belong to the primordial God Almighty. They are all personas of the original creator. As for the great existences corresponding to the other personas, I do not know their names. I can only tell you that the celestial worthy is the embodiment of Sapphira Castle, the primordial God Almighty is the symbol of the Chaos Sea, and the other spherot include the city of calamity of the hunter and demoness pathways, the river of eternal darkness of the sleepless warrior, and corpse collector pathways, the knowledge more of the mystery prior and savant pathways, and the key of light of the fate pathway. All of these originate from the original creator. In other words, the godhood that beyonders on the seer pathway must contend with is a combination of the primordial creator's residual psyche and the celestial worthy's residual psyche and spirit. Similarly, the godhood that beyonders belonging to different spherot must contend with varies, with different focuses, reflecting the characteristics of their own pathways and corresponding Sapphira. The city of calamity, why is it an ancient well and a malevolent dragon? And Mr. Fool only mentioned 6 spherot and 16 pathways. Hearing this, Lumion suppressed his doubts and asked to confirm. The godhood I need to contend with his crazed, chaotic overtones, leaning towards destruction, conquest, and yin-yang coupling? The beyonders under the Great Mother may need to contend with the crazed aspects of fertility. I see. Madam Magician also largely grasped her own situation. Mr. Fool nodded and answered Lumion's question. Yes, this is the general outline, but there are still some details to be addressed. For example, the beyonders of the river of eternal darkness pathways actually need to contend with a mixture of the celestial worthy's mental imprint, because in the ancient era, in the first epoch, the celestial worthy had accommodated both the river of eternal darkness and the nation of disorder. Can one accommodate multiple spherot? The newly advanced Lumion, weaker in emotional self-control, blurted out in surprise. For the celestial worthy, obviously not. Mr. Fool seemed to have thought of something amusing. I'll explain that knowledge later. Yes, Mr. Fool. Lumion restrained himself. I can't see who else has accommodated the other spherot, but I can speculate that the city of calamity was once accommodated by the primordial God Almighty. Mr. Fool continued. The godhood you need to contend with will also include a portion of his psyche. The city of calamity was once accommodated by the primordial God Almighty. Lumion suddenly recalled the images of Grisha and Peng Deng in the Dream City, the arrangement he saw through the magic mirror erodes, the fact that the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness were created through the guidance of the angel of imagination Adam, and that he himself was also arranged by Adam, whose current godhood was obviously dominated by the primordial God Almighty's residual consciousness and psyche. Thinking about this, Lumion suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling was quickly suppressed by the courage of a weather warlock. Mr. Fool's voice returned to a gentle tone. What I just talked about was true godhood. When we have to use the vast majority of our energy, emotions, and feelings to contend with and suppress true godhood, the external manifestation will be different. Some are indifferent, some are gentle, some steadfastly execute a single intent and eliminate any obstacles. Of course, there are other manifestations as well. This is what I call apparent godhood. Apparent godhood. Lumion suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, like a fist that had been cocked and was waiting to be thrown out, very likely to land on empty space. Then what is the vague conception of godhood in the general public? Madame Magician asked curiously. She seemed quite accustomed to this kind of conversation and exchange with Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool sighed and said, "Let me first explain what humanity is. This has something to do with the vague conception of godhood?" The chariot Lumion guessed silently. Mr. Fool continued, "In my understanding, humanity has two layers. The first layer is the most basic, the self-awareness of a living being's core and various instincts. Selfishness, greed, survival, indifference, only caring about oneself, only doing things beneficial to oneself, not influenced or constrained by group morals, group interactions, or group perceptions. This layer, in fact, the great existences like the celestial worthy also possess, but since we've defined them as true deities, we don't need to include them here. Innate mythical creatures like Amon, the hidden sage, and Red Angel Medici also possess humanity, which is the first layer of humanity. If they didn't even have self-awareness, how could they contend with true godhood? They would have long ago become confused, crazed, and extreme, their bodies hotbeds for the revival of great existences like the celestial worthy, allowing them to be completely occupied. The vague conception of godhood that many people have is just this first layer of humanity, indifferent, selfish, utilitarian, with the main goal of one's own continuation and empowerment. When true deities have resided at sequence 0 for long enough, weathered by the passage of time, seeing the anchors of their past strong emotions and important experiences gradually disappear, their humanity will also gradually degrade to this layer. In a sense, this is also the godhood we need to contend with. And high-level beings with only this layer of humanity will likely become passive in contending with true godhood. Until they are defeated, this is an inevitable outcome in the long run. In this regard, innate mythical creatures like Amon and Red Angel Medici, due to their mode of birth, growth experience, strong relational interactions, and the team requirements and conquest desires brought by their own beyonder characteristics, may have some aspects that go beyond the first layer of humanity, such as the Red Angel's pride and unyielding side. In contrast, the hidden sage suddenly came to life, and his interactions with other beings were just about imparting knowledge and accepting supplications, so he has mostly remained at the first layer of humanity. He didn't feel that begging for mercy is shameful. He didn't even have the concept of dignity and pride, which is something that human or human-like groups and societies have. He only had the instinct of survival and continuation. Because we often battle and contend with innate mythical creatures and high-level beings who have degraded to the first layer of humanity, we will vaguely perceive this as godhood. The chariot Lumion and the magician Furs both understood and agreed with what Mr. Fool had just said. Mr. Fool let out another laugh, his tone seeming a bit lighter. The second layer of humanity is the widely recognized humanity, the love, benevolence, courage, sacrifice, compassion, justice, and concern for others that we learned in our brief lifetimes. Of course, there are also negative aspects of humanity at this layer. I understand, Mr. Fool. Madame Magician and the chariot Lumion responded in unison. Mr. Fool leaned back in his chair and then turned to the chariot Lumion. Are you still wanting to ask what Sphirot are, and why I only mentioned 16 paths of the divine just now? Yes, Mr. Fool. Please enlighten me. Lumion intuitively felt that what was about to be discussed was the purpose for which Mr. Fool had summoned him above the gray fog. Mr. Fool directed his gaze toward Madame Magician Furs. She habitually cleared her throat and said to the chariot Lumion, "You must have already guessed that there's another level above sequence 0, right? Those great existences?" Lumion asked without any surprise. Yes, the great existences above the sequences. Madame Magician nodded. They have accommodated a Sapphira and all corresponding uniquenesses, plus one sequence, one beyonder characteristic from each corresponding pathway. They are also known as Great Old Dominators and Outer Deities, with indestructible psyches. Great Old Dominators, Outer Deities. Lumion mulled over these terms. Madame Magician said with a smile, "This is how I understand it. All current great existences above the sequences are true deities as defined by Mr. Fool. They are either personas split from the original creator, his direct offspring, or the first beings born from the Great Mother. They had essentially appeared in this universe before the original creator awakened and completely self-destructed, their status originating from the old era. These are conditions that subsequent advancers can never achieve. Even if they truly become great existences, they would only be newly born above the sequences." As she spoke, Madame Magician felt like she was discussing Mr. Fool right in front of him, and her voice gradually became quieter. She paused before continuing, "Therefore, those great existences like to call themselves Great Old Dominators, and some true gods refer to them as the Great Old Ones. And the currently living Great Old Dominators are all outside the barrier. Some want to invade our world, thus they are also called Outer Deities." "I see. Uniquenesses correspond to sequence 0 true gods. Spherote correspond to those above the sequences." Lumion summarized in his own way. Madame Magician quickly glanced at Mr. Fool, and seeing no particular reaction from this great existence, she continued, "Spherote are collections of symbols, sources of authority, and origins of power. Back then, when the original creator awakened, causing the destruction of the old era, he split into 6 spherote, 16 uniquenesses, and all the beyonder characteristics of 16 paths of the divine. The destruction of the old era? Did Mr. Fool, Aurora, Franca, and other transmigrators come from the old era that was destroyed when the original creator awakened?" Lumion nodded imperceptibly. Madame Magician Furs carefully said, "But currently, there are not just 6 spherote in our world, but 9. 9? Lumion asked in surprise, "Did they originally exist? Besides Sapphira Castle, Chaos Sea, City of Calamity, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, and Key of Light, there were 3 more spherote?" Madame Magician shook her head. "No, they are extraterrestrial in nature. The awakening and self-destruction of the original creator was a catastrophe for the entire universe. During this process, his 3 direct offspring, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, that is, the Great Mother, along with the Mother Tree of Desire and Child of Chaos, were most affected. Their spherote were each torn in half, with one half being drawn to the site of the original creator's self-destruction along with their corresponding uniquenesses and beyonder characteristics, that is, to our world, or rather, our planet. Since then, there have been 9 spherote, 22 uniquenesses, and 22 divine pathways within the barrier. Why specifically 9 and 22? Perhaps it can be explained by the Moses ascetic orders theory that all things are numbers and numbers have spirituality. 9 and 22 have special mystical significance. When Madame Magician mentioned terms like Mother Goddess of Depravity, Lumion suddenly felt as if numerous gazes were directed at him, though they couldn't penetrate the grayish-white fog. At this point, Mr. Fool lightly tapped the edge of the bronze long table and added, "Normally, like uniquenesses, spherote cannot be divided, copied, or destroyed. Only one situation can cause them to be torn apart, encountering the original creator. He is the exception, the inconceivable, the incomprehensible, the indescribable. All things that shouldn't happen might happen when encountering him, unknowable, undiscussable, unnameable. And it was this single instance of spherote being torn apart that led the Great Old Dominators to discover that torn spherote could self-complete. The spherote of the Mother Goddess of Depravity that was torn into our planet self-completed into the brood hive. The Mother Tree of Desire lost titles such as Father of Devils and Source of Curses, and they perfected themselves into the tenebrous world. Among them, the Child of Chaos had a somewhat different experience. Whether his main consciousness was on the torn spherote and followed it inside the barrier, or he later used his special symbolism to project his main consciousness inside to try to reclaim the torn spherote, ultimately, his main consciousness was either defeated or deceived by the celestial worthy and sealed within a magic lamp formed from a miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. This is the origin of the Grade 0 sealed artifact 0-05. The main consciousness of the Child of Chaos became Genie, the spherote torn inside the barrier self-completed into the Nation of Disorder, while what remained outside the barrier was called the Uncertain Mist. That is, the one worshipped by the brokers, and the Uncertain Mist has some consciousness. After hearing Mr. Fool's account of the Child of Chaos's experience, Lumion suddenly found the School of Truth's broker's search for sealed artifact 0-05 somewhat amusing. It was like saying, "Our God's brain is lost. Please help us find it." Beyond the humor, Lumion was more concerned about another matter. The brood hive. It's in the Western continent? What you didn't explicitly say before, Mr. Fool, is that it was possibly the brood hive that brought the hidden sage to life? Yes, these matters are dangerous and corruptive for those without an angel status. Difficult to bear. Mr. Fool nodded slightly and said, "In the middle to late period of the first epoch, before the celestial worthies' fall, he sealed 7 spherote, the brood hive, nation of disorder, tenebrous world, city of calamity, river of eternal darkness, knowledge more and key of light, in the Western continent, to be guarded by Peng Lai. As a result, faced with the approaching apocalypse, all true gods who wanted to exceed the sequence limitations to deal with the outer deities' invasion had only one choice, to support the emergence of a Lord of Mysteries to lift the seal, and the celestial worthy could then be revived within the body of the new Lord of Mysteries. So Mr. Fool and I had similar experiences. He was nurtured by the gods who were forced by the celestial worthy to ensure his revival, while I was forcibly created by the Blood Emperor revival efforts and to achieve some goal for the Aurora Order's deity. Lumion felt somewhat emotional and reflective. Mr. Fool continued, "The celestial worthy's fall came from that primordial God Almighty who had also accommodated multiple spherote. They nearly perished together. Some of the celestial worthy's arrangements were for his own revival, while others were meant to interfere with the primordial God Almighty's revival and vice versa. In short, there are many reasons why I was able to suppress the celestial worthy this time. First, the help of the primordial God Almighty. Second, the mother goddess of depravity had other plans and didn't exert her power. And third, the celestial worthy's arrangement of sealing most spherote in the Western continent developed in ways he hadn't prophesied. The Beyonders of the Western continent, through generations of sacrifice, managed to carve out a new path and grow stronger without a potion system and with few Beyonder characteristics. For example, the Celestial Master and the Underworld Taoist, they all have status and power approaching that of deities, and could be even stronger if they fought without regard for themselves. Peng Lai thus remained hidden. How could such high-level beings stand by and watch the celestial worthy's revival and allow Peng Lai to play its role? I see, the celestial worthy's backup plan was held back by the Celestial Master and others? His arrangement to force everyone to cultivate a Lord of Mysteries actually hindered his revival? Fate is truly wonderful. Indeed, everyone only wants a Lord of Mysteries. Whether the Lord of Mysteries is the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings doesn't matter. Lumion looked at the bronze long table in front of Mr. Fool, knowing this great existence hadn't finished speaking. Mr. Fool looked at him and Madame Magician and said, "After my initial awakening, although I still can't lift the Western continent's seal, I can communicate somewhat with the Celestial Master through it. The Celestial Master told me that their sect's ancestral court had once been breached and occupied by the Luo sect, and many historical Celestial Masters had romantic entanglements with Luo sect holy maidens and had children with them. Luo sect." Both the Chariot Lumion and Madame Magician Furs were somewhat confused. Mr. Fool smiled. The Luo sect has a saying, "Unborn ancient mother, true void homeland. Unborn ancient mother, true void homeland. True void homeland, Paramitha?" Lumion suddenly understood. This is a sect that worships the brood hive? Unborn ancient mother is a title for the brood hive. Mr. Fool nodded. Combined with the events described by the Celestial Master, there's reason to believe the knowledge more was once corrupted and influenced by the brood hive at some point in the past. This might be why the hidden sage came to life. I see. The Chariot Lumion finally connected all the pieces. He raised another question. Do the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Mother Tree of Desire, and uncertain mist want to invade our world to reclaim their torn spherote? What other great old dominators are outside the barrier? What are their goals? Madame Magician said with a slight headache. Besides those three, others wanting to invade our world include the monarch of decay, originally worshipped by the sick church, the primordial hunger that Ludwig once served, the inextinguishable ravings worshipped by the first philosophy, supernova dominator who was the original owner of that spaceship from the sea prayer ritual, the circle of inevitability that you're most familiar with, the high-dimensional overseer of the painter pathway, and the goddess of fate worshipped by General Philip. Isn't that a little too many? They even outnumber the true gods within the barrier, and they're a level higher, having transcended the sequences themselves. Lumion was somewhat shocked, fear briefly surfacing before being suppressed by courage. Madame Magician seemed to understand the Chariot Lumion's current feelings and chuckled. When the original creator split himself, he also wanted to reunite and complete his revival. For this purpose, he left behind a barrier to protect the planet we live on. Without this barrier, those great old dominators would have destroyed us along with the entire world long ago. By the way, try not to mention the cosmos to people without an angel status, or rather, don't let them understand the true situation of the cosmos. The outer deities come from there. Well, the original creator's will is gradually fading with time, and power and psyche without will become chaotic and problematic. The barrier formed from this will end up increasingly unable to resist the great existences, until it reaches a critical point and completely shatters under the horrifying pressure. According to different prophecies and previous patterns, this critical point will arrive in 1368. This is the essence of the apocalypse. However, from the current situation, the apocalypse may not wait until the critical point appears. Problems within the barrier might cause the passageways to open prematurely. The Chariot Lumion nodded slightly, finally understanding completely why there would be an apocalypse and what the main dangers would be when it arrived. When the barrier shatters, even if Mr. Fool fully awakens and replaces the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to become a great existence, their planet would only have one above the sequences being who could fight against the great old ones, while there were a full 10 outer deities in outer space. In the Vortex incident, the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order, with the help of Amon consuming Termaboros and the genie's special nature and other arrangements, severely wounded the uncertain mist and killed all the brokers. This is a good thing. Madame Magician suddenly smiled. The great old ones waiting to invade from different planets in the solar system have lost one of their number, and the remaining ones can no longer be effectively united. The bad news is that after such careful planning and great effort, there are still 9 outer deities left. Lumion already had some understanding of the final outcome and general development of the Vortex incident, but it wasn't entirely clear. Now, he finally understood what all those arrangements were for. He remained silent for a few seconds before repeating one of his previous questions. Besides the Mother Goddess of Depravity and Mother Tree of Desire, what are the other 7 great old ones trying to achieve? Mr. Fool had mentioned earlier that accommodating multiple spherote was impossible for the celestial worthy, although he had indeed done so. From the subsequent narrative, it seemed that the celestial worthy's ultimate fall was somehow related to this. Madame Magician glanced at the bronze long table in front of Mr. Fool, and seeing no objection from this great existence, she carefully said, "There are actually different levels for above the sequences. The Mother Tree of Desire, Monarch of Decay, and other great old dominators are at the first level. Besides them, there are some other outer deities in the depths of cosmos, but they are either weaker in strength or have no desire for the symbolic meanings of the spherote within the barrier, so they aren't involved in this matter. The original creator is at the 3rd level, representing the ultimate, representing chaos, beginning and end, representing the unknowable and undiscussable. No existence can surpass this level, and this level can only have one being, and it's very unstable because both aggregation and division are his instincts. Between the 1st and 3rd levels, there's another level, the 2nd level. The great existences at the 2nd level aren't much more powerful than the strongest 1st-level great old ones like the Mother Tree of Desire, Child of Chaos, and Monarch of Decay. But they possess special symbolism. They are the foundation for the universe's maintenance and development, each supporting a realm, and are known as pillars. Pillars. Lumion thought of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Madame Magician Furs said with undisguised amusement. This is a case of knowing the term pillars, but not understanding its true symbolic meaning. They thought it sounded sophisticated and misused it. In the eyes of those who truly understand the weight of pillars, it's simply foolish. It was the brood hive that brought the hidden sage to life and secretly corrupted him. If I'm not mistaken, the mother goddess of depravity, who split off the brood hive, is one of the true pillars, right? Ah, yes. Madame Magician Furs was stunned again. Fate is truly wonderful. The chariot Lumion glanced at the head of the bronze long table, then withdrew his gaze and asked Madame Magician, "Are there only 3 pillars?" Madame Magician Furs nodded. From a realistic perspective, there are countless planets in the universe, each planet equivalent to a world, and simultaneously, there exist numerous alternate dimensions, too many to count. But in mysticism, there are only 3 layers of worlds: the physical world, the spirit world, and the astral world. Many schools of mysticism might have different interpretations of this, but the final division of worlds still comes down to just 3 layers. Returning to conventional concepts, the primordial God Almighty is the dominator of the astral world. Mr. Fool is the lord of the spirit world, and the mother goddess of depravity is the sovereign of the physical world. Well, although she had part of her spherote torn away, she still possesses the symbolism and status of a pillar. You should know that besides the mother goddess of depravity herself, the mother tree of desire, and the child of chaos being directly born from the original creator, the remaining great old ones were all born from the union of the mother goddess of depravity and the original creator. They are the first batch of beings she created. She is literally the mother of the monarch of decay, supernova dominator, and other great old ones, the true mother of all things. Each controls a realm, but not completely. Their authorities overlap with each other. That's what pillars are. Complete pillars are at the second level of above the sequences, with a status higher than other great old ones and slightly stronger in power, but not fundamentally different. A complete pillar can defeat a great old one but cannot truly kill them, and at most can simultaneously fight against 2 great old ones, probably. Mr. Fool, shrouded in grayish-white fog, neither confirmed nor denied her statement. Madame Magician withdrew her gaze and said to Lumion, "If a complete pillar accommodates 1 more spherote, they will lose control over their aggregation instinct and will actively consume more spherote until they aggregate into the original creator, causing his revival. Once this process begins, it can only be interrupted by their complete fall and division. As for the first level above the sequence's great old dominators, they can still accommodate another spherote that has similar, close, or adjacent symbolism to their own. This would make them equal in power to the pillars, though they still wouldn't possess the symbolism of pillars. It seems the apocalypse is inevitable and unavoidable because the contradictions cannot be reconciled." Madame Magician reminded him, "Don't think that sending away the spherote would prevent the apocalypse. Let's not even discuss whether the current owners of the spherote are willing, but those outer deities would need all the uniquenesses of the corresponding pathways and 1 sequence 1 beyonder characteristic from each pathway while accommodating the corresponding spherote. Should we have those true gods and archangels commit suicide or find ways to lower their status? Sequence 1 was often referred to as archangels." Hearing Madame Magician's words, Lumion suddenly had some thoughts. Madame Magician continued, "Even if we overcome all difficulties and reach an agreement on similar matters, and this world doesn't destroy itself through internal strife, the apocalypse would still come. You should know that Godhood's tone is fundamentally madness, chaos, filled with desires for destruction and creation. Those outer deities have waited for thousands or tens of thousands of years. They won't spare our planet. Once the barrier is damaged, even if their attention is focused on the spherote, uniquenesses, and sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, it would still be unbearable for other beyonders, ordinary people, and our planet. They are the manifestation of such symbolism. For example, the monarch of decay would naturally cause the entire planet and all living beings to start decaying, eventually either rotting to death or becoming disgusting creatures loyal to him, and without necessary resistance. The mere approach of the supernova dominator would tear the planet apart. At that time, those above sequence 2 will be watched, and below Sequence 2, not many Beyonders have the ability to survive in space. Sequence 2 is probably the sequence most likely to survive the apocalypse, but for most Sequence 2 angels, it would be extremely difficult to cross space, resist various dangers, and find a suitable planet for subsequent survival. Madame Magician was telling Lumion that once a house collapsed, most people inside will die. Escape couldn't solve the problem. The chariot Lumion thoughtfully said, "Is it possible to find common desires among multiple outer deities? Throw out the Sapphira that would satisfy the most outer deities' needs outside the barrier, incite internal strife among that portion of outer deities. Let them severely wound each other first, make the wounded ones retreat to deep space, and thus reduce the number of invading outer deities when the apocalypse comes." As he spoke, Lumion furrowed his brow. But the victorious outer deity would become more powerful. It's impossible to assess whether this would be equivalent to the outer deities who were driven away. As he was muttering to himself, Mr. Fool, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. "Actually, there is a hidden fourth pillar." "A hidden fourth pillar?" Madame Magician exclaimed in shock. She clearly had never heard of this before. The chariot Lumion was equally surprised. He couldn't help but glance at Madame Magician, muttering internally, "Her humanity is well preserved." Mr. Fool, shrouded in grayish-white fog, explained in a calm tone. "This world was born from chaos. Besides the astral world's dominator, the spirit world's lord, and reality's sovereign, there is another important symbolism, one that represents the endpoint of destiny, the universe's destruction, and the finale of all things. Under such a symbolism, even the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the mother goddess of depravity would completely perish, their spirits no longer existing, everything returning to chaos. Of course, the hidden fourth pillar would meet the same fate, not much later than us. Or rather, its self-destruction brings about all termination." "Mr. Fool, which spherote does this correspond to?" Madame Magician curiously asked, beating the chariot Lumion to the question. Mr. Fool's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the bronze long table. "Formed by the convergence of two spherote. One is the city of calamity, the other the river of eternal darkness." Madame Magician immediately looked across at the chariot Lumion. The chariot Lumion's heart stirred, raising his right hand and gazing at the pitch-black, lifeless pinhole in his palm. Mr. Fool continued, "The best way to transcend the sequences is first to become a sequence 0 true god of one pathway, then accommodate the corresponding Sapphira, followed by the uniquenesses of other pathways under the Sapphira and sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics with no ritual to assist. This is the general approach, though some pathways have their own unique details, like the Demoness and Hunter pathways. But ultimately, one must first become a sequence 0 true god of a pathway to accommodate the Sapphira, not become a dual pathway true god before attempting. The latter has hope of success but not a great chance. When the Red Priest or the Primordial Demoness accommodates the City of Calamity and continues to occupy the neighboring pathway's uniqueness and one sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, becoming the origins of disaster or calamity of destruction, and then accommodates the River of Eternal Darkness along with its pathway's uniquenesses and sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, they can become the hidden fourth pillar, becoming the endpoint of destiny and the universe's destroyer. Conversely, the sequence 0 true gods of darkness, death, and twilight giant pathways can also become the hidden fourth pillar, starting from accommodating the River of Eternal Darkness. Now, the Evernight Goddess has already obtained the uniquenesses of the Twilight Giant and Death pathways and grasps all the required sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. She is deepening her connection with that Sapphira by using the tributary leaked from the seal through the Underworld Taoist and the River of Eternal Darkness. Through the Underworld Taoist, Lumion suddenly understood the value the Church of Evernight's emphasis had with Amandina. In the past half-year, they hadn't had much contact with her, but they knew her general situation. The Church of Evernight Goddess had directly established contact with this Underworld Taoist student, personally managed by Mr. Star. The current Amandina had obtained the Sequence 5 Spirit Medium Beyonder ingredients, was digesting the Spirit Warlock potion, preparing for her advancement ritual, and waiting to receive a new round of boons at the end-of-year Dream Festival. Her relationship with the Church of Evernight Goddess had become very close. Just as Lumion was suddenly worried, Mr. Fool continued. You should have realized that the hidden fourth pillar is related to the universe's destruction and the termination of all things, and would not normally appear. As for whether we will need to wait until the universe reaches the end of life before the city of calamity and river of eternal darkness can merge and give birth to the fourth pillar, or if the fourth pillar can be forcibly born through congregation but would bring about the universe and all things destruction unless he immediately falls into slumber or passively splits, everything will perish. I can't see clearly yet, but the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order currently leans more towards the latter scenario. In other words, the hidden fourth pillar will either be unable to be born for a very long time, or can only be used as a final option of mutual destruction or intimidating enemies. The chariot Lumion gradually felt relieved. Then, he pondered the purpose and implications of Mr. Fool's explanation about the hidden fourth pillar. For me, this knowledge is currently meaningless. Or perhaps I can first jump to sequence 1 of Death or Twilight Giant to better borrow the power of 0-01, narrowing the gap between myself and Red Angel Medici? If I could defeat this King of Angels, obtain 2 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway from him, then find a way to lower my status, expel the original sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, return to the Weather Warlock level, and then re-advance, becoming a King of Angels of the Hunter pathway, accommodating 0-01. Lowering my status and re-advancing has significant risks and potential hidden dangers, but it's much better than competing with Red Angel Medici at sequence 2. However, I won't challenge the Red Angel one-on-one. I'm a major arcana of the Tarot Club, a patron Saint No, a patron angel of the Church of the Fool. Hunters are about collective strength, so why would I fight alone? After Franca and Jenna's advancement, if the ritual is difficult or Beyonder characteristics are unavailable, they could also consider switching to one of the Darkness, Death, or Twilight Giant pathways. While the chariot Lumion was contemplating, Mr. Fool looked at him and said, after switching to a hidden neighboring pathway, if you don't expel the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, you'll be unable to accommodate the Sapphira in the future and will be rejected by the belonging Sapphira. Also, after becoming a Weather Warlock, your destiny has become chaotic and full of change. I am not omniscient, nor omnipotent. I can no longer see things as clearly and can only remind you to be extremely careful going forward. When he advanced to Weather Warlock, Lumion had already confirmed that the remaining spiritual imprint of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor had not been strengthened or revived within him. From that point, he knew the Blood Emperor's resurrection arrangement would emerge and erupt in subsequent events, which were currently unforeseeable. Mr. Fool's warning deepened his vigilance in this aspect. An arrangement that even this great existence cannot provide effective guidance must be extraordinarily complex. Madame Magician Furs, who had chatted with Mr. Fool many times, knew from his last statement that today's small gathering, or the common knowledge lesson for the Tarot Club's new angel, should conclude. She looked at the chariot Lumion and said, you should now understand the current situation and the source of the apocalypse. Analyzing things afterward will allow you to directly see their essence. As an angel more senior than you by several years, let me share 3 final experiences. First, previous sequences must be acted upon again, because the potion you consumed contains Beyonder characteristics from all previous sequences. Most importantly, you need to make up for the acting of Iron-Blooded Knight and War Bishop. Hunter, Provoker, Pyromaniac, Conspirer, and Reaper can all be naturally and effectively digested in your future battles or wars. Second, travel to different regions to improve local weather and leave behind legends. This is not only necessary for digesting the Weather Warlock potion but also a must-do to spread faith and obtain more anchors. Third, Mr. Fool has already explained the difference between godhood and humanity very clearly. Combining my own experience, I have one insight. Distinguish between the normal desires brought by the second layer of humanity and the abnormal desires created by first layer humanity and godhood. Resist the latter, guide the former. Don't be too suppressed and restrained, nor can you be greedy and indulgent. The chariot Lumion listened carefully and thoughtfully said, thank you, Madame Magician. Madame Magician Furs smiled self-deprecatingly. If you have any new insights in this area later, you can tell me too. I need to prepare for my Sequence 1 advancement. Sequence 1 of the Door pathway? the chariot Lumion asked with slight surprise. In his view, the Sequence 2 planeswalker of the door pathway was the sequence most likely to survive the apocalypse, without question. First, before reaching Sequence 1, they wouldn't be specifically targeted by the outer deities. Second, they possessed the ability for space travel and could carry a group of people. Afterward, they could completely find a planet in a remote area of the universe with relatively suitable conditions, and use their recording abilities or the Beyonder characteristics of different pathways to make it habitable and redevelop civilization. Madam Magician nodded. Yes, the key of stars. The Beyonder characteristics and supplementary ingredients are not lacking. The Abraham family has long wanted to give them to me. The price is to protect their clan, prevent the Abraham name from going extinct, ensure at least one Sequence 1 angel is born among them. Afterward, if the apocalypse comes, my first task would be to transfer them away. The good news is they now have several saints. The bad news is they are far from digestion. The Sequence 3 wanderer still needs to travel in space to digest quickly. The ritual itself isn't complicated. Find a continuously rotating, signal-emitting heavy planet, approach it, land on it, and then find a way to establish sufficient mystical connections with it. The first part of the ritual is very dangerous, the latter part extremely difficult. But with Mr. Fool's help, these aren't major problems. He can directly graft me onto the corresponding planet to satisfy the conditions, though the premise is that I can withstand such pressure. The current trouble is that my Planeswalker potion hasn't been completely digested. These years I've been going everywhere, the number of times is enough, and the term walker is satisfied, but none of it counts as planeswalking. At this point, Madam Magician suddenly closed her mouth. She felt like she was complaining about work, and her direct superior, who could easily crush her, was sitting at the head of the long table. Listening to Madam Magician's words, Lumion suddenly discovered a problem. Mr. Fool doesn't actually have to deal with the subsequent planetary apocalypse, because no outer deity would compete for Sapphira Castle. Accommodating this Sapphira with a pillar symbolism would only lead them to self-destruction. Madam Magician forcibly changed the topic. If the apocalypse truly arrives in 1368 as predicted, I won't need to rush my advancement. In a few years, Mr. Fool should be completely awake, then unlock the seal on the western continent, allowing more above the sequences to be born. At that time, even if we're still at a disadvantage when the apocalypse arrives, we'll at least have the power to protect ourselves. Without the uncertain mist mediating, those outer deities won't be able to cooperate well, and they must guard against becoming other outer deities' prey after being wounded. Unfortunately, there's not much time left. I can only quickly advance to Sequence 1. As a Sequence 1 angel of the door pathway, my chances of survival during the apocalypse will be much higher than other pathways. After all, those outer deities probably haven't set their target on Sapphira Castle. Do they want self-destruction to happen even faster? Her thoughts were similar to Lumion's, believing that Sapphira Castle and its 3 subordinate pathways were most likely not the outer deities' targets. Even if she became a Sequence 1 key of stars, she wouldn't be specifically targeted. Lumion detected the insincerity in Madam Magician's words. No matter what, if purely for self-preservation and protecting the closest few people, a Sequence 2 planeswalker would definitely be better than a Sequence 1 key of stars, less likely to be noticed, able to sneak away during the chaos. Choosing to quickly digest the potion and advance to Sequence 1 is to do more during the apocalypse. The chariot Lumion could vaguely grasp that mentality and thought. At this moment, the fool shrouded in gray fog said to Madam Magician Furs, "The key of stars will also become a target. Before I fully awaken, if the apocalypse arrives, no outer deity will want to see a Lord of Mysteries truly born. They will seal the Sapphira, take away the corresponding uniquenesses and Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, eliminating the possibility of the spirit world's Lord returning. Although they can't further accommodate Sapphira Castle, occupying 1 or 2 uniquenesses and the corresponding Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics is not a problem. Their power will increase slightly, and their abilities will become more diverse. Besides, just because they can't accommodate Sapphira Castle doesn't mean there's no suitable way for them to use it." Madam Magician fell silent. She didn't say she would reconsider, nor did she immediately state her position of becoming an archangel before the apocalypse. Lumion was thinking about something else. Even if only 1 or 2 years remains before the apocalypse, with the major arcana cardholder's efforts and Mr. Fool's current awakening speed, by then, even if he hasn't fully awakened, it shouldn't be far off. As long as he doesn't actively prevent the outer deities' invasion, those outer deities would probably not intentionally provoke him. But he is clearly preparing to confront the apocalypse. The chariot Lumion glanced at Mr. Fool at the head of the bronze long table and asked no further questions. Trier, inside the luxurious villa. Lumion, lying in the armchair, opened his eyes. He reached out and touched his blood-red long hair, preparing to cut it short, but after thinking, he abandoned that plan. Lumion stood up and paced the room, his mind filled with knowledge obtained above the gray fog. He now understood that his goal of becoming a Sequence Zero true god and attempting to accommodate the City of Calamity was not only necessary for Aurora's resurrection but also a requirement to transcend sequences and face the apocalypse. Just 1 or 2 years to digest the Weather Warlock potion, become a Sequence 1 archangel, then digest the corresponding Sequence 1 potion, find a way to defeat Red Angel Medici, perform the apotheosis ritual, and finally suppress the City of Calamity's consciousness to accommodate it, and possibly contest with the primordial demoness in between. Isn't this timeline too pressing? If luck is bad, I might not even complete the first step of digesting the Weather Warlock potion. Lumion merely imagined the upcoming tasks and felt his scalp go numb, believing there was almost no hope of success. Not to mention whether those steps could succeed. There simply wasn't enough time. Digesting a demigod-level potion itself required a very long time. Lumion's previous rapid digestion of the Despair and Unaging potions was due to 2 factors. First, the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order had actively exposed himself, converting all previous arrangements into despair. Second, leveraging Aurora's special status as a transmigrator from the past, with her soul fragments maintaining a certain activity, sealed inside him, an arrangement by the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order. Now, Lumion couldn't see any opportunity for quickly digesting the Weather Warlock potion, and that deity seemed to have made no arrangements in this regard. As an angel of the Hunter pathway, Lumion already possessed steel-like willpower and fire-like courage. He quickly suppressed his instinctive retreat and fear, first considering the first step of digesting the Weather Warlock potion. Based on my previous experience, there are 2 main approaches to quickly digest a potion. First, through special encounters that adjust one's mental and spiritual state to closely align with the potion's true meaning. Second, by using a higher-level beyonder as the object of acting, obtaining better digestion speed. The first approach is no longer possible. Those higher than my level are archangels, true gods, and great existences, and a Weather Warlock isn't meant to be acted out by people. Ask them to be spectators, observing me change the weather and provide feedback? Taking it a step further, change the weather in a true god's divine kingdom? At the next gathering, seek Mr. Fool's consent to add special effects to the major arcana's discussion. Change the weather in Sapphira Castle? I wonder if this would be effective. I'll seek Mr. Fool's guidance during the next prayer. Lumion, with his initial thoughts taking shape, suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. There was a method that could help him digest the Weather Warlock potion in the shortest time possible. Let Blood Emperor Alista Tudor resurrect within him, after which he would no longer need to digest other potions. The only problem was that he would die, and Aurora would not be resurrected. I wonder what arrangements Alista Tudor has made, if there's a way to use these arrangements to quickly digest the Weather Warlock potion. Lumion thought for a while but found no insights. He then considered Madame Magician's suggestion. Strengthen humanity, resist godhood, distinguish between normal and abnormal emotions, desires and behaviors, anchors bring others' perceptions, and everyone's perception of me differs from my true self to some extent. This is also a form of corruption that can easily make my thoughts, spirit, and humanity chaotic, but it can be used to balance and resist godhood, giving my true self and humanity a chance to breathe. If these are normal emotional responses that would arise from one's own humanity, even if overlapping with godhood, they don't need to be too suppressed and can be expressed normally. Is this a kind of fusion? Mr. Fool said in the Dream City to both resist and merge. At the angel stage, fusion is superficial, not obvious, mainly about resistance and suppression. Lumion examined himself, sorting through different emotions and desires. After a while, he roughly knew what he could do, to what extent, what must be strictly controlled, and what signs required immediate restraint. Of course, having just advanced and not yet adapted to the potion, his state was unstable. Many things he could do now might be difficult to control, potentially being driven by godhood into terrible developments. So, he needed to initially digest the potion. Thinking this, Lumion immediately used the Hunter Pathway's mental communication to speak to Franca, Jenna, Ludwig, and Anthony, who had not yet left the 10-kilometer range. After becoming a weather warlock, Alistitutor's arrangements might start to manifest. You must be more vigilant and attentive, especially regarding matters involving the Demonist sect. Mental communication would not transmit all inner thoughts or fleeting ideas to companions. There must be an intention to speak out, for the information to resonate in everyone's minds. If Lumion were to share a manipulator's beyonder powers and attach it to mental communication, he could achieve a weakened version of the Hall of Truth effect. After speaking, Lumion took out a mirror to divine which region was experiencing extreme weather. After obtaining the answer, he was about to teleport there. Before activating the black mark on his right shoulder, he suddenly had a new idea. Some ways to maintain and strengthen humanity can be done right now. A wind rose, blowing open the bedroom window. Then, Lumion sensed the spirit world coordinates of the target area, while picking up the coat rack in the room and suddenly hurling it toward the sky. The coat rack quickly ignited with a purplish-blue flame, speedily racing toward the horizon. Lumion leaped lightly, jumping out the window and landing precisely on the burning coat rack. Then, with his feet slightly apart and hands clasped behind his back, his coat fluttering, he rode the flame-engulfed coat rack, which was now faster than the speed of sound and still accelerating, toward the target area. In the second-floor studio, Franca, momentarily distracted from her creation by Lumion's warning, heard a booming sound from high in the sky. Wearing the face of the arcane, she stepped to the window and looked at the azure sky, just in time to see Lumion standing on a flaming great sword, hands behind his back, rapidly disappearing from her field of view, leaving behind a new sonic boom. Franca's expression revealed envy. At the same time, she quietly sighed in relief. In the first-floor papal office, Jenna had been worried about the negative effects of Franca's fully automatic healing machine, which would make every healed person, upon recovery, filled with a desire to reproduce and want to have a child. Her solution was to have padres and bishops treat common illnesses, pray to the great god of disease for serious conditions, and subsequently, for those with families and partners, have the sick church handle the economic losses from childbirth. For those without partners, consider matchmaking, and if that failed, have Anthony handle it, making them feel that it was completely fine having had a child. Hearing the sonic boom, she also came to the window, looking outside and seeing Lumion traveling in his peculiar and arrogant manner. Jenna's face gradually broke into a smile. She felt Lumion's state had improved somewhat. High in the cloud layers, the wooden coat rack beneath Lumion's feet, burning with a violet-blue flame, did not quickly turn to ash. It was like a truly heat-resistant, miraculous metal, maintaining its basic, hard state. This was an ability hunters possessed since the Iron-Blooded Knight stage, weaponizing ordinary objects, temporarily transforming them into lethal tools. At the angelic level, Lumion could now make wood, paper, and similar materials temporarily reach the strength of the Sword of Courage, ensuring they would not instantly dissolve under the added flames and internal explosions, maintaining their most fundamental stability. This allowed a hunter's fireball to have a carrier and divert some power to constantly accelerate, ultimately bombing the target area from a distance at several times the speed of sound. At the Iron-Blooded Knight stage, this remote range was 5 to 10 kilometers. For a weather warlock, it became hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. However, this was not very useful in actual combat. Even if the weapon carrying the fireball flew quickly, adding an extremely long distance would still require a certain time to reach the target area. Not to mention angels and saints, Even mid-sequence beyonders with strong spiritual intuition could detect it in advance and escape the potentially covered area in time. The current level of the fog of war could not be attached and follow along. Lumion could divert a small portion of his psyche to merge into the fireball or weapon, allowing them to change direction. But such an operation, when done from too far away, would always lack precision and thus could not strike enemies beyond a certain level. The greatest use of such an attack was only to destroy fixed targets. For Lumion, it was completely incomparable to the mystical long-range attacks delivered through the mirror world. But Lumion looked down at the coat rack beneath his feet, burning brilliantly like a giant sword, then glanced at the blown-open white clouds and the city below that looked like specks of dust, and listened to the sonic boom that could not catch up to him. He laughed inwardly. How cool! Without considering conspiracies, a hunter must be arrogant. Otherwise, how would one provoke others? Boom! A violet-blue light, with a human figure standing atop it, rapidly traversed the sky, leaving behind a blast that made houses and glass violently tremble. Beside a mountainside village where rain was pouring down, the river had already overflowed with yellowish water, surging toward the not-so-large city in the distance. The city's residents were anxious, worried that mountain floods would erupt and affect their living spaces. Many villagers had already climbed to the second floor or onto their roofs because the rising water had gone beyond their knees and was trying to break down their doors. Looking at the increasingly yellow floodwaters, experienced villagers grew more worried and had nowhere to escape. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang, and instinctively looked up, casting their gaze toward the sky. They then saw a light, bluish-violet like a fire meteor, hovering and stopping among the layered dark clouds, with what seemed to be a person standing on top a tall figure with blood-red long hair, though far away. This person riding a flaming sword began moving amidst rising white water vapor and dense surrounding rain, with powerful, high-strung and frenzied movements, with a twisted, mysterious posture. A divine being dancing in the sky. Villagers nearby and city dwellers in the distance all suddenly had the same thought. This is a ritual of praying to some existence. The ritual dance became increasingly intense, and everyone who saw this scene seemed to hear thumping drum beats. As the divine being's dance progressed, the rain gradually diminished, and dark clouds in the high sky dispersed one by one. In the end, the rainstorm completely stopped, and rays of brilliant sunlight shone upon villagers hiding on the second floor and rooftops, and upon the worried citizens looking toward the mountain's edge. The divine being stopped the ritual dance, and the flaming sword beneath their feet disappeared. With a magnificent, layered voice, they proclaimed to the humans below, "My name, family to the king of yellow and black, priest of weather and plague, the dual-bodied one who spreads war and chaos." Among those born and raised in religious societies, a large portion instinctively bowed their heads and shouted in unison, "Praise be to you, priest of weather and plague. Praise be to you for sending away the calamity." By the time these people raised their heads, the divine being had vanished. Trier inside the luxurious villa. Lumion's figure quickly traced itself in his room. He distinctly felt that his weather warlock potion had been digested a bit. The effect of this act was much stronger than changing the extreme weather of 3 regions immediately after his advancement. Previously, I was doing good deeds quietly, unknown, lacking clear directional feedback? A weather warlock must let people know they are a warlock, must be seen or understood. Otherwise, it's not a successful act. The people in those 3 regions would probably think it was the local faith's god's protection, praising those gods, not me. Only a small portion might connect the weather changes with the previous appearance of a witch. Can't be too simple to change the weather. Even if it doesn't substantially take effect, the ritual must be there. The audience must feel I used great effort to change the weather. Otherwise, I'd be performing as a god of weather instead of a weather warlock. Positioning the weather warlock as a priest of weather should be fine. Also, hunter represents the initial masculine side. Robust, highly aggressive, often associated with being flamboyant. Looking at it this way, a hunter's arrogance and conspicuousness are sometimes a conspiracy, sometimes an acting requirement, Combining the feedback from two different performances, Lumion vaguely grasped a key point. A weather warlock's performance cannot be low-key. Hiding behind the scenes doing good deeds is not a hunter's style. Moreover, although the sequence name Weather Warlock had no clear good or bad orientation, based on the fact that the hunter pathway represented war and was one of the two components of calamity, and drawing from previous sequence acting experiences, Lumion suspected that the hidden acting principle might be bringing disaster by changing the weather. Bringing disaster to enemies by changing the weather will be a key focus of future acts. Lumion nodded thoughtfully, feeling slightly disappointed. He murmured to himself, "No accidents, no anomalies." His extremely flamboyant travel this time was partly to satisfy his normal inner desires, maintain and expand his humanity, and partly to provoke hidden arrangements by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor or that Red Angel Medici. Unfortunately, under Mr. Fool's gaze and with the situation not being chaotic, nothing happened. Every successful hunter was a qualified schemer and wouldn't be so easily trapped. Feeling disappointed but in much better condition, Lumion left the bedroom, intending to pour himself a glass of absinthe downstairs. Franca heard the movement and walked out of her workshop. She had let the face of the arcane fall back into slumber, returning to the traveler's bag. Glancing at Lumion, Franca asked with unusual anticipation, "Oh, can your previous sword-riding ability be shared?" Sword riding. Although Lumion had been in the Dream City for half a month, his exposure to information couldn't be too comprehensive, so he wasn't familiar with this somewhat niche term. However, he quickly associated it with his coat rack flying based on the literal meaning, and said with a smile, "Got it. Can be shared. It's formed by combining the ability to weaponize any object and the ability to manipulate fireballs. Although I can only share one ability with you at a time, they don't need to be used simultaneously to complete the combination." Franca's eyes became increasingly bright. "Can I try now?" Lumion couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course, but remember, only within a 10-kilometer range. Weaponized items won't quickly return to normal and get damaged, but once you exceed the team's effective distance, you'll lose control of the attached flame." Franca was a bit disappointed but found it acceptable. "Fine, 10 kilometers it is." She thought for a moment and added, "To go beyond 10 kilometers, you'd have to stay with me, not creating distance? Well, you can stand on the back half of my flying sword. The leader of a hunter team must necessarily be a hunter, with the 10-kilometer range calculated from their center. If a team has more than one hunter, only one led, the highest sequence one. If there was more than one highest sequence member, they determined superiority through combat." "That's right," Lumion confirmed Franca's statement. Franca's face immediately lit up. "Let's start. First have a quick spin within the 10-kilometer range. Then we'll ride swords through the sky. Let's bring Jenna along." Just as she was saying this, Franca suddenly sensed something and took out a makeup mirror from her clothing's hidden pocket. She took it out while telling Lumion, "My only subordinate sent a message. Although the sick church had multiple priests and bishops, and the market district had gang leaders at Franca's disposal, the one who actually led them, assigned tasks, and received reports was mainly Jenna. Franca's true subordinate was only one person. Her subordinate in the Demonist sect, the witch Nikki Ye, who was a mole in the Emperor party. Of course, Nikki Ye was now a demoness of pleasure. Stay alert, Lumion cautioned. This involved the Demonist sect and the special mirror world, so they had to be extra careful from now on. Franca nodded while seeing a light on the mirror's surface unfold into incision. Louis Gustave has mysteriously disappeared. Louis Gustave has mysteriously disappeared. Franca's eyes narrowed. The leader of the Emperor Party, the man secretly planning to overthrow the current government, with some connection to the mirror world's Roselle, Louis Gustave, had mysteriously disappeared? In the Maison d'Opera district on Rue du Chapeau Noir, inside an apartment with drawn curtains. Nikki Ye, with her curly brown hair pulled up, wearing an off-shoulder black dress and a thin gauze shawl, placed the makeup mirror given by her immediate superior on the cabinet in front of her and patiently waited for feedback. After about 20 to 30 seconds, she saw a human figure quickly traced within the mirror, stepping out. The person had slightly blackened, somewhat flaxen-colored long hair, tied into a spirited ponytail, eyebrows extending dynamically into the temples, and lake-blue eyes that were slightly deeper than before, with an added soul-attracting depth amid their bright and crystal-clear appearance. When did Louis Gustave disappear? Franca's red and pretty lips moved. Although she had become a demoness of pleasure, Nikiye was still dazzled by her superior's beauty, temperament, and charm, her heart involuntarily stirring. She unconsciously compared Madame Franca with the demoness of black she had seen before, discovering that she didn't like to change her temperament much, always trying to find the most attractive side for her conversation partner, remaining straightforward and natural. It was precisely this casual and natural state that made Madame Franca uniquely charming. Combined with her nonchalant expression and high-ranking status, Nikiye occasionally felt she wanted to prostrate herself at her feet, body, and soul. After spending some time controlling the ripples in her heart, Nikiye reported in detail, Louis Gustave arranged to meet several core members of the Emperor Party, including Gruis, in a secret mine in underground Trier yesterday to discuss discreetly developing members within the army. As a result, everyone arrived, but he did not appear. From yesterday until now, Gruis and others have tried various methods to contact him, but have received no response. Nikiye was now not only Grau's mistress but had also gradually become a person close to the core of the Emperor Party due to her talent in instigation, provocation, and seduction. It seems Louis Gustave had truly met with an accident. Not just being delayed, but considered missing. Franca thought and asked, "Has anything unusual happened within the Emperor Party recently?" Nikiye shook her head. In recent months, whether it's the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, Bureau 8, or the military, they have significantly increased the number of official Beyonders stationed in Trier. Madam, you might find it hard to believe, but the patrols in underground Trier are now led by Sequence 5 Beyonders, team after team. In the first 2 months, the Emperor Party was still making small moves, resulting in many secret members being exposed, suffering significant losses. Recently, they have been well-behaved, only covertly developing and expanding. Previously, Louis Gustave and Gruis often met, knew each other's residences, and would occasionally discuss matters at fixed cafes. But after nearly being caught by official Beyonders from the Bureau 8, Louis Gustave moved from his original residence and carefully commanded core members remotely. So that's how it is. No wonder it sounds different from before, when Gruis and others used to know Louis Gustave's daily routine. Franca slightly nodded and told Nikiye, "This matter is significant. I will first report to the Demoness of Black. Stand by for new orders at any time." "Yes, Madame Franca." As soon as Nikiye finished speaking, she saw her superior's figure gradually fade, transforming from solid to virtual, quickly disappearing as if never having been present. Only the lingering faint fragrance in the air and a hint of what seemed like machine oil indicated someone had been there. In the luxurious villa, Franca ended her mirror projection maintenance and turned to Lumion. "Ever since you advanced to Weather Warlock, I now see everything as a trap. Nicaea's report could be a trap from the Demoness sect, and Louis Gustave's disappearance might be a trap from the Mirror People. Never mind. I'll report to the Demoness of Black, saying the matter is significant and requesting her personal handling. If I don't get involved, I won't fall into the trap." In the Demoness sect, Franca was still nominally a Demoness of Despair and a subordinate of the Demoness of Black, though of course the truth couldn't be hidden from the primordial Demoness. "Is this what you call upward management?" Lumion chuckled. "If it's a trap, the Demoness of Black certainly won't let you shirk responsibility. If it's not a trap, she should still have you conduct a concurrent investigation." "Sigh, I know," Franca sighed. "I was just venting my emotions. What if the Demoness of Black actually goes to investigate herself? People, after all, must live with hope and anticipation." Lumion glanced at Franca. "I feel that you'll maintain your humanity quite well in the future. Why suddenly talk about humanity? Are you troubled by godhood?" Franca keenly countered. After speaking, she took out a makeup mirror and verbally formed the information about Louis Gustave's disappearance and Nicaea's detailed report, Transmitting it through the mirror world to the mirror designated by the demoness of black. She would avoid meeting the demoness of black whenever possible to prevent stepping into a trap. After Franca finished this matter, Lumion briefly explained Mr. Fool's interpretation of godhood and humanity, and his own state of being. Franca was enlightened. So that's why you suddenly proposed hugging. You were somewhat unable to control the aggregation instinct and destruction desire? No, because I had already hugged Jenna. I felt it should be fair, Lumion said in a low laugh. Franca's mouth twitched slightly. Lumion casually added another sentence. What you said also had some influence. Franca hummed in response and suddenly burst into laughter. What's so funny? Lumion found it strange. Franca cleared her throat and replied, as a fellow hometown native, I've always supported your sister's creative work and read many of her novels. Some descriptions are really cringy. There's one line that goes something like, he hugged me tightly, very forcefully, as if afraid of losing me, wanting to crush me and tuck me into his body. My goodness. This isn't a cringy description. It's clearly a horror description. So realistic. Seeing Franca wasn't too frightened and even joking, Lumion's inner pressure seemed to diminish. He naturally discussed his sister's works. Aurora deliberately intensified the cringe. She says Intisions love this style. By the way, did those works exist in the old era? Franca gently shook her head in response. You could say the story concepts and ideas are similar, but without being a savant, how could one exactly reproduce them? Moreover, your sister integrated current social trends and folk culture, making it an entirely different work. It's not like just because someone previously wrote about transmigration, me writing about transmigration makes it plagiarism. I see. Lumion was very satisfied with this answer. At this moment, the demoness of black responded to Franca through the mirror. Find effective clues as soon as possible. Yes, madam. Franca responded, making a face at Lumion. After pondering for a few seconds, she sent a new order to Nikki. Search for clues. Try to find Louis Gustave's current residence. Preferably obtain some items closely related to Louis Gustave and bring them to me. This way, Franca could perform magic mirror divination and even seek guidance from Mr. Fool. After she finished issuing the command, Lumion laughed and asked, still doing that sword riding thing? Franca's spirits lifted. Of course. She then seemed to have a moment of reflection, muttering to herself, the apocalypse is near. We must cherish daily happiness and satisfaction. We can't abandon today's life because of some dangerous things we'll have to do later. Lumion slowly nodded. 1 week later, at midnight, Nikki silently slid off the bed, stood upright, and merged into the darkness. She glanced at the muscular middle-aged man on the bed, naked and only partially covered by a blanket, for a few seconds before leaving the bedroom soundlessly and entering the room in the furthest corner of the second floor. Then, she took out a special makeup mirror, used the spell given by her superior, and sent information to the designated mirror. She knew reporting at this hour would disturb Madame Franca's rest, but the situation was urgent. If she waited until dawn, Gruys would take back those 2 items, so she had no choice. Shortly after, Franca's figure was projected from the makeup mirror. She wore a silk nightgown with a thin outer jacket for cover, her slightly black flaxen-colored long hair cascading down, her expression unabashedly lazy and drowsy, her lake-colored eyes slightly deeper and hazy. Nikki was stunned, only awakening when Franca spoke. What is it? Nikki came to her senses. Madam, I've obtained 2 items closely related to Louis Gustave. These were found in one of his previous secret hideouts. As she spoke, Nikki raised her hands. In one hand, she held a silver brooch made of 2 intertwined snakes. In the other, she held a dark gold coin. Seeing the latter, Franca suddenly became alert. She used invisible spider silk to pull the coin before her. One side of the gold coin was quite simple, with raised patterns forming a chariot, bearing the number 2. The other side had a considerably complex pattern. The main body was a crowned figure with a hanging cloak. To the left of the crown was a sketched, layered gate. To the right was a clock face with only one hand, its grid sizes unequal, with light and dark intertwining. Parallel to the crown on the layer below were tiny flower pattern elements. A vertical pupil, 5 fingers of varying lengths, and a door split by a vertical long sword. A Tudor coin. Franca's pupils slightly dilated as she recognized the item. It was very similar to the Tudor coin they had obtained from the sick church, but with a face value of 2. The patterns and details were essentially the same between the two coins, but their expressions differed significantly. After confirming the dark gold coin was indeed a Tudor coin with a 2 denomination, Franca inwardly cursed the Blood Emperor's persecution of those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Why such a significant difference in patterns when it's just a different denomination? They're essentially expressing almost the same symbolic meaning. Nikki, unaware of her superior's peculiarity, continued to describe the origins of the two items. This brooch is a Gustav family item, made according to their family crest. It's one of Louis Gustav's most valued possessions and a symbol of his identity. Normally, he carries this brooch with him, but this time he left it in his original hideout. This ancient gold coin and the brooch were kept together and seem equally important. Under the pull of invisible spider silk, the brooch formed by intertwined snakes flew towards Franca. Franca was not unfamiliar with the Gustav family crest. After a quick glance, she confirmed its authenticity and chuckled inwardly. A DNA double helix structure, right? Clearly, the current Gustav family crest originated from a masterpiece during the late period of Emperor Roselle, not from earlier ancestors. Nikki looked up at her beautiful, elegant, and natural superior, pleading, "Madam, after you complete the magic mirror divination, can you return these two items to me? I stole them from Gruis. If I don't return them promptly, I'll definitely be suspected." "No problem." Franca's mirror projection took the brooch and coin, retracting into the makeup mirror. Nikki patiently waited in the current room. Louis Gustav's mysterious disappearance is related to the Tudor coin. After taking the Gustav family brooch and Tudor coin out of the mirror, Franca conveyed this information to Lumion, who was presumably still asleep, through the mental-linked team communication channel. A few seconds later, Lumion opened his bedroom door and walked into Franca's room. Everyone residing in this luxurious villa was a demigod, possessing strong spiritual intuition. They noticed the commotion and threw on outer garments, heading to Franca's room. The only one who didn't react was Ludwig, who was preparing his second midnight snack in the annex kitchen. After Franca briefly explained Nicaea's feedback, she spoke with considerable gravity. "I plan to first pray to Mr. Fool, then perform magic mirror divination to see if I can determine Louis Gustav's current whereabouts using these two items as a medium." "I'll do it." Lumion reached out and took the brooch and coin. "I'll first seek Mr. Fool's consent, then use him as the subject for magic mirror divination. This will help eliminate most interference and danger." "That's best." Jenna agreed with Lumion's choice. Lumion pressed his hand to his chest and began praying, communicating his request to Mr. Fool. After receiving consent, he immediately took out a mirror and placed the Gustav family brooch and Tudor coin on the glass surface. Then, he gently caressed the mirror's surface, reciting the spell in Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Lumion recited the entire spell at a steady pace, posed the question about Louis Gustav's current whereabouts, and patiently waited for Mr. Fool's guidance. Within seconds, the mirror's surface rippled, revealing a figure. The figure was tall, mimicking Emperor Roselle with chestnut-colored long hair, sporting 2 beautiful mustaches, azure eyes, and thin lips. The leader of the Emperor Party, Louis Gustav. This man, claimed to have Gustav family bloodline, stood in what seemed to be an abandoned mine, walking towards a darkness-shrouded exit. The image suddenly blurred, with Louis Gustav instantly enveloped by darkness, surrounded by shadowy figures hidden in the depths, casting observant gazes. Louis Gustav walked forward without averting his eyes or stopping, completely indifferent to the gazes from the darkness. The deeper he walked, the more profound the darkness became. Later, a slight light appeared on the forward side, and the image became extremely blurry. Louis Gustave did not approach the light, continuing to move straight ahead. After an indeterminate time, a door composed of pure light appeared in the distance, resembling an oval mirror. Louis Gustave approached the door of light and extended his right hand, pressing against it. He penetrated the door of light, arriving in an area with dense fog visibility under 10 meters with surrounding collapsed buildings either asymmetrical or stained with blood. This is Fourth Epoch Trier. Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had all been to Fourth Epoch Trier and were familiar with such scenes. The only difference they noticed was the excessively dense fog, which felt extremely oppressive. Is this the depths of Fourth Epoch Trier? Is the Blood Emperor's divine corpse affecting this place, bringing widespread fog of war? Lumion quickly speculated. Franca recalled. But when we were there, we could see the collapsed palace with the Blood Emperor's divine corpse, and the fog wasn't this dense. Did something change in Fourth Epoch Trier after the hostile incident? Or is this triggered by Louis Gustave's approach? Jenna proposed possible explanations. At that moment, Louis Gustave in the mirror stopped. Before him, less than 10 meters away, a human shadow was cast on the blood-splattered street stones. The black shadow was stretched long by the light, seemingly cradling an infant. Almost simultaneously, the image suddenly collapsed, rippling like water, with Mr. Fool's guidance ending. Lumion furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Madame Pualis and the infant Omabella? Are they in Fourth Epoch Trier? Did Louis Gustave enter Fourth Epoch Trier to meet them? Did Louis Gustave enter Fourth Epoch Trier through the special mirror world? Were the mirror people covertly watching him? Is the slightly lit area he didn't approach hiding a great terror of the special mirror world? No one could answer Lumion's questions. After a few seconds, Jenna organized her thoughts. We cannot handle this matter. Since it potentially involves Madame Pualis and infant Omabella, we must strictly follow Mr. Fool's guidance. Calamity needs to keep away from the mother. I'll report the conclusion to the Demoness of Black and let them investigate. No matter how much she urges me, I won't budge. I'll just say I'm not capable. Franca mumbled. And I'll notify 0072. Such a matter is best handled by official Beyonders. They hold many secrets of Fourth Epoch Trier and might be able to send strong individuals to enter there without using the special mirror world, eliminating Louis Gustave, Madame Pualis, and infant Omabella. Lumion nodded. Okay. He then reminded Franca. The operation to eliminate targets in Fourth Epoch Trier should not be led by eternal blazing Sun Church Beyonders. Have you forgotten? The mystical father of infant Omabella is the eternal blazing Sunday. How could we possibly forget something like that? Franca signaled Lumion and the others to leave her bedroom. Then she took out a mirror, sending the results of the magic mirror divination along with the brooch and coin to the mirror corresponding to the Demoness of Black, and reminded her to return the mediums, otherwise Nicaea would be in trouble. Shortly after, the Demoness of Black responded to Franca. If Louis Gustave returns, inform me immediately. Accompanying the response were the brooch and coin, which flew out of the mirror surface by themselves. Not letting me investigate deeply, just waiting for Louis Gustave's return? How strange. Isn't this unrelated to the Demoness sect? Is this not their trap? Franca was puzzled, and again projected herself through the mirror world to Nicaea's room. She relayed the Demoness of Black's words to Nicaea and returned the Gustave family brooch and Tudor coin. Nicaea quietly sighed in relief. She then had the mood for casual conversation. Madame, I visited the Lavini docks recently and found that the Church of the Fool there now has a patron saint named Franca Roland. Her name is the same as yours. Nicaea originally didn't think this was related to her superior. Throughout Trier, there were hundreds of women named Franca, but the patron saint's honorific title included the Demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe. Franca was slightly embarrassed, not because her subordinate knew the honorific title, but because her side job in another organization was discovered. She responded with an air of profundity. In this world, everyone has multiple identities for certain purposes. In other words, neither denying nor confirming. Nikki Ye didn't dare ask further, seriously considering whether she should openly convert to Mr. Fool to get closer to her superior. Privately, everyone was still the primordial one's children. After Franca's mirror projection disappeared, Nikki Ye packed away the makeup mirror, brooch, and coin, merged into the darkness, and silently returned to the master bedroom. She didn't rush to lie back in bed, first placing the brooch and coin in a hidden compartment of the desk. After completing this task, she glided back to the bed like a shadow in the night, lying down without making a sound, pulling the blanket over herself. Suddenly, a low voice sounded near her ear. "Where did you just go?" Nikki Ye instinctively turned her head, seeing Gruis, who had been soundly asleep, now had his eyes open, his blue eyes deeply and darkly fixed on her. Nicea's heart tightened, but she remained calm on the surface. When she had sneaked out, she had already prepared to handle similar situations. She patted her chest and complained, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Suddenly blurting out a sentence. After calming down for a few seconds, Nikki A casually answered Gruis's question. "Couldn't sleep, felt a bit stuffy, and went to the balcony to get some air." Not giving Gruis a chance to ask further questions, she pursed her lips, revealing her inner suppression. "You don't think something might have happened to Louis, right?" As the leader of the Emperor Party, his mysterious disappearance would naturally bring anxiety, tension, and stress to his subordinates, making insomnia completely normal. Gruis stared at Nikki Ye for a few seconds, then softened his expression. "Who knows? Maybe he'll suddenly appear in a couple of days." In Franca's workshop in the luxurious villa, multiple mirrors floated before Lumion and the others, each reflecting different scenes. Several mirrors captured Nikki Ye and Gruis from various angles. When Franca had previously projected herself through the mirror world, she had casually marked all the mirrored items in that house. This was to ensure the safety of her only subordinate, making sure she wouldn't be attacked or have her identity exposed for stealing the Gustav family brooch and Tudor coin. Subsequent developments proved Franca's wisdom and intuition. Gruis had indeed noticed Nicea's quiet departure from the room. During their conversation, Franca was prepared to project her power through the mirror world. After a while, Franca's expression suddenly became a bit strange. "Wait, why are they suddenly kissing? There are so many people watching." Her purpose was only to add an extra layer of insurance to Nicea's safety. She hadn't expected the suspicion-harboring Gruis and the scheming Nikki Ye to start kissing while talking. Is this about to become a scene not suitable for minors? If only Franca was watching the surveillance, she would have found this unexpected yet understandable, not a big deal, and even quite entertaining with the thrill of secretly peeping. But now, Jenna was sitting beside her, with Anthony and Ludwig, who was eating a midnight snack behind her. She started to feel embarrassed. At this moment, Anthony, focused on the mirror scenes, said, "Both of their body languages show a certain level of resistance. The kiss is deceptive and perfunctory. Professional," Franca muttered internally. As Anthony predicted, Nikki Ye and Gruis kissed for a moment before saying goodnight again and going back to sleep. Franca sighed in relief and told her companions, "Just leave one person to watch the surveillance. The rest can get some sleep. Jenna, come replace me in an hour and a half." Lumion replaced Jenna 3 hours later. "Anthony, you and Ludwig don't need to stay up. The surveillance required support from a demigod demoness. Moreover, if anything went wrong, only the demonesses could first project or traverse over to provide help." "Okay." Anthony made no objections. After Ludwig finished his midnight snack, he left the room with Anthony. After giving Franca a few instructions, Lumion and Jenna also went to rest. Franca completely relaxed, leisurely watching the surveillance. As time slowly passed, while she was reading a novel leaning against a pile of pillows, her spiritual intuition suddenly gave her a premonition. She raised her head and looked at one of the surveillance mirrors. Gruis silently got out of bed and went to the desk, opening a hidden compartment. After confirming that the Gustav family brooch and Tudor coin were still there, this core member of the Emperor party went to the master bedroom's attached bathroom, letting the toilet flush with a whoosh. Seeing Gruys return to bed after leaving the bathroom, Franca pursed her lips. That's it? She had expected him to suddenly attack and kill Nikki Ye, or use one of the brooch or coin to contact Louis Gustav or someone else. As a result, Gruys was so well behaved that it disappointed her. And so, during the rotation of surveillance, the sky gradually brightened, with bright sunlight cascading from above. Franca, now wearing a lace-flowered lady's shirt and cream-colored loose long pants, covered her mouth while yawning and walked into the workshop, asking Lumion, who was seriously watching the surveillance. Nothing unusual, right? There is something. Lumion had one leg raised, the other naturally extended, leaning back against the pile of pillows. What's unusual? Franca instantly became alert. Lumion chuckled. After waking up in the same bed as a demoness of pleasure, Gruys didn't have a morning round. This shows his attention is completely elsewhere. He's hiding something in his heart, and might do something later. Makes sense? Franca was quite aware of a demoness of pleasure's charm. She sat next to Lumion and recalled, I've also marked some of Gruys's clothing metal buttons. As long as our luck isn't bad, we should be able to see where he goes and what he does. Luck? Our luck definitely won't be bad. Lumion laughed and patted his traveler's bag, which contained the sealed post-apocalyptic scripture. This grade 0 sealed artifact ultimately wasn't used. The formal suit Gruys changed into after breakfast had two shiny, mirror-like metal buttons marked by Franca. The surveillance image immediately changed, mainly showing the scene in front of Gruys, swaying back and forth. In the following time, Gruys kissed Nikki Ye goodbye, took a two-wheeled, two-seat carriage to a certain street in the prison district Quartier 4. He walked to a dark red door and rang the doorbell. The door opened by itself. Just as Gruys passed through the doorway, the surveillance image suddenly blurred, displaying numerous white noise points. These noise points lasted only 2 seconds before disappearing. The mirrors before Lumion and Franca no longer showed any image. Were we discovered? Or does the house itself have an abnormality affecting the mirror world? Franca turned her head to look at Lumion. Let's wait a bit, Lumion said calmly. About 3 to 4 minutes later, the mirror showed an image again. Gruys was leaving the house. Franca nodded thoughtfully. Throughout the morning, Gruys, as a deputy manager of an armaments factory, visited numerous military camps in the Quartier Est and returned to his office during lunch. Lumion, who had already rested, stood up. Nothing worth watching anymore. Yeah. Franca stood up too. She looked at Lumion and suddenly looked puzzled. Why do I feel like you've gotten shorter? My weather warlock potion has been partially digested. My state is completely stabilized, and I have better control over my body. I can control my height to around 1.95 meters. As the digestion deepens, I can continue to compress. Once the potion is fully digested, I should normally maintain 1.85 meters. During battle, even without revealing my mythical creature form, I can expand to 2.7 to 2.8 meters, like a small giant. Lumion answered in good spirits. You've already partially digested it? Franca asked in surprise. Lumion chuckled. Because I found the key points to acting as a weather warlock. A few days ago, I discovered a tribe in a primitive jungle of the southern continent that maintained blood sacrifice traditions. I brought them different extreme weather conditions. After persisting for 3 days, they were broken by fear, submitting to me and completely abandoning their blood sacrifice habits. This helped me summarize an acting principle, and the potion was thus significantly digested. Franca thought for a few seconds and asked curiously, controlling weather is to bring about a catastrophe and make the target submit? This was consistent with the inner meaning of the hunter pathway. More or less. Lumion glanced at the floating mirrors and smiled. Time to visit that house with abnormalities. You're going. Franca frowned. Just leave it to the demoness sect or official beyonders. I feel like there might be a trap in front of everything you do now. Smiling, Lumion replied. This is on the ground, not underground, under the watch of Mr. Fool and the true gods. If I'm afraid to handle abnormal events under these circumstances, how can I act as an iron-blooded knight? That's true, Franca responded tersely. She hesitated for 2 seconds. Then take Jenna with you. Lumion smiled and invited Franca. Come with us. Okay. Franca readily agreed. At the door of the house at 20 Rue Saint Frederick in the prison district, Lumion, wearing a half-high silk hat, a white shirt, black vest, and long pants, opened the dark red door. He walked in, detecting no abnormalities. Franca and Jenna outside saw the interior through the makeup mirror in his hand. Sofas and cabinets were covered with white cloth to prevent dust accumulation, and the floor was cleaned very thoroughly. No problems, no interference. Jenna also entered and told Lumion. Lumion looked around and said, This place hasn't been lived in for a long time, but maids come regularly to clean. This was a weather warlock's extraction and restoration of environmental information. Just as Lumion finished speaking, Franca, who had also entered the house, saw a figure slowly walking down the stairs. The figure was very thin, seeming like it would fall with a gust of wind. His hair was mostly gray, clearly aged, with a brown beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in a long time, wearing a crumpled black formal suit. Before his appearance, Lumion, as an angel, had not detected him and still couldn't smell his presence. Based on this, Lumion believed the person didn't actually exist. The old man looked at Lumion and smiled. You've finally come to collect the letter. Letter? Lumion raised an eyebrow. The old man smiled and answered, I am the messenger of God, and one of my functions is to deliver letters for great existences. There's a letter here for you. A letter from a great existence? Lumion suddenly laughed, interrupting the old man's words. I feel that you don't actually exist in this house. As Lumion spoke, Franca stepped sideways, moving close to Jenna, with layers of phantom images appearing in her eyes. The old man in a crumpled formal suit and thin frame seemed eager to express himself and actually explained his current state to Lumion. If I believe I exist and you believe I exist, then I am existing. The reverse is also true. Franca felt a bit of a headache, muttering, Are you talking philosophy? The old man's eyes brightened. How did you know that my previous, in your terms, sequence was called philosopher? Seriously, a demoness spiritual intuition is no joke. Franca was momentarily stunned. Philosopher. Lumion suddenly thought of a secretive organization, an evil god cult. First philosophy. The mental patient who was once disguised as his substitute by I know someone was also described as being like a philosopher. Lumion thoughtfully said to the old man, Medoro's worship? Do you know about the heavenly domains, the formless door? The old man responded happily, Have you also experienced immortality? Lumion shook his head, speaking in a flat tone. No, I've just killed a few initiates. He was provoking, also displaying the arrogance of a hunter to better act as an iron-blooded knight. Moreover, discussing immortality and the formless door with a philosopher would likely draw him into his realm and imperceptibly cause severe problems. The expression on the old man's face instantly disappeared. He looked at Lumion, speaking in a hollow voice. A great existence wants me to deliver you a letter. Which one? Before Lumion could ask, he glanced at Franca and Jenna. The two demonesses had silently disappeared from the house, leaving only 2 makeup mirrors placed on the ground at some point. When Lumion first diverted the conversation, Franca had used their proximity to transfer their true bodies through the mirror world via their eyes, leaving only mirror projections. Now, they weren't even maintaining the mirror projections. They had learned from Lumion that deeply understanding the names and information of great existences would severely corrupt oneself, something mirror projections couldn't block, and even hidden, sleeping mirrors would be affected. The old man didn't mind Franca and Jenna's departure, looking at Lumion and saying, The mighty circle of inevitability. Circle of inevitability? He should hate Amon more than me now. What letter is he sending me? Is he trying to carry out counter-espionage against me? Why would such a great existence value me? Or is this letter just a medium to harvest my life? Lumion asked the old man with interest. You're not an angel, are you? Except for a few, other great existences haven't yet been able to send angelic-level power through the barrier. Can you understand the true names of great existences? In Lumion's view, this old man was at most sequence 3. The old man smiled and replied, This is the unique characteristic and source of pain for messengers of God, but also our most powerful ability. Corruption grants us power. Sounds quite philosophical, but this ability is indeed special. The Beyonders from the first philosophy I've encountered were skilled at injecting voices into others' ears or minds. If what they inject are the true names of great existences, who below the angelic level could withstand that? Lumion suddenly felt lucky that he hadn't encountered a messenger of God before becoming an angel. Otherwise, with the various hidden issues in his body, he would absolutely explode at the slightest provocation. Or maybe it wasn't luck, but arrangement. As this thought flashed, Lumion self-deprecatingly mused internally. With this realization, his blue eyes instantly turned iron black. He didn't want to receive the Circle of Inevitability's letter. He wanted to find the mystical connection between the old man before him and his true body by investigating overall weaknesses, then blow them both up. At that moment, the old man's body suddenly became ethereal. A silver white with black color rose from within him. His hollow voice rang out, Please receive the letter. He suddenly condensed, transforming into a silver white and black light, shooting directly at Lumion. In this house, he was the letter and the letter was him. Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder and quickly disappeared from the spot. He directly teleported to the fog sea, far from Trier. But the silver white and black light was still ahead of him, still approaching, not shaken off. Lumion didn't hesitate, making layers of phantom images appear in his blue eyes. He entered the mirror world. The silver white and black light was still before him, in the illusory dark tunnel, seeming destined to be received by him. This was a fate that couldn't be escaped. Lumion flashed into another mirror tunnel, and the silver white and black light once again approached from the front. This time, Lumion didn't flee. His eyes quickly turned silver black. Eye of Calamity. Although his inevitability power hadn't further improved, thanks to his weakness investigation ability now reaching angelic level, the Eye of Calamity formed by merging this ability with inevitability power naturally had some enhancement. Since he couldn't escape, he'd try to eliminate this letter from the destiny plane. Soon, Lumion saw the quietly surging mercury-colored illusory long river and saw the scene of himself catching the silver white and black light. It existed in almost all destiny branches. In other words, Lumion saw his future of receiving the letter, a destiny that was bound to unfold. The only variable was a branch that didn't include this future, extremely marginal and chaotic, very difficult to push with his current abilities. Lacking necessary preconditions. In the blink of an eye, Lumion saw another scene. In the image, the recipient of the letter was not only himself but also Amon, wearing a black robe, monocle, and a pointed soft hat. Clang. Lumion suddenly heard an ethereal clang crossing through thick history. A scene naturally emerged in his mind. The thin-faced Amon, wearing a monocle, stood in the bell tower, pushing the bell hammer to strike the great bell. With this sound, an ancient, modeled massive stone clock appeared. It was a phantom, its face divided into unequal 12 sections by intersecting dark blue and gray-white, each section with different symbols representing different times. 3 jointed, semi-transparent small worms formed the clock's hands. As they stopped moving, an indescribable invisible torrent surged out, seemingly freezing the silver white and black light within. Lumion, not within the affected range, heard a familiar voice with a hint of laughter. Do you know the main ability of a sufferer? Before Lumion could respond, the voice answered itself, reproducing the suffering one has experienced onto the target. As the words fell, the silver white and black light frozen in time broke through its restraints, again flying towards Lumion. But waiting for it was an extraordinarily intense, unimaginable sea of light. A supernova seemed to have erupting on a small scale. this mirror world instantly collapsed, accompanied by the silent shattering of numerous mirrors. Of course, this was far from a true supernova explosion, merely a kind of simulated reproduction. Although Lumion was outside the range, his body also shattered, reforming outside the mirror world. At this moment, in his eye of calamity, the preconditions for pushing destiny to the marginal branch were satisfied. Lumion didn't hesitate to release nearly half his spirituality from his left palm, letting the mercury-colored river of fate's water flow into the corresponding branch. Everything calmed down. Lumion was about to turn his head and look at Amon, who had appeared beside him at some point, when tiny silver white and black lights suddenly emerged in the void, forming a paragraph of text. Though the Circle of Inevitability's letter couldn't be directly delivered to him and Amon, it inevitably revealed itself. The text was very complex, but it didn't prevent Lumion from directly deciphering its meaning. Stay away from special mirror worlds, or you're destined to lose control and go mad. Huh? Lumion was somewhat stunned. Is this a warning? The Circle of Inevitability didn't try to corrupt or smite me, but instead warned me? Is he trying to betray the other outer deities? Surprised, Lumion focused on the phrase lose control and go mad. He then recalled the prophecy of the post-apocalyptic scripture and the future self he seemed to have seen during the hostile incident. Do all prophecies about my future revolve around the words, going crazy? Lumion silently muttered to himself. Amon, standing mid-air in some inexplicable manner, slightly disappointedly shook his head. If it's not a letter for me, why ask me to receive it? Perhaps you'll also lose control and go mad by entering the special mirror world. Lumion tried to interpret the hidden meaning of the Circle of Inevitability's words. Saying this, he stopped. He remembered the young man beside him, wearing a monocle, was once a top cryptologist. Amon smiled in agreement. That's possible. But I can indeed avoid entering special mirror worlds. Can you? Lumion wanted to answer yes, but given the entanglement of destiny, his unique pathway and various other prerequisites, he felt he would inevitably enter the special mirror world, enter the depths of fourth epic trier, and could only hope to delay this as much as possible until fully prepared. Why would the Circle of Inevitability want to warn me? Lumion asked habitually. Amon adjusted his monocle, laughing. Did that old fellow also designate me as a recipient to help you decrypt? He continued, his tone laced with laughter. The interpretation is that entering a special mirror world indeed poses a risk of you losing control and going mad, and this might bring unknown risks to those old fellows. Would the terror of the special mirror world possibly bring trouble to the outer deity's invasion? Lumion, treading on a wild wind, turned his head to look at Amon. What exactly is in the depths of the special mirror world? This was a direct participant who might know something. Lumion had no expectation that Amon would certainly answer him, but asking wouldn't cost anything. Amon stood steadily in the air, laughing with his usual tone. The embryonic form of the special mirror world was constructed by Bethel to create a secret, spacious environment unknown to other gods for Tutors and Cheek's meeting. Tutor wouldn't care whether this matter was seen, but cared about whether it would be known by those who shouldn't know. This is the style of His Imperial Majesty the Blood Emperor. And then, Lumion asked cooperatively, including the Termaboros period, he and Amon had already chatted casually several times. Amon pressed the monocle in his right eye socket. Later, the special mirror world underwent strange changes. Not only me, but Bethel and the others were no longer allowed to enter. His Majesty was fully capable of killing angels. Afterward, His Majesty became even crazier. Cheek began to claim herself as the true heir of the original creator, the first person born in chaos. In the Pale Disaster, Cheek suffered severe damage. For thousands of years, her condition has been poor. But as a demoness of unaging, you should clearly know that for high-ranking demonesses, this is unlikely to happen. They can quickly resurrect even when met with death, let alone just being severely wounded. Lumion could tell that Amon was intentionally saying these words. His arrival today was certainly not just for receiving the Circle of Inevitability's letter. The true heir of the original creator. Lumion recalled the various concepts of the demonist sect that Franca had told him, and suddenly made certain associations. Shouldn't it be the personas the oldest one initially split off? And among them, only two are most important and qualified to say this. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the original God Almighty. Lumion paused, muttering to himself, I'm aware that the combination of tutor and cheek was actually an arrangement left by the original God Almighty. The one believed in by the Aurora Order was also an object of arrangement, which will bring a destined accident. Moreover, the demoness of black said that the primordial demoness has 5 lines of honorific names, of which 2 are unknown to outsiders. Lumion's current thinking was that if he wanted to obtain more intelligence from Amon, he would have to trade some of his own information. Who gets something for free? The one in front of him was the expert at free acquisitions, once the top marauder. Before Amon could respond, Lumion added another sentence. The city of Calamity at the top of the hunter and demoness pathways was once contained by the original God Almighty. He began to suspect that the great terror of the special mirror world was related to the resurrection of the original God Almighty. Amon glanced at him, smiling and saying, For such matters, no one dares to confirm without seeing it personally. Initially, when the special mirror world first had anomalies, that zealot already knew something was wrong. The occurrence of the War of the 4 Emperors was also him pushing it from the shadows. He re-established contact with the Chaos Sea more than 7 years ago. Although forcibly using the Chaos Sea's power would cause the accommodation progress to regress, compared to those who still have to wait for the Western Continent's seal to be lifted, he shouldn't still be incapable of accomplishing an initial accommodation until today. Guess why he hasn't truly accommodated the Chaos Sea? Are the concerns about the problems hidden in the depths of the special mirror world stopping him? Does he want to be underqualified to become the origins of disaster and calamity of destruction, not only to cultivate power against the apocalypse, but also because the path to the origins of disaster must necessarily pass through the depths of the special mirror world? Triggering that great terror and presenting it before his eyes? Is part of the previous bestowment's cost to be paid here? Lumion thoughtfully said to Amon, What else does that individual know about the special mirror world? Amon laughed and shook his head, answering off-topic. Cheek's remaining 2 honorific names are extremely secretive. Even color-titled high-ranking demonesses don't all know them. Only those with close connections to Cheek that might trigger divine descent when attacked truly grasp them. Otherwise, why do you think those 2 honorific names could remain secret, unknown even to all current sequence OS? Medici could intimidate the demoness of white, let alone those more powerful than her. But that zealot might know something. After all, even the thoughts in one's mind might not be hidden from him. Is the demoness of black one of those with close connections to the primordial demoness? She indeed seems special. Lumion glanced at Amon and suddenly laughed. Using a true god's honorific name in Intision won't incur divine punishment? Only using Hermes or ancient Hermes languages counts as blasphemy. After all, Cheek wasn't an uncommon name. You only mentioned Hermes and ancient Hermes because you only mastered them? Amon laughed. Using ordinary language to recite a sequence O's true name will attract attention but not necessarily divine punishment. As for me, guess why my title includes the description blasphemer. Here, Amon adjusted the monocle in his right eye and looked Lumion up and down for a few seconds. He said with an obvious smile, Actually, I'm quite looking forward to you entering the depths of the special mirror world. Something interesting and unknown will definitely happen, and it's not something that will affect me. Why not give it a shot? Maybe I'll consider it sometime in the future. Lumion took on an unconcerned posture. Goodbye, my unacknowledged goddaughter. I hope when I see you next, you haven't truly lost control and gone mad. Amon waved like a human. His figure suddenly disappeared. Lumion lowered his head and gazed at the azure ocean shrouded in faint mist, activated the black mark on his right shoulder, and returned to the luxurious villa in Trier. How did it go? Franca and Jenna, who had been waiting, asked in unison. The one called Inevitability sent a message through a messenger of God. Lumion told his 2 companions about the letter's content. The one called Inevitability warned you not to go to the depths of the special mirror world. It feels like a weasel giving its well wishes to a chicken. There's definitely no good intention, Franca muttered. Could this be a misdirection? Jenna frowned. But the secrets of the special mirror world's depths related to the primordial demoness are indeed dangerous. Probably not a misdirection. Lumion recounted his conversation with Amon that he could speak about, then laughed self-mockingly. Maybe the one who will save the end times is me. Mr. Fool will hold the fort, preventing those great existences from interfering with me. And when I reach the entrance of the special mirror world, I'll shout to the sky, "Go back, or I'll face that great terror." Like the deterrence era. Franca couldn't help but quip. Jenna didn't quite agree with Lumion's words. Maybe it would only bring trouble to the one called Inevitability, without affecting other great existences. Do I look like an idiot? Before figuring out what exactly the great terror in the special mirror world's depths is and whether it can deter those great existences, I would never do such a thing, Lumion teased Jenna. After chatting for a while, he took out the special mirror world fragment obtained from the Demoness of Despair Panatia from the traveler's bag and handed it to Franca. From now on, I must try to avoid direct contact with items related to the special mirror world. Cautious! Franca gave a thumbs up and praised Lumion. She thought for a moment and took out her own special mirror world fragment, handing it to Jenna along with Lumion's. I have the primordial demoness figurine. At critical moments, I must also avoid keeping it together with the special mirror world fragments. I was just about to remind you. Jenna smiled and collected the 2 special mirror world fragments. Franca returned the smile and turned to Lumion. We'll put this matter aside for now? She was referring to Louis Gustav's matter. After some time, if this Emperor Party leader returned from 4th Epic Trier and the special mirror world, they would leave it to official Beyonders to handle, and notify the Demoness sect on the side, not getting involved. Yeah. Lumion nodded. In the coming days, besides finding other cultists hidden in Trier and Zeridal's clues, I'll focus on digesting the potion. I might seek Mr. Fool's permission to attempt the acting in a specific scenario for Weather Warlock. Also, I've communicated with Mr. Star and Mr. Moon. If they discover a base of the Rose School of Thought or an armed force belonging to them, they'll immediately notify me. I'll take you to the southern continent and launch a small war. The acting of a war bishop must be completed in a war. Okay. Franca pointed upstairs. So there's nothing else for now? She wanted to continue manufacturing giant robots. Lumion didn't respond directly but turned to Jenna and Franca with a smile. I heard a very famous circus is touring in Trier. Want to go see it together? Sure. Jenna looked at Franca. Franca hesitated for 2 seconds. All right. More than a week later, Angoulême de François put on a brown coat with gold-embroidered threads and walked towards the underground of St. Vive Cathedral. He and several colleagues were assigned to search for Louis Gustave and Madame Pualis in 4th Epic Trier. For this, they needed to hold a ritual, receive the blessing of the eternal blazing sun, to resist the various corruptions existing in the 4th Epic Trier within a certain time. Even for an unshadowed, it would be quite dangerous otherwise. Another one brought by Hidden Blade. Angoulême sighed inwardly. The matter of Louis Gustave and the person suspected to be Puali's meeting in 4th Epic Trier was personally reported by him. After being assigned to this task, Angoulême had tried to find Hidden Blade in the Telegram group multiple times, wanting to complain, but in the past week, Hidden Blade had only been online 2 or 3 times, and no one knew what she was busy with. In an underground location in Trier, a place strictly guarded by multiple Beyonders from the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of Steam and Machinery. This was a seal leakage point that had appeared before the construction of the catacombs, which was later properly handled and no longer caused problems. However, if linked with the square in the nearby Quarry Hollow where Eternal Blazing Sun and God of Steam and Machinery were worshipped, along with the stone pillars representing both deities, it could allow people from outside the seal to enter 4th Epic Trier at a certain risk. Although this required the divine power of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the God of Steam and Machinery as a key, something impossible for cultists to utilize, both churches still insisted on sending teams to take turns guarding the site. At this moment, Angoulême arrived at the abandoned mine with 2 other unshadowed colleagues. facing 3 people dressed as stonemasons. "Let's begin," said a monk with short, thick hair and a beard, nodding at Angoulême. Angoulême recognized this monk as the current prior of the Deep Valley Cloister, named Jack Walton, quite an ordinary man. "Okay." Angoulême nodded in response. Under the watch of both guard teams, they lowered their heads and took their positions, chanting the honorific names of their respective deities. Rays of sunlight fell from the cave's top, illuminating the abandoned mine. White steam subsequently permeated the quarry hollow. Soon, crimson blood seeped from the depths of the abandoned mine. The bizarre blood, resisting the sunlight, continuously surged upward, quickly filling the mine. Angoulême, an unshadowed, dissolved his fear and hesitation, raised his head, took 2 steps forward, and entered the abandoned mine, stepping into the crimson blood thick with a bloody scent. Other saints followed closely behind. Passing through the blood well would allow entry into 4th epic trier. This was not a simple task. The blood would cause severe corruption, with the danger increasing for higher sequences. Southern continent, deep in a rainforest, before a terrifying castle covered in countless human skins. Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig each condensed fire spears of blue-violet, blazing and terrifying. Without Lumion issuing the command, they simultaneously threw their spears. The blue-violet fire spears split mid-air, quickly presenting a sky-covering arrangement. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was as if an entire military legion had simultaneously launched their weapons, causing the high sky to brighten and be dyed with brilliant colors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The human skin castle was completely covered by countless fire spears. The cultists developed by the Rose School of Thought used every possible ability but could not change this apocalyptic scene. Rumble. The earth trembled. The castle collapsed, igniting blue-violet flames. Painful wails and desperate curses echoed between the flames, transforming into thin strands of black gas rising upward. Ludwig didn't care what the soon-to-die cultists were cursing. He stepped forward, rode the wild wind, and howled to arrive above the collapsed human skin castle, opening his mouth split to the back of his head. Whoosh! All the rising black gas was sucked into his mouth. Lumion had his hands in his pockets, smiling and watching this scene, his expression very leisurely. From breaking through the human skin castle's outer defensive line, to gradually advancing and cutting off their escape hopes, to repeatedly attacking the castle itself and completely destroying it, Lumion never personally acted, allowing Jenna and others to freely perform and cooperate tacitly. He was only responsible for central command, sharing appropriate abilities at critical moments. Not strong enough. Franca finally felt like a demoness amidst those wails and curses. The only issue was that the master of the human skin castle was just a sequence 4 tree supplicant, a bestowed by the mother tree of desire, though he had a group of low and mid-sequence subordinates and numerous loyal cultists. The human skin castle itself was like a sacrificial ritual that could briefly display power equivalent to sequence 2 by sacrificing many humans. But it fundamentally couldn't resist a true angel, let alone an angel leading a team. Overwhelming the weak and sweeping through armies is also a form of war, which is quite helpful for digesting the war bishop role. Lumion laughed and responded to Franca. Moreover, previously abstract cooperation has now become a tangibly perceptible thing. What Lumion didn't say was that he was essentially equivalent to a priest or bishop of the City of Calamity or 0-01 due to his close connections, with only the war aspect lacking. Over the past week, Mr. Star and Mr. Moon had each discovered a base secretly established by the Rose School of Thought, both handed over to Lumion to handle, giving him the opportunity to launch 2 small wars. Seeing Ludwig consume all the dispersed boon's power, Jenna retracted her gaze and said to Lumion with some worry, "I know the southern continent is chaotic, but getting opportunities for 2 small wars in just over a week, isn't this too frequent?" Lumion chuckled and said, "These are signs. Signs of chaos and conflict. Signs that the apocalypse will arrive early." Before Jenna and others could respond, Lumion waved to Ludwig in midair, saying, "Let's head back. Let's have a barbecue party today." According to their agreement, Apart from the dispersed boon's power, all other spoils had to be left for the intelligence providers, Mr. Star or Mr. Moon, in the luxurious villa in Trier that currently belonged to Lumion and his companions. Jenna was using invisible spider silk to quickly slice and string meat skewers while watching Lumion, who despite having extremely strong fire manipulation abilities, was seriously managing charcoal for grilling meat. Lumion wore a smile, relaxed, tasting a piece while grilling. He's not worried about those signs at all. No, not that he's not worried, but he worries when he should worry, fights when he should fight, and enjoys life when he should enjoy life. Jenna thought, her eyes subtly moving. Over the past week, Lumion, who had made certain progress in digesting the Weather Warlock potion and stabilized his state, was behaving quite normally. Their relationship had returned to the period before the Vortex incident, and moreover, Lumion had clearly become more proactive. But from some details, Jenna could still sense that Lumion was slightly different from before. A normal person would inevitably be affected in daily life when encountering worrying matters. Lumion's ability to completely detach himself indicated he was deliberately controlling his emotions. Even at Sequence 2, Godhood ultimately brings certain permanent influences. Jenna suddenly felt somewhat emotional. "What's on your mind?" Franca, helping beside her, asked curiously. Jenna lowered her voice and shared her recent feelings with Franca in a concise manner. Franca pursed her lips and said, "Just treat it as a natural change in mindset and perception that everyone experiences as they grow older and are tempered by various experiences." She stopped midway. Wasn't this true for herself as well? The same applied to Jenna. Walking step by step to her current sequence, she had more or less abandoned some of her original insistences. Just as Jenna was about to say something, she saw Lumion throw a grilled meat skewer aside, and Ludwig, who somehow had moved there, bit into the food in one mouthful. "Feeding a dog?" Franca laughingly scolded Lumion. Jenna couldn't help but laugh as well. Deep in fourth epic Trier, dense fog isolated sensory perception and spirituality, making the partially collapsed buildings in the distance appear hazy and indistinct. The unshadowed had filled the surrounding 30 to 40 meters with pure, holy sunlight, to the point where even each person's shadow had disappeared. The quietly rolling fog was blocked outside the sunlight, but the light could not reach further. Angoulême cast his gaze toward Jack Walton. The prior of Deep Valley Cloister, a saint-level monk, was holding an unusual circular disc covered in complex patterns with a mirror-like luster. Placed on the disc was an object supposedly from the Louis Gustave family crest, which swayed left and right before finally settling in a certain direction. Over there, Jack Walton was leading this search. The disc was something he had made just 2 days ago, derived from a Revelation's knowledge. The Gustave family crest was not a real object, but a historical projection. This did not impede its role as a medium pointing toward Louis Gustave. Just as Angoulême and the other unshadowed followed Jack Walton into a new street, a black shadow suddenly passed in front of them. The shadow was slightly hunched, moving slowly at the intersection. At a glance, it looked like a person, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like a gathering of viscous black liquid. A monstrous ghost. Angoulême quickly identified the origin of the black shadow. This left Jack Walton and other clergy from the Church of Steam and Machinery confused. Weren't monstrous ghosts supposed to wander in underground Trier? How could they enter fourth epic Trier? Information about monstrous ghosts quickly flashed through the minds of these demigods who were not afraid of ghostly curses, quickly reminding them that these ghosts were not always present and had appeared only in recent times. Did monstrous ghosts come out of fourth epic Trier? And more than one? Such speculation emerged in the minds of Jack Walton and other saints. In the luxurious villa, Lumion suddenly felt his entire body go icy cold, unable to breathe, as if sinking into viscous river water. The next second, his eyes reflected a black shadow resembling a hunched elderly person. A monstrous ghost. Lumion's heart tightened, and he sat up abruptly. He truly opened his eyes, seeing everything in the room was completely normal, with no monstrous ghost in sight. What happened? Franca, wrapped in a thin blanket and yawning, also sat up. Lumion was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I dreamed of a monstrous ghost." Franca was first stunned. Then her expression turned solemn. For a demoness, this could be a spiritual premonition. Lumion leaped out of bed and walked to the window. Blue-violet flames rolled out from within his body, quickly condensing into pieces of iron-black armor. In the blink of an eye, Lumion had transformed into a knight clad in full armor. After digesting the potion to a certain degree and stabilizing his condition, he could finally transform his flames into actual weapons or armor, though he could only maintain this for 10 minutes. Lumion reached the window and looked outside, seeing only the bright crimson moon, sparse twinkling stars, and a quiet, peaceful night with nothing unusual. He made an instant decision, issuing orders to each team member through the mental channel. "Get ready. We'll move to the new city of Silver in 5 seconds." Learning from the experience and lessons of the Vortex incident, Lumion chose to immediately leave Trier, taking his team members to the Church of the Fool's headquarters to maximally avoid potential accidents. Once in a safe location, they could report to Mr. Fool, await possible orders, think about what had happened, and plan their next steps. As Lumion's voice echoed in their minds, Franca used invisible spider silk to help her change clothes, tie her ponytail, and enter combat mode. 5 seconds quickly passed, and Lumion didn't wait for Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig to gather before directly activating the black mark on his right shoulder. As a team leader, he no longer needed to grab his team members' shoulders to teleport them to their destination. The only requirement was that they be within a 10-kilometer range. Amid rapidly receding layers of color blocks, Lumion and the others appeared at the entrance of the Church of the Fool's headquarters. After confirming this was real and not a mirror image or scene from a painting, Lumion let out an undisguised sigh of relief. "What happened?" asked Jenna, wearing a dress as sleepwear. "I dreamed I was attacked by a monstrous ghost," Lumion said while walking toward the headquarters cathedral, which remained open even in the deep night. As an angel and former demoness, all dreams necessarily have meaning, Franca explained, following along. "Moreover, as far as I know, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery are sending several saints carrying sealed artifacts into 4th Epic Trier tonight, hoping to eliminate Louis Gustave and Madame Pualis. As an angel and former demoness, all dreams necessarily have meaning," Franca explained, following along. "Moreover, as far as I know, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery are sending several saints carrying sealed artifacts into 4th Epic Trier tonight, hoping to eliminate Louis Gustave and Madame Pualis." Anthony connected the previous statements and speculated, due to the influence of the two churches' actions, 4th Epic Trier experienced some anomalies, triggering Lumion's spiritual premonition. Lumion crossed the spacious area and sat in the first row of seats facing the Fool's holy emblem, smiling as he responded to Anthony. "I wouldn't leave Trier if it were just the anomalies and potential effects from monstrous ghosts. With evil gods temporarily unable to descend, I don't actually need to worry too much. Plus, you're all practically half angels now. As long as you don't leave the team's effective range, safety is sufficiently guaranteed. Together, combined with the ability to get help by sacrificing to the essence of war, we could resist even a Sequence 1 Archangel for some time, maybe even with hope of victory. But since this involves Madame Pualis, it's better to stay away. Calamity needs to stay away from the mother." "Yeah." Jenna strongly agreed with Lumion's choice. She sat down too, letting mirrors fly out from the traveler's bag. "Stay alert tonight. If anything unusual occurs, immediately organize believers to take refuge in the nearest Orthodox cathedrals." Jenna transmitted these messages to the various bishops and priests of the sick church through the mirror world and marked mirrors. Meanwhile, mirrors also flew out from Lumion and Franca's travelers' bags. Using mirrors they had positioned that were still in Trier, they projected the corresponding scenes onto the mirrors before them to observe the subsequent situation and respond in time. After finishing this, Lumion lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and began to pray. Deep in 4th Epic Trier. Upon encountering the monstrous ghost, Angoulême turned to the monk Jack Walton. "Should we eliminate it?" Even if he weren't an unshadowed, Angoulême wouldn't fear monstrous ghosts, as these ghosts hadn't previously shown particularly strong power and would even avoid the protection of Orthodox churches. Even if they could cause trouble for saints, it would at most be an annoyance. Moreover, Beyonders of the Sun pathway were most effective against such dark, black evil beings named after ghosts. Jack Walton, as the leader of this search and cleanup operation, thought for 2 seconds. Yes, but don't cause too much commotion. He remembered that Monsurus Ghost's curses were extremely persistent. He worried that in the upcoming battle with Madame Pualis, these ghosts might suddenly join in and interfere from the side, potentially tipping the balance in an already dangerous fight. Better to clear them out now while it was relatively safe. Angoulême quickly said to his 2 colleagues, "Prepare to remove the seal." For this operation, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery had each provided their clergy with a Grade 0 sealed artifact to ensure the ultimate goal could be achieved. Both churches had long known that the shadow of the beauty goddess from the Rose School of Thought had allegedly fallen into the hands of Madame Pualis, who was hiding in 4th Epoch Trier. This was also a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and among the more powerful ones at that grade. Under these circumstances, simply sending 6 saints to search for and eliminate Madame Pualis and Louis Gustave would be sending them to their deaths. Therefore, each team carried a targeted Grade 0 sealed artifact that could counter the shadow of the beauty goddess to some degree. Since passing through the blood well became more dangerous with higher sequences, they didn't send angels but deployed Grade 0 sealed artifacts instead. With these 2 sealed artifacts, even if Angoulême and the others couldn't kill Madame Pualis, they could hold her off. Then the Eternal Blazing Sun and God of Steam and Machinery could locate their high-ranking clergy and, using them as mediums, deliver a fatal blow to Madame Pualis through the seal. As the 3 Unshadowed began removing the seal on the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Monsurus ghost slowly crossing the intersection suddenly changed direction and walked toward them step by step. Jack Walton, dressed as an ancient stonemason, watched as the Monsurus ghost quickly transformed from a rather blurry shadow into something clear. It truly wasn't a hunched elderly person. Its main body was viscous black liquid that had been stretched into human form by some influence. Those drops of black liquid stacked together, their edges merging while their cores remained independent. Within each independent black liquid core appeared different faces, some laughing wildly, some walking among dismembered limbs and internal organs, some filled with anger, some with dark red eyes, some flaunting their own lust, some wearing necklaces strung with human skulls. They were all distorted and shouted in unison at Angoulême and Jack Walton, "Human nature is evil." This was devil language. As these words echoed, the 3 Unshadowed were unaffected, but the clergy from the Church of Steam and Machinery, including Jack Walton, suddenly felt intense malice. It was resentment from being assigned to dangerous missions. Then, Jack Walton and the other saints saw more hunched black shadows slowly emerging from the intersection behind them and the alleys on both sides. They all appeared to be Monsurus ghosts. Dozens, hundreds of Monsurus ghosts. Meanwhile, the first black shadow, that Monsurus ghost, had its stomach rapidly swell up, then split open, spewing out viscous black liquid that stretched and elongated to form a new Monsurus ghost. Seeing this, Angoulême, Jack Walton, and the others suddenly had a realization. Monsurus ghosts shouldn't normally undergo such changes. This was a phenomenon possible only through the Earth, Moon, or Banshee pathways. Was this Madame Pualis's doing? And what did the Monsurus ghosts correspond to? What developments would such proliferation bring? Human nature is evil. The ghost's earlier words suddenly echoed in Angoulême's mind. As far as he knew, the evil of human nature corresponded to the devil and prisoner pathways, both deeply influenced by the mother tree of desire. Right? Angoulême's temple suddenly throbbed. The shadow of the beauty goddess allegedly obtained by Madame Pualis came from the Rose School of Thought, and the Rose School controlled the prisoner pathway as loyal followers of the mother tree of desire. At this thought, Angoulême formed a speculation that frightened even him as an unshadowed. The transaction involving the shadow of the beauty goddess during the Vortex incident wasn't just a one-time deal. It concealed some subsequent cooperation. The Vortex incident had ended, but its influence continued. The Great Mother and the Mother Tree of Desire had reached some understanding and decided to cooperate to a limited extent on certain matters. Angoulême's expression tensed as he said gravely, "Clear out the monstrous ghosts here quickly. Any later, unwanted mutations might occur." As Angoulême spoke these words in underground Trier, near the seal of fourth epoch Trier in a certain mine, a brownish-green, gnarled-rooted, semi-real giant tree suddenly grew. It extended branch after branch, growing extremely fast, as if it had received the best healing and most abundant nutrition. New City of Silver, Church of the Fool's headquarters. Through the floating mirrors before them, Lumion and the others saw that under the dark night, in many corners of Trier, the ground was cracking open as brownish-green roots or branches grew out. Tree of Shadow? Lumion stood up and chuckled. Heh, I really want to go back to Trier now and burn it. It couldn't be burned to death before, but today might be different. He now had the fire of destruction. Just as Lumion finished speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the rows of large windows in the cathedral. Outside the windows, the crimson moon had grown very large and hung very low, as if it had pressed against an invisible barrier. Deep in fourth epoch Trier, on streets surrounded by thick fog, within the unshadowed domain that eliminated all shadows and darkness, Angoulême and his two colleagues had reached the critical moment of removing the item's seal. What none of them expected was that the final layer binding this sealed artifact was ordinary paper without any supernatural elements. These papers seemed torn from some ancient text, with lines of handwritten ancient Fasak. I am the beginning and the end. I am the way, the truth, and the life. God spake, let there be light, and there was light. The earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep. His spirit moved upon the face of the waters. He called the light day, and the darkness night. These sheets of paper were attached to the sealed artifact, completely wrapping it. The sentences written on them were similar yet different from the eternal blazing sun church's scripture, but contained no sacred supernatural power. Angoulême's eyes focused as he saw this, unconsciously slowing his motion of tearing off the paper. His two colleagues were unaffected, quickly exposing the Grade 0 sealed artifact to fourth epoch Trier. The next second, an intense, golden, sacred sun appeared in the thick fog above. 0 to 15, the fourth sun. Suddenly, the fog of war within 2 kilometers evaporated and dissolved without a trace. The monstrous ghosts slowly approaching Angoulême and Jack Walton from different directions began making sizzling sounds, quickly being purified into black vapor that diffused upward. Some of this black vapor gradually dissipated, while other parts swelled and twisted, revealing faces displaying different forms of malice. They rapidly flew upward, reaching the invisible, colorless flames that served as the sky, concentrating in one area. This portion of black vapor was quickly burned away, leaving only faint patches. Just as these patches were about to melt away, more monstrous ghosts flew out from different parts of fourth epoch Trier. They threw themselves into the light black patches one after another, preventing them from disappearing, trying to deepen them, maintaining them within the invisible, colorless flames for a while longer, and eroding upward. Seeing this scene, Jack Walton, whose malice was rapidly dissipating under the influence of the fourth sun, furrowed his brow. He felt something was already happening. He hurriedly said to his two colleagues, "Use the sealed artifact." The sealed artifact they carried was 0 to 59, the divine kingdom without people. At the bottom of underground Trier, the miraculously healed tree of shadow frantically extended its roots and branches toward the seal and the ground-level city districts. Each piece of its bark seemed to be a crystallization of different scenes of desire from past history, thick, settled, and difficult to truly destroy. Its brownish-green roots quickly approached that layer of invisible, colorless flames, yet didn't attempt to touch it, as they would surely be burned through. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on either side of its massive trunk. These 2 figures looked similar, both tall and enormous, humanoid yet like grotesque trees, covered in pitch-black, viscous tar-like liquid, with numerous bizarre and sickening arms growing from them. The surface of these arms either had bulging crimson eyeballs with prominent blood vessels, or were embedded with pale skull heads, or were covered with tongues bearing sharp teeth, and so on. There were too many variations to count. They spread an extremely evil and intensely mad sensation in all directions, causing the mind tunnels and earth to crack and split. These were Abomination Sua and his sister Tyri. They were currently displaying their true form as abominations, not their mythical creature forms from the prisoner pathway. However, as abominations, they inherently carried madness, evil, distortion, chaos, hatred, indulgence, and curse, causing effects equivalent to revealing their mythical creature forms on their surroundings. One could say that their abomination appearances were a product of their self-perception combined with their complete mythical creature forms. As soon as Sua and Tyri appeared, they each chose a section of the brownish-green trunk and merged themselves into the Tree of Shadow. The crown of the Tree of Shadow finally broke through the ground, growing toward the sky, attempting to encompass all of Trier within its shade. Its roots truly extended into that layer of invisible, colorless flames, being burned off section by section, yet continuously growing new ones, striving to extend downward. Outside St. Vive Cathedral in the island area, the pure brilliant sunlight was pushed back by branches oozing viscous black liquid, as if trying to create a world of shadows here. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's patriarchal cathedral in the north encountered similar circumstances. And because the Tree of Shadow's power extending to the surface was concentrated in these few places, citizens across Trier's districts merely dreamed dreams of different desires, dreams that had not yet crossed from illusion into reality. In the still operating bars and dance halls, the atmosphere suddenly intensified, with everyone falling into a psychedelic state. St. Vive, utilizing the cathedral's layout, strenuously resisted the invasion of those pitch-black viscous branches, preventing harm to the clergy and faithful who had taken shelter here. She didn't panic. In her view, the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction reactivating the Tree of Shadow wasn't something unstoppable. If Fourth Epic Trier's seal were truly so easily destroyed, the Rose School of Thought and other evil god sects would have done so long ago. Why wait until today to expend such effort? Even if the crimson moon descending to the barrier, appearing round and bright, truly suppressed the orthodox gods, preventing them from dealing with the Tree of Shadow problem, there were still two existences within the barrier who could take action. And the strongest subordinates the great old ones could command in this world were just Sua and Tyri, who weren't even in the same league as their side. If the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction truly wanted to go all in, they should have wagered everything during last year's Tree of Shadow incident, when Mr. Fool had not yet partially awakened. And even without counting the two existences, their side's number of angels far exceeded the evil god sections. As long as they held on a bit longer, preventing the Tree of Shadow from destroying Surface Trier and causing mass civilian deaths, sufficient reinforcements would soon arrive. This amount of time was insufficient to destroy Fourth Epic Trier's seal. Was it that the Rose School of Thought and other evil god sects didn't want to use the current approach in the past? In the midst of her doubts, St. Vive suddenly became vigilant. Could something have simultaneously gone wrong with Fourth Epic Trier? If coordinated on the inside and outside, the seal might truly be broken in a short time. Just then, St. Vive saw before the crimson moon, which appeared so huge it seemed to hang by the cathedral bell tower, a figure descending from the sky, growing larger and larger, wearing a medium-tall silk top hat, black windbreaker, and holding a stardust-inlaid cane. The easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, the forsaken land of the gods. At the highest point of the majestic mountain range, darkness was thick, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. Mitseashire North Coast, East Tilisai Province, capital city Tilisai. Madame Justice suddenly had a spiritual premonition and opened her eyes. She saw before her a verdant field, with several scarecrows standing in it, a clear stream flowing through, like a pastoral scene from an oil painting. A dream. As a dreamweaver, Madame Justice quickly understood what she had encountered. And there weren't many beings in this world capable of weaving such a dream for her. Madame Justice instantly thought of one possibility. The ancient dragon Edifana she had been pursuing. This was one of the few remaining mind dragons. I've searched for years without finding him. Yet he has come to me? Madame Justice found this somewhat absurd. Absurdity implied abnormality, and abnormality necessarily indicated problems. What Madame Justice cared more about was, if this dream was truly woven by Edifana, why did he choose today? Why choose this moment? Justice didn't hesitate, taking out a card. The card portrayed an impartial goddess seated on a stone chair, wielding a sword and scales. Tarot card, Justice card. After praying to Mr. Fool, Justice began reciting her friend's honorific name, Cosmic Traveler, beholden to the king of yellow and black, and the sorcerer chronicling the world. Southern continent, inside a black ancient castle. Mr. Moon Emlyn stood at the window, gazing up at the crimson moon that appeared huge and dreamlike due to its proximity. He felt his spirituality boiling. As he was struggling to control himself, the crimson moonlight shone into the ancient castle, conveying a mellow voice. Alexis has suddenly disappeared. Find him as soon as possible. This voice came from one of the three great sanguine dukes, Ulmer, titled Round Moon. Alexis disappeared? Mr. Moon repeated these words. Alexis was one of Duke Round Moon Ulmer's direct descendants, a sanguine count residing in Fainapotter City, the capital of the Fainapotter Kingdom. In the past, the Moon Emlyn wouldn't have thought this order contained any hidden information, but now he thought more. Alexis disappeared suddenly? If it was sudden, how did Duke Round Moon discover it so quickly? As a direct relative, did the Duke Round Moon have a bad premonition due to Alexis's disappearance? Sonia C., New City of Silver, Church of the Fool's headquarters. Lumion and others saw the unrestrained growth of the Tree of Shadow. Wasn't it supposed to take many years before it would grow again? Franca muttered to herself. Did it receive healing, and its original wounds have healed? Lumion nodded pensively. The Great Mother's influence really seems to be hidden behind this. Jenna, who had been pondering a certain question, suddenly turned her gaze toward the Twin Towers and asked vigilantly, would the gift of the land being Omabella's remains count as a mother? Should calamity stay away? Lumion was momentarily stunned. He had borrowed the gift of the land before without any problems. But that seemed to be before Mr. Fool made the revelation that calamity needs to stay away from the mother. Meanwhile, in a hotel in the New City of Silver, a man with neatly combed black hair, beautiful crimson eyes, and an elegant bow tie at his chest pulled a card from his pocket. The card depicted a female version of Emperor Roselle wearing maternity clothes, with a protruding belly, radiating maternal glory. Card of blasphemy, mother card. The moment the mother card was taken out, it seemed to sense something and its surface emanated a crimson glow even before being activated by an incantation. It immediately transformed into an invisible vortex, frantically absorbing its holder's spirit and spirituality. Then it became heavy, turning into a miniature book. The book's pages fluttered in the wind, revealing its first page. On it was depicted Emperor Roselle dressed as a farmer, leaning on a hoe and gazing at rain clouds in the sky, with lines of ancient Faesac text written beside it. Sequence 9, Planter. Immediately after, the book rapidly flipped backward, from Sequence 8, Doctor, all the way to Sequence 1, Nature Walker. After Nature Walker was a female version of Emperor Roselle wearing a loose long dress, holding an infant, with two children standing beside him. This page's title was Sequence 0, Mother. Almost simultaneously, crimson moonlight began shining from the infant in female Roselle's arms. This grew increasingly bright, making the infant gradually appear like a full moon, reflecting and complementing the real crimson moon hanging low in the sky, seemingly suspended above the cathedral bell tower. Within the miniature crimson moon, several lines of ancient Faesac text that hadn't existed before appeared. Sequence 1, Valley God, or Tree God. Below this brand new Sequence 1 title, there were two descriptions, one on the left and one on the right. The Valley God is the root of heaven and earth. The Tree God, supporting heaven and connecting earth, propagates endlessly. The crimson-eyed man holding this mother card had just begun to smile when his expression suddenly froze. He looked down to find that brownish, Slightly withered tree roots had extended from the back of the card of blasphemy. These roots had pierced into his body, growing and spreading numerous root systems, frantically draining his life force. The crimson-eyed man was stunned for a second before relaxing his expression. He already understood what was happening. But it didn't matter, all things would eventually return to the land, return to the mother's embrace. It's just a bit early for me, but I will experience the warmth and security of mother's embrace sooner. His full face began to cave in, his smooth skin gradually withering. At the bottom of the spire within the twin towers at the core of New City of Silver, the enormous 7 or 8 meter high trunk, sleeping in the morning light, planted in a pile of brownish soil, suddenly trembled slightly. Its grayish-brown wood quickly exuded moisture, and large amounts of previously peeled and missing bark visibly grew back. The surrounding morning light suddenly surged into its body, cutting through its flesh while witnessing its rebirth. Its withered feeling gradually disappeared as it slowly became full and robust. Suddenly, it broke free from the restraint of the brownish soil pile and vanished from the bottom of the round tower. In the cathedral of the Church of the Fool's headquarters. Warned by Jenna, Lumion redirected his gaze to the mirrors floating before him and to the brownish-green tree of shadow that was breaking through the ground and growing upward. Anthony understood that Lumion had realized New City of Silver wasn't entirely safe either. It contained the remains of the City of Silver residents' former mother, Giant Queen Omabella, and Calamity needed to stay away from the mother. This would make normal people want to quickly retreat, but for high-sequence hunters, constantly running away wasn't a choice that aligned with their godhood. Having fled Trier, should they now flee New City of Silver too? Should they keep running forever? Anthony believed this would spark intense fighting spirit in Lumion. If his humanity wasn't abundant enough and his control over his mental state and emotions wasn't strong enough, he would choose to return to Trier to directly confront the Tree of Shadow and thwart the evil god cult's conspiracy. Before Anthony could offer advice or use placate, Lumion forcefully withdrew his gaze and made the floating mirrors return to the traveler's bag. He said gravely to his team members, "Now we'll move to the Cathedral of Serenity." The Cathedral of Serenity was the church of the Evernight Goddess's headquarters and holy cathedral. As he spoke, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder, using teleport again. Just as the spirit world with its layered colors and numerous strange creatures appeared before them, everything suddenly spun and they plummeted downward. Before Lumion could react, his feet had already landed on solid ground. They arrived in an endless wilderness overgrown with weeds, with an oak tree of indescribable size growing in its depths. It was blue-green, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, its crown penetrating the clouds as if supporting the sky, holding up a crimson full moon. It was like a pillar reaching to heaven, supporting the entire world, allowing this wilderness to exist. The mottled bark of this sky-supporting oak bore scorch marks from lightning strikes, but beneath the charred areas lay signs of life. Higher up, the oak had more new branches, many entwined with lush, vibrant mistletoe. At this moment, in the middle of this giant oak that supported the sky and anchored the earth, large amounts of mottled bark bulged out, outlining a huge, gentle, feminine face, with 2 giant crimson flowers serving as its eyes. Mother, Omabella. In Lumion's mind, these 2 terms naturally flashed through. He instinctively tried to activate the black mark on his right shoulder again, but he could not sense the spirit world beyond this wilderness, nor could he sense the areas he originally had positions for. Paramitha. At the same time, Lumion remembered something else. His teleport ability came from Zetus, and Zetus was one of the Great Mother's twins, Omabella's younger brother, whose power presumably came from a boon, and currently possessed no Beyonder characteristics. Even if such an angel was conquered by 0-01, there should still be a trace of the Great Mother's spirit hidden within his power. This was what the Great Mother excelled at. So, at the crucial moment, she sacrificed this bit of spirit to interfere with my teleport, making me voluntarily enter the Paramitha created by the Gift of the Land? And Gift of the Land somehow became activated and received strange enhancements. This thought flashed quickly through Lumion's mind. Franca's lake blue eyes had already become profound. seemingly concealing layers upon layers of darkness. In the green fields dotted with scarecrows, Madam Magician, wearing a white nightgown, opened a door forged from brilliant starlight and entered this dream. She only looked around once before making a guess about the dream's weaver. Edafana? This was an ancient mind dragon, an angel-level discerner. Excluding those who were transformed from humans, he was one of only 3 ancient dragons currently remaining. What's happening in the outside world? Madam Justice Audrey asked instead of answering. As a dreamweaver, she had tried to leave this dream but failed. Madam Magician answered truthfully. The Tree of Shadow in Trier is causing trouble again, supposedly receiving help from the Great Mother's subordinates. However, don't worry, Mr. Fool has already descended there. Madam Justice showed a puzzled expression. So, Edafana took this opportunity to find me? How did he know Mr. Fool would descend to Trier? Madam Magician paused briefly before saying, drawing me here to help must have also been part of his plan. So you had enough time to pray to Mr. Fool and speak my name, avoiding an ambush. Just as the planeswalker finished speaking, the dream sky was suddenly covered by a shadow. That shadow was a grayish-white dragon, circling in flight, with a lizard-like face showing obvious signs of age. In Trier, Mr. Fool, wearing a medium-height silk top hat and black coat, was unaffected by the ground and tree branches as he passed through layers of void, landing before the brownish-green tree of Shadow's trunk. He thrust his stardust-inlaid cane forward, watching the thick, solid bark collapse and destroy itself in large amounts. Each piece of bark, each branch, each leaf suddenly became ethereal, revealing scenes of Trier's citizens displaying various desires over the past 1 or 2,000 years. Some were normal, others indulgent, showing affairs at luxurious parties, warmth of tight embraces in cold small rooms, wasteful tables of abandoned food, and miserly parents reluctant to feed their children enough. They interwove layer upon layer, cascading down as weighty history, a tome of desires, something that couldn't be completely destroyed by normal attacks, requiring peeling away layer by layer. Mr. Fool withdrew his stardust-inlaid cane. Grayish-white fog emerged accordingly, enveloping the Tree of Shadow's main trunk. Fog of history. In 4th Epic Trier. Just as Angoulême and other Unshadowed were about to raise the 4th day higher to eliminate the Montsurus ghosts, who kept throwing themselves into the invisible, colorless flames, they suddenly heard a cry. It was the cry of infants, countless infants crying. Jack Walton and others immediately looked toward the entrance of the street, seeing a figure staggering toward them. The figure had chestnut-colored long hair and azure eyes, deliberately dressed as Emperor Roselle. His body was already swollen, with bird-clawed infants tearing through flesh and skin to emerge from his ribs, abdomen, chest, thighs, and arms, crying loudly in search of nursing. In Paramitha, Lumien's voice echoed in Franca and the others' minds. Don't enter the mirror world for now. The mirror world was connected to the special mirror world. In the current chaotic situation, who knows what people might be lying in ambush in the mirror world, waiting to drag them into the special mirror world. Since they had already encountered Mother, they shouldn't fall into the special mirror world trap as well. Lumien slightly bent down, looking at the giant sky, supporting oak tree, and said with a smile in the team's minds, since we couldn't escape, then, let's fight. Accompanying Lumien's words, Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig simultaneously raised both arms. The numerous white clouds surrounding the giant oak tree's crown suddenly turned gloomy, appearing even more substantial. Countless silver-white electric serpents began leaping between the layered dark clouds, intertwining as if trying to form a single entity. At this moment, Lumien suddenly clenched his fist. A massive silver-white lightning bolt, illuminating the entire Permitha, rapidly descended, striking the giant oak tree transformed from Omabella's remnants. Lumien was recalling the effect of shouting the incantation Leotaro when facing a similar oak tree embodying Madame Puali's in the Dream City, and decided to imitate and recreate it. At this time, the crimson moon had pressed against the invisible barrier, and Lord of Storms Leotaro certainly couldn't spare the effort to bring down divine punishment, so he could only create this through a weather warlock's beyonder powers. Moreover, Lumion was not the only one controlling the weather. He had also made Franca and the other team members do similar things simultaneously. Rather than concentrating everyone's power on himself to enhance the thunderstorm's might, allowing each person to control the weather and then stack these efforts together would not only prevent weakening the effect but might also potentially trigger chain reactions or chaotic changes, making the thunderstorm more pronounced and exaggerated. This was the nature of whether even a butterfly's wing flap could progressively evolve into a hurricane, let alone 5 people simultaneously manipulating and creating a thunderstorm. When the massive lightning that illuminated the entire Permitha fell, the female face on the giant oak tree's surface had already opened its mouth. The raging wind brought by the thunderstorm was instantly sucked inside, and the high-altitude dark clouds converged toward the massive mouth in a funnel shape. The silver-white lightning, resembling a divine tree, naturally decomposed, with most of it being swallowed by the female face on the tree's surface, and a small portion striking the tree's crown, bark, and branches. Some bark instantly turned charcoal black and peeled downward, with branches breaking and catching fire. At these wounded spots, the tree's heart writhed and grew, ready to regenerate. Simultaneously, all grass in Permitha withered at once, the ground cracking inch by inch, as if losing all moisture or having life rapidly drain away. Lumion and the others were no exception. They also saw that around the giant oak tree, some soil swelled and rolled, forming over a dozen yellow-brown humanoid puppets, all massive in size, swaying and about to take their first steps. Ludwig opened his mouth and suddenly swallowed the toxic gas that had been diffusing in the surrounding air at some unknown time. Immediately afterward, every member of their team transformed into fireballs of blue-purple hue, roaring as they rushed toward the giant oak tree. Rumble! Thunder finally sounded in the high sky. Violet-tinted blue flames rapidly spread, turning everywhere Lumion and his companions passed into a flame hell. Those dozen yellow-brown puppets didn't even have time to make any movement before being roasted crisp by the approaching high temperature, completely collapsing when the blue-violet fireball arrived. Just as Lumion's group, transformed into a fireball, was about to strike the giant oak tree, that sky-supporting behemoth suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, at another location in Permitha, the ground swelled high, soil splashing, and a green giant oak tree grew out again. Lumion and his team failed to hit their target, allowing them to rematerialize their forms. Around them, cracked soil erupted with brown tree roots that shot out from all directions, covering the sky and earth. Lumion's spiritual intuition told him that being struck by these roots would likely mean death, or worse, losing control. Death wasn't terrifying, each team member had a mirror substitution, but losing control was something even a demoness of unaging couldn't resist. Dense fog suddenly surged in the area, enveloping Lumion's group and dozens of kilometers of wilderness. The brown tree roots emerging from the ground were also shrouded by the fog of war, losing their target, unable to find a trace, stupidly freezing in midair. Near the sky-supporting giant oak tree, Lumion's team's figures suddenly outlined. They surrounded the massive entity from different directions, each holding a black flame sword that restrained destruction and violence. Immediately after, they successively struck with the swords of destruction. This wasn't about being unable to move in unison, but about attacking in waves, maintaining reserves, leaving room to respond to potential enemy surprises. Silently, the giant oak tree was covered in vibrant green radiance. Then, it transformed into light and drilled into the ground, instantly vanishing, even preventing Jenna from adjusting the direction of the sword of destruction she had deliberately delayed. Those black flame swords restraining madness fell on the flat, unbroken ground, burning a deep pit, cutting down and burning the remaining brown tree roots to ash. Escaping through the earth? Franca hissed in the mental channel. This is too hard to fight. More importantly, their life force was rapidly depleting, unable to sustain such a battle for long. Lumion calmly responded, "Proceed as planned." This was also a reminder to Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig. As they communicated mentally, dense fog of war again spread out, making any subsequent attacks unable to lock onto a target. Thus, Lumien's team fought intensely against the constantly relocating giant oak tree, relying on abilities like fog of war, collective teleportation, weakness investigation, sword of destruction, thunderstorm weather, arrival of winter, mirror substitution, and demoness curses. After a while, Lumien suddenly said in every team member's mind, "Here's the chance." They blinked again to the giant oak tree's surroundings. Lumien's azure eyes turned iron black, revealing the target's pale areas. Franca let gray-white colors surge forth, rushing to the oak tree's base, attempting to petrify the soil and bring it under her control, preventing the enemy from quickly moving via the ground. Facing the sky-supporting behemoth, Jenna smiled and fully displayed the charm Lumien had shared. She wanted to make the giant oak tree briefly lose consciousness and fail to dodge in time. On another side, Anthony quietly approached in a psychological invisibility state, condensing a black flame sword, and struck the target's weakness as Lumien suggested. Ludwig, small in stature, raised a sword of destruction much larger than himself, attacking from the front to draw the enemy's attention. Suddenly, the giant oak tree's branches and leaves swayed, and a wet, bumpy protrusion emerged from its trunk. The bump quickly split open, birthing a child. This child was composed of countless intertwined silver-white electric snakes, the lightning previously swallowed, now reborn. Crack! The child instantly disintegrated, terrifying, bright lightning sweeping the surroundings. Anthony's body instantly shattered, and Ludwig, Franca, and Jenna also broke into numerous mirror fragments. Lumien's figure didn't break, only fading. He was just a mirror projection from Franca's lake blue eyes. Lumien's true body appeared 7 or 8 kilometers away, holding a sword of destruction with contained, unreleased power. The black flame sword instantly struck the edge of Permitha. A nauseating sharp crack sound emerged, instantly slicing a deep, twisted, hideous fissure. Beyond the crack, pure color blocks layered, and various spirit realm creatures had long since fled. Using the sword of destruction, Lumien forcibly carved a path to the outside world from Permitha. From the beginning, he never intended to entangle too long with the giant oak tree, suspected to be an activated relic of Omabella. His real plan was, if they couldn't quickly resolve the target, force it near Permitha's edge, then use their intense battle to hide their true purpose, approach the realm's edge, attack with 5 people to distract it, allowing his true body to seize the opportunity, and use the sword of destruction's special power to tear through the barrier and escape. A hunter was brave, not foolish. Why persist in fighting on the enemy's predetermined battlefield? Contrary to Mr. Fool's revelation, the initial battle was for this retreat. Go! When Lumien's voice rang in Jenna and the others' minds, he had already activated the black mark on his right shoulder, bringing all team members through that terrifying crack, successfully escaping Permitha. This time, he didn't plan to rely on the contract ability teleportation, only using it to sense multiple spirit world coordinates and complete positioning. With positioning, angels could directly traverse the spirit world. In the deep, dark special mirror world, Zeratul, wearing a black robe, with white hair and eyes of unpierced black darkness, leaned to one side, quietly waiting. Suddenly, he stood up and said solemnly, "My wish is to make Lumien and the others enter the mirror world." He immediately fulfilled his own wish. In Lumien and Franca's eyes, the spirit world, originally composed of dense, pure color blocks, suddenly became dark and profound. A massive suction force rose from below, involuntarily dragging them down into a bottomless depth. In Permitha, that giant oak tree stopped relocating, gradually withering and shrinking back to a 7 or 8 meter trunk. In a hotel room in the new city of Silver, Rionette Tynker, carrying 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark, complex black dress, emerged from the spirit world. Her 8 eyes simultaneously looked at the ground, seeing the mother card. This card of blasphemy was stained with a faint trace of blood. In their rapid descent, Lumien, Franca, and Jenna, as beyonders of the Demoness pathway, quickly realized they were in the depths of the mirror world. Just as they were about to use their inherent qualities to lead the entire team away from the area filled with space-time turbulence and return to the real world, a figure appeared in the deep, dark surroundings. The figure wore a gray, old-fashioned long dress, with thick and long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her blue eyes were more crystalline than gemstones, with a delicate, small chin and moist, glossy red lips. She was a beautiful, mature woman with an exceptional temperament. Seeing this figure, Franca's mind instantly buzzed. She recognized her. She had seen this gray-dressed woman's mirror projection with the Demoness of Black. As a newly appointed saint of the Demoness sect, she had no choice but to meet her. This was the matriarch of the Demoness of Grey, the divine child of the primordial Demoness, the Demoness of Grey Judith. Judith was a sequence 2 Demoness of Catastrophe. She looked at Lumion and the others, raising her exquisite and beautiful articulated wrist with a charming smile. She was about to bring disaster. And for the mirror world, what could truly be called a catastrophe? Of course, it would be a complete collapse, swallowed by space-time turbulence. Silently, Lumion saw the deep, dark surroundings begin to peel away, like a mirror cracking, with fragments falling off the surface. Indescribable space-time turbulence swept in. Franca and the others, who were originally far from the turbulence in the mirror world's depths, were suddenly thrown into a scene of world-ending collapse. Lumion had no time to think, activating the black mark on his right shoulder to teleport the entire team out of the area. However, the space-time turbulence had already surged in, weakening the team's connections. Though they were close, they seemed to be in different worlds. Simultaneously, Lumion's perception of external coordinates became imprecise, blurry, and chaotic. Lumion did not hesitate and used teleportation. Although this forced teleportation would cause Franca and the others to be affected by the space-time turbulence and randomly sent to different destinations, the weakest team member was still a Sequence 4 saint. As long as they could escape this area of turbulent disaster, whether still in the mirror world, entering the spirit world, or returning to the real world, they could ensure their safety to some extent. Afterward, they would have many ways to regroup. Just before the space-time turbulence completely engulfed them, they instantly disappeared. Franca's figure took shape in a phantom, dark tunnel of the mirror world. She felt that the distance between her and Lumion was certainly more than 10 kilometers, as she could no longer share the angel-level power. She used the mirror substitution Lumion had left with her to quickly perform magic mirror divination while turning into a new tunnel following her spiritual intuition. She wanted to reunite with Lumion. This was to enhance his strength, as a hunter with a team was much more powerful than one without. Suddenly, a void of black darkness appeared before her, and the spider web-like tunnels behind her were dyed gray-white, solidifying into stone, no longer passable. At this moment, a figure stood in the mirror-behind area before Franca. The figure had black hair twisted into a high bun, wearing a pure black court dress, with deep gray eyes bright yet tinged with a hint of sadness. It was the Demoness of Black Clarice. Next to Clarice, a high platform was built from gray-white stones, with a white bone-carved figurine of the primordial Demoness placed at the top. Franca stopped at the edge of this mirror-behind area, instinctively displaying a smile, as if trying to slip by. "Madam, what are you doing?" The Demoness of Black looked at her, with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Praying to the primordial one, of course." Before her words finished, she suddenly saw gray-white colors surging towards her. Franca's previous smile and words were merely to deceive the Demoness of Black, making her believe she would not be ambushed. By the time this color-named Demoness actually began to respond, Franca had already decisively launched an attack, leaving no room for retreat. Jenna stopped. She was somewhat stunned to discover that the mirror tunnel before her had been broken off, just like a bridge in the real world. This was a phenomenon she had never encountered before while traversing the mirror world, seemingly only possible in areas near space-time turbulence. Where does this lead? Has the path been artificially cut off? Jenna's thoughts raced, but she did not linger or seek an answer. She took the mirror substitution Lumion had left with her and chose to bypass the interrupted tunnel, moving closer to her spiritual guidance. She intuitively believed that Lumion was in this isolated place, and there was certainly a way to enter. In a certain part of the mirror world, Ludwig, dressed in children's formal wear, stood between spider web-like phantom paths, hesitating whether to go left or right. He felt a calling from deep within his heart or a longed for food on the right side, but the left side represented his godfather. After a moment's hesitation, Ludwig's figure swiftly became transparent, turning into a wraith. He projected himself as a wraith into the left mirror tunnel. After discovering he had not yet left the mirror world, Anthony immediately lowered his head and began chanting in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. After briefly reporting their situation to Mr. Fool, Anthony used psychological invisibility and shuttled into the depths of the phantom tunnel before him. His ice mirror charm was not yet used up. In a pitch-black castle in the southern continent, the Moon Emlyn restrained his surging spirituality, pondering the reason Duke round Moon Ulmer had him search for Alex. Is he suspicious that Alexis has come to the southern continent, seeking refuge with the Rose School of Thought? Just as he thought this, Mr. Moon saw a figure rapidly taking shape in the room. The figure knelt on one knee and bowed. "My lord, I've received intelligence that the Rose School of Thought captured Masaru half an hour ago. He was a traveler cultivated by Mr. Moon, having specially traded Beyonder characteristics from Madame Magician." Mr. Moon Emlyn couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is something big going to happen tonight? In recent times, the situation in the southern continent had actually been trending towards calm. First, organizations like the Rose School of Thought had reduced their activities, hiding deeper, similar to the cults of the northern continent. Second, after Mr. Fool's initial awakening, he had promoted reconciliation between the royals of the numinous episcopate and the Orthodox churches. Subsequently, colonial institutions of northern continent countries would gradually withdraw from the southern continent, returning governance to local populations. To avoid chaos and a vacuum for order, this would be a dragged-out process. Southern continent populations would have religious freedom. As long as it didn't involve evil gods, they could believe in deities like Death or Mr. Fool, and could continue believing in the orthodox gods of the northern continent. Meanwhile, the royals of the numinous episcopate promised Mr. Fool political religious separation. They also provided substantial intelligence to the Orthodox churches, helping Mr. Star and Mr. Moon uncover several hidden bases of the Rose School of Thought. The Moon Emlyn knew that northern continent countries and Orthodox churches made such significant concessions because Mr. Fool, this great existence, had initially awakened, and everyone shared a common enemy: other great existences. Under these circumstances, after ensuring the Orthodox churches did not lose too many believers, even if the governments of northern continent countries had objections or wanted to overturn everything, they could only swallow their pride and agree. The Moon Emlyn's understanding was, in this world, Beyonder power is the source of all authority. Before Mr. Fool's apotheosis, liberating the southern continent from colonial status would have been impossible, even after numerous wars, because the Orthodox gods' interests were aligned in this matter. Once he became a great existence and initially awakened, this problem was easily resolved. Their current primary contradiction was those great existences who would destroy everything. One had to distinguish between primary and secondary contradictions when doing things. Emlyn took a deep breath, summoned the castle's strongholds, and transformed into crimson moonlight, rushing directly toward Masaru. Before he even approached, he saw a massive entity appear within the city. It was a mountain composed of mixed corpses and earth. Male corpses, female corpses, elder corpses, child corpses, all piled together. Residents of Masaru City, whether from the northern or southern continent, had all been killed and stacked into a mountain pointing to the sky. Simultaneously, cults in many parts of the northern and southern continents, having accumulated certain power, were frantically creating disasters, forcing the angels and saints of the Orthodox churches to extinguish fires everywhere. Lumien's figure had just materialized in a part of the mirror world when he saw the demoness of Grey Judith standing not far away. Some intense convergence phenomenon had made them meet again. Lumien narrowed his eyes, letting out a low growl. It was like the first drum beaten on a battlefield. With this growl, Lumien's body began to expand, his surface once again covered by an iron-black armor formed from flames. A drop of blood red emerged at his forehead, vivid and dripping like a battle flag. One side of his face became soft, delicate, and brilliant, while the other remained handsome but increasingly masculine and sharp. In Paramitha, isolated internally and externally, he couldn't use the most powerful ability of a weather warlock. But now, the mirror world itself belonged to that individual's domain. He had sacrificed the ultimate power of the calamity pathways, seeking assistance. Lumien revealed a mythical creature form over 10 meters high, holding a black flame great sword formed by the fire of destruction, taking a step to arrive before the demoness of Grey Judith and slashing down. The surrounding spider web-like phantom tunnels collapsed simultaneously, giving Judith no chance to escape this area. Facing Lumien's attack, demoness of Grey Judith smiled serenely and calmly. The phantom tunnel where she was located collapsed on its own, and along with herself, before the sword of destruction could strike, fell piece by piece like toppled building blocks, cascading like a waterfall. Disaster preemptively engulfed her. Time and space storms swept through, and only then came Lumien's black flame great sword. By the time this area completely dissolved into nothingness, the terrifying and indescribable time-space turbulence flowed chaotically in the dark depths. In another phantom and dark tunnel, demoness of Grey Judith's figure strangely emerged. She was clearly stalling Lumien, preventing him from returning to the real world. Lumien changed direction and took another step to arrive before the demoness of Grey, slashing out the sword of destruction. Deep beneath the Tree of Shadow, the brown-green trunk of the Tree of Shadow was completely shrouded in gray-white fog. The mottled bark, settled desires, and ancient scenes gradually presented a phantasmal texture under the erosion of fog of history. The historical shall return to history. Abstract things could become substantial, and could also be defined as pure concepts. The Lord of Mysteries could turn the true to false, and the false to true, with the distinction between true and false no longer clear. As the gray-white fog continuously eroded the Tree of Shadow, the figure of Mr. Fool wearing black gloves, holding a star-studded staff, and dressed in a deep black trench coat suddenly appeared with a flickering sensation. The star-studded staff lit up with brilliant radiance. In a part of the mirror world, Mr. Fool took a step, quickly flickering beyond what normal human eyes could capture. Before him were multiple phantom tunnels that had been interrupted, with all-consuming darkness flooding the collapsed area, blocking the path. Mr. Fool spoke in a low voice, at an extremely rapid pace. "My wish is the original state here restored." After each pronunciation, there was a pause, but this pause was not obvious and did not affect the rapid delivery of speech, only making some syllables seem to come from an extremely distant place. As soon as the voice fell, a miracle occurred. Those phantom and dark tunnels became whole again, once more able to freely traverse. Seeing the mirror tunnels in spider web formation successfully repaired, Red Angel Medici, leaning against the edge of the mirror's rear area, picked up the apple in his hand and took a smiling bite. Medici, who had already condensed an iron-black blood-stained armor with defense not much inferior to same-tier warrior pathway beyonders, did not rush to move forward. Instead, he continued waiting at his original location, awaiting potential subsequent mutations and possible interlopers. As a hunter, one of the keys to success was patience. Patiently waiting for prey to enter the trap, waiting for all variables and accidents to reveal themselves, finding the true weak point, and then delivering a fatal strike to complete the harvest. Last time, Medici had overlooked the possibility of a listed tutor actively choosing to be mad. This time, he would not exclude those irrational choices. Lumien, standing more than 10 meters tall, was engulfed in deep red-violet flames, yet his face retained a human form, one side brilliant, the other handsome, with a blood-red, thorn-like mark at his forehead threatening to burst forth. The demoness of gray was about to employ her usual trick and dodge the enemy's frontal assault when her mind suddenly trembled. She instantly felt the opponent was tall, majestic, terrifying, strong and charismatic, involuntarily wanting to submit. Even more horrifying was the sense of facing the source, facing a deity, facing the embodiment of destruction and apocalypse. This caused her body and mind to briefly lose self-awareness, unable to respond effectively in time. Conquest. Lumion had obtained the power of conquest through sacrificing to the City of Calamity, supplemented with a hint of Sapphire-quality conquest power. Now, he was a genuine City of Calamity priest, the High Priest of War's essence. The demoness of gray froze in place. Lumion's iron-black eyes, revealing pale regions, slashed down the black greatsword burning with the fire of destruction. Simultaneously, the mirror world around the demoness of gray fractured in all directions. Up, down, left, right, front, and back. Each fragment was conquered as a soldier, transforming into large and small black flame-composed short arrows, restrained with violence and destruction, swooshing toward Judith. These densely packed, impenetrable arrows seemed to weave a net of destruction, with Judith as the massive fish caught within. Boom! The sword of destruction cleaved into the demoness of gray's shoulder, and the black flame short arrows hit the target from all directions. Cracking sounds rang out continuously, and demoness of gray Judith's mirror substitutions exploded simultaneously, without exception. Now her form in the mirror, but even her form in the real world was affected by Kull and the sword of destruction, suddenly erupting in black flames and burning to ash. Only those sleeping mirrors she had hidden in multiple places, having severed most of her mystical connections, were spared, and she would need considerable time to resurrect through these means. After dispatching the demoness of gray, Lumion's body suddenly shrank, the blood-colored pennant between his brows gradually receding, yet seeming to still writhe. He made no delay, nor considered pursuing the demoness of gray, immediately wanting to escape the mirror world and then find a way to reunite with Franca, Jenna, and the others. In an instant, he sensed something and cast his gaze toward one of the illusory tunnels. He felt true safety lay there. Lumion's figure turned ethereal, about to traverse through. Just then, his thoughts abruptly stiffened, and a slick yet marvelous sensation spread across his surface. He saw thick black hair like serpents emerging from nowhere, coiling around him, their tips either embedded with black and white eyes or bearing venomous snake heads, mouths slightly open, tongues protruding. Lumion also saw that under the gaze of those black and white eyes, his body had turned gray-white, transforming into stone, unable to use any abilities. He was layer upon layer wrapped by those thick, serpent-like, slick and slightly damp black hairs in his stone state. The only thing he could do now was commit suicide. Suddenly, a gentle, soft female voice with a hint of laughter whispered in his ear. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." This voice scratched at Lumion's soul, making his entire body feel itchy, and even petrified. He sank into it, not wanting to break free. A name spontaneously flashed in his mind. Primordial Demoness Cheek. Two pure, delicate white hands stretched from behind and gently caressed Lumion's cheeks. These beautiful hands were not yet perfect, but they could evoke the most primitive and intense desires of anyone who saw them, instantly propelling them to heavenly pleasure from which they could never escape, just by being seen. Lumion in his petrified state was equally affected, his mind almost completely blank. The reason it was not entirely blank was because he saw his mirror self was also dragged out from hiding by those thick, slick black serpent-like hairs. His body gray-white, because a curvaceous, icy yet inexplicably fiery body was pressed against his back. That body cradled his face, dragging him with black hair deeper into the mirror world, rapidly retreating into that special mirror world. Mr. Fool blinked into this area, just in time to see Lumion being embraced from behind by an infinitely charming, vaguely discernible figure in the special mirror world, being dragged inside. His black trench coat suddenly lifted. Fooled. Simultaneously, a dozen-meter-tall figure appeared before Lumion. It was a female, wearing a dress seemingly made of white bones, her black hair like venomous giant serpents, long, thick, and slick, with snake heads at the tips or rolling black and white eyes, turning everything around her to stone, releasing various mystical pathogens. Her beauty of countenance had transcended human limits, reaching a conceptual level. All living beings and all things would be infatuated and entranced by her slightest expression, perpetually in ecstasy. Even rules and concepts seemed reluctant to constrain her, to oppose her. Mr. Fool's fooling instantly took effect, causing her azure, ocean-like, gem crystal eyes to suddenly become clouded. But her charm did not diminish by half. Instead, it presented a different seduction. This momentarily stunned Mr. Fool. In that instant of stunned silence, the area outside the special mirror world, along with the primordial demoness Cheek's figure, moved toward apocalypse, instantly condensing into an exceptionally dangerous darkness. By the time Mr. Fool made his own wish and satisfied his own wish, restoring the original scene, Lumien's figure had already disappeared into the deep, dark region representing the special mirror world. Mr. Fool's flickering figure raised the star-studded staff in his hand, materializing a night sky full of brilliant stars before him. Those stars quickly formed a directional, dreamlike key, forcibly opening the barrier of the special mirror world, pinpointing Lumien's current location. Just as Mr. Fool was about to wander in, a strange black surge suddenly emerged at the edge of that deep darkness, forming an abnormally massive, extremely distorted phantasm that resembled a human yet had many non-human features. This phantasm looked across the special mirror world's barrier, crazy yet incredibly silent, watching Mr. Fool, as if waiting for him to come. Mr. Fool stopped wandering and similarly watched the phantasm in silence. In a mirror rear area not far from here, Red Angel Medici, leaning against the hard mirror surface, brought the red apple in his hand to his mouth and took another bite. Within the crisp sound, he muttered softly, "Cheek indeed appeared. But she is not weak at all. In fact, she seems even stronger." Jenna swiftly traversed through the mirror world's phantom tunnels, dense as a spider's web, finally finding a path leading to her destination. She arrived before the special mirror world, seeing Mr. Fool standing quietly, his figure constantly flickering, his image almost exactly matching the description in church scriptures, and also seeing the distorted phantasms nearly covering the special mirror world's edges. Upon witnessing the massive phantasm that was both human and non-human, Jenna suddenly felt an intense desire for destruction surge within her, wanting to spread disaster and indulge in pleasure. She almost failed to suppress the godhood that was originally not very prominent within her. What is this? Jenna was terrified and bewildered, barely managing to control her emotions and desires. In the mirror rear area standing with gray-white stone platforms and white bone statues, Franca and Demoness of Black Clarice had battled for a while. Besides shattering several mirror substitutions and transforming the place into a gray-white stone cave, neither had suffered substantial injury. Seizing the opportunity when the mirror projection shattered and her own form emerged at the mirror rear area's edge, the Demoness of Black looked at Franca, unable to hide her surprise. "You've significantly digested the unaging potion?" Clearly, she was not surprised that Franca had become a Demoness of Unaging, but that the other's condition was excellent, with emotions and desires effectively controlled, unaffected by her own active charm. This did not resemble a Demoness of Unaging who had advanced just a few months ago. After all, the digestion of a Demoness of Unaging was measured in centuries. The newly advanced might need several years, or even over a decade, to be in an unstable state of emotions and desire. Even facing an equally leveled Demoness charm, they would find it difficult to resist, unless she was deeply in love or had just experienced a soul-stirring passion she would die for. Franca was also glad to talk and delay time, waiting for an opportunity. While dodging the Demoness of Black's new wave of attacks, she laughed and asked back, "Would you lose control if I said I've completely digested the unaging potion?" She was boasting about a fact that would be unbelievable to other Demonesses of Unaging, attempting to provoke an emotional fluctuation in the Demoness of Black. And with an emotional fluctuation, she might be able to charm the target, inducing admiration that would prevent them from attacking, leading to defeat. The demoness of Black's gaze suddenly solidified. She clearly was unwilling to believe Franca could digest the unaging potion in just a few months, a process that normally took hundreds of years, but the other's excellent condition seemed to corroborate that statement. Taking advantage of the demoness of Black's emotional turbulence, Franca smiled charmingly. This made demoness of Black Clarissa's heart beat faster, just like the first time she experienced feminine charm from the primordial demoness figurine. With her experience, she immediately knew something was wrong, and let her mirror self emerge from another side, using charm on herself, charming herself. With a whoosh, Franca, who had put on the face of the arcane at some point in time, shot out a clear light column from her eye protection surrounded by gears, springs, and rivets, which instantly landed on the demoness of Black. Caught between two charm forces, the demoness of Black regained some clarity and preemptively used a mirror substitution. Her body devolved into a mirror, completely split, floating down as microscopic fragments. The demoness of Black's mirror self walked out, then was intercepted by Franca's mirror self. At the demoness of unaging stage, the demoness's mirror selves could not directly engage when battling in the real world. But if the battlefield was in the mirror world, with the main body entering, demonesses could attack the enemy together with their mirror selves, essentially a 2-against-1 situation. The demoness of Black who had escaped the attack quickly appeared on another side of the mirror rear area, her face smiling, showing no anger. I told you before that the primordial one has 2 hidden honorific names. Do you want to know them now? Telling those 2 hidden honorific names now? Isn't this a trap? Franca responded without hesitation. Nope. The demoness of Black's figure suddenly layered and multiplied everywhere, like entering a maze made entirely of mirrors. Her voice transmitted from all directions into Franca's ears. The 4th honorific name is the female body of the primordial God Almighty. The female body of the primordial God Almighty? Fuck. Franca was stunned for a moment, nearly getting hit by the demoness of Black, barely escaping the crisis by preemptively using a mirror substitution. The eastern part of the Sonia Sea, the forsaken land of the gods. At the peaks of the endless mountain ranges, that darkness suddenly expanded to transparency. Within the transparency, a massive cross was vaguely visible, with 2 people nailed to it, one head down, feet up, the other feet up, head down, yet sharing a single body, like conjoined infants. Beneath this cross was a chaotic water surface that seemed to encompass all colors and all possibilities. Something beneath the water appeared to be grasping the cross's base, pulling it toward the earth's depths, causing it to slowly sink. In an indescribable darkness, Lumion, now a gray-white stone statue with only a remnant of thought, suddenly smelled a fragrance like night flowers blooming, the very breath most yearned for in every male heart. The white bone-like long dress fell before his eyes, dropping to the ground, revealing a perfect torso that would drive even stones to impulse, that would make even rules violate themselves. Those slick, long, serpent-like black hairs began to gently glide on Lumion's body. That moon-like torso sat in Lumion's lap, entwining him without bones. Heat and coldness emerged simultaneously, with a moist sensation rippling and flowing between the 2 bodies. Lumion was like being nakedly coiled by a massive python, gently rubbing, and yet seemingly enveloped by the most charming pleasure, alternating between heaven and hell. Serpent-like slick black hair, white and exquisite beautiful hands, moistened and slightly parted pink lips, delicate skin that seemed it would break at a touch yet was full of elasticity. These rotated and approached Lumion's face, neck, chest, and abdomen, sometimes lightly touching, sometimes closely pressing, sometimes gently caressing, sometimes wanting to be one with him. The previous soft, gentle voice became seductive, low sobbing with joy when Lumion reached heaven, and floating near dream talk when he fell into hell. Whether the remnant souls in the river of eternal darkness or the beyonder characteristics in the blue Avenger's treasury are not the true reliance for Tudor's resurrection. If they can work, very good. If not, it doesn't matter as long as they can create someone like you. Tudor's true resurrection is laid out here with me. The voice brought a hidden sweet ambiguous fragrance, making even this stone statue's blood vessels swell until gray-white cracks appeared. Sweet, fragrant breath blew into his ear, rising and falling, accompanied by a hint of laughter. Tutor is willing to trust me, and I will not disappoint him. Do you know why only Judith's descendants remain of his offspring, while others no longer exist? I cursed them with direct curses, with curses of destiny. Now, Tutor can only rely on me. The remnant of Lumien's consciousness inexplicably generated fear amidst these words. He did not know why primordial demoness Cheek was coupling with him at this moment, why she wanted to control his pleasure and pain, why she was saying these words. He only knew this true demoness was mad. A slightly hoarse voice pressed against Lumien's body, laughing softly in his ear. I am very satisfied with this body. It will belong to Tutor. I have waited for over 1,000 years, finally finding the best opportunity. This can both resurrect Tutor and complete his and my unfinished dreams. Do you know what the demoness pathway symbolizes? Lumien could not answer, for he was now just a gray-white stone statue, entering heaven amidst ultimate pleasure. The marvelous female voice had a breathy sound to it. It symbolizes catastrophe and apocalypse, and also symbolizes the feminine side of that initial creator. The hunter pathway, what does it symbolize? It symbolizes war and destruction, and also symbolizes the masculine side of that initial creator. Do you know that the initial creator was both mad and rational, both self-destructive and wanting to survive? What do you think such a creator would do while self-destructing? Why would he create an invisible barrier to block the outer deities, preventing them from chaotically plundering and initiating the convergence? As the source of rationality and wisdom, doesn't he want a stable existence? Even with his mind almost completely blank, Lumien now had an extra thought. Simultaneously, he vaguely perceived the purpose of the primordial demoness coupling with him and speaking these words, balancing yin and yang, correcting the state, making the final preparation for Alista Tutor's resurrection. The breathing grew heavier, alternating between low sobs and laughter. The female voice asked near Lumien's throat, do you know what the oldest one's feminine side plus the oldest one's masculine side equals? When the feminine and masculine sides of something combine, what do they become? Lumien's final thoughts suddenly froze. In the mirror rear area filled with gray-white stones. Frightened by the primordial demoness' fourth honorific name, Franca immediately fell into a disadvantage, barely surviving the most difficult stage. She could die and wait to resurrect herself in the sleeping mirror, but that would waste too much time. At this moment, the voice of Demoness of Black Clarice came from the side. The fifth honorific name of the primordial one is... Franca wanted to stop her but could not find a suitable method. Comparatively, deafening herself would be more convenient. Before she could take action, the subsequent words of the Demoness of Black echoed with a hint of laughter. The fifth honorific name of the primordial one is... The original creator, the oldest one in the mirror. The original creator in the mirror? Has the primordial demoness gone mad? To actually give herself such a title and, moreover, to actually be able to point to herself? Franca had originally prepared herself mentally not to be shocked or surprised, to prevent the Demoness of Black from launching a surprise attack, but the actual situation still exceeded her expectations. The honorific name, the female body of the primordial God Almighty, was actually understandable after her initial shock. Lumien had previously suspected that the great terror deep within the special mirror world was related to the resurrection of the primordial God Almighty. So the primordial demoness, who was closely involved with this matter and controlled it to a certain extent, quietly becoming the female body of the primordial god, was terrifying but not entirely unexpected. But the original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror completely surpassed their imagination. Why would the primordial demoness think she could bear such a title? What great terror had she and Alista Tutor actually orchestrated deep within the special mirror world? Could it be that they are about to destroy and recreate the world? Deep within the special mirror world, primordial demoness Cheek seemed like someone who hadn't had anyone to talk to for a long time or perhaps harbored some dangerous intention. ignoring the frozen thoughts of the statue-like Lumion. She let out a low, ragged breath as cracks spread in the grayish-white surface, laughing in a rising and falling rhythm as she spoke. Plus, huff. The mirror world belongs to the demoness pathway, huff. The answer becomes huff, very clear. The original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror. Lumion's mind was like fireworks exploding, with colors of all kinds, both beautiful and dangerous. His face was cupped by those pure white, delicate hands, with bare arms like white jade art pieces connecting to the torso that had drawn a final line with charm itself. Countless black hairs, snake-like, glided all over his body, slick with a hint of sweat. The marvelous female voice that made Lumion's very soul want to draw near sometimes was on his left side. Sometimes ran to his right, sometimes descended to his chest with a wet sensation. The primordial god Almighty Ho, who accommodated the city of calamity, knows very well Huff. This point, his resurrection arrangement Huff had one part in the Chaos Sea and the 5 pathways corresponding to the Chaos Sea Huff, and another part hidden in the city of calamity Huff, hidden in the demoness and hunter pathways. When the demoness who commands chaos Huff meets and combines with the red priest Huff, he will become the trinity in the city of calamity within the chaos demoness and the red priest Huff, simultaneously resurrecting, ultimately, Ho forming a whole returning in the mirror Huff. But he perished too early. Some things were not quite like the expected and arranged. The city of calamity Huff was sealed in the western continent, preventing him from quickly becoming the Trinity, gathering all calamities and moreover Huff. There was another change on the city of calamity's side. His consciousness revived in me and Tutor, oh Tutor, but without the city of calamity's resonance and linkage, that consciousness grew very slowly Huff, suppressed and controlled by us, and Ho. The place where we consummated was not the ordinary mirror world Huff, but the special mirror world created by Bethel. Bethel had already accommodated Huff, the uniqueness of the door pathway and all sequence 1 beyonder characteristics Huff, and by the special nature of the door pathway, self-sealed to prevent convergence, stopping himself from becoming a god, Ho. But he also sensed the terrifying revival of the celestial worthy within him, Huff. The 4th epoch was not suitable for the 3 mysteries pathways to become divine. Bethel created the special mirror world a Huff voluntarily, but whether there was an influence from godhood, no one knows. When the initial feminine and masculine sides, the consciousness of the primordial God Almighty, and the special mirror world created by the mysteries pathways combined, the development of things deviated from the primordial God Almighty's arrangement. The female voice, now slightly hoarse, no longer panted and suddenly became high-pitched, like a swan forcefully bending its neck backward. The oldest one's body of both male and female, plus the power of the 2 direct pillars belonging to the oldest one, Lumion, who had fallen into hell from desire, suddenly understood why the mirrored original creator, the oldest one, had appeared. In this matter, the celestial worthy unconsciously or with a bit of consciousness applied influence, trying to prevent the primordial God Almighty's resurrection. As a result, the development exceeded everyone's expectations. A true, unknown great horror was born in the depths of the special mirror world, causing the celestial worthy's plan to defeat Mr. Fool by using the mirror persons, splitting oneself to clinch victory, to suffer a complete failure. The female voice was no longer hoarse, becoming low and gentle, very smooth. The mirrored original creator, the oldest one, was thus born, but his consciousness was very weak, like all newborn infants. This gives me and you a chance, not only to suppress the primordial one's revival of his consciousness but also a chance to become the true creator. This is also dangerous, and the corresponding effort is the craziest behavior in this world. But you're not afraid. This is when you're most charming. Tutor and I attempted to merge with the original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror, one bearing the feminine side, one containing the masculine side, and then use this to control the city of calamity, so we can be both separated and joined, both unified and contradictory, both whole and divided. This seems to be the only way for the oldest one to stably exist, an unverified method. Now you've come, you even have the twin child of the mother goddess of depravity on you, the seal of the river of eternal darkness. With all of this combined, the mirrored original creator, the oldest one, might be able to enter reality. By then, the mirror world will have a sun, will have a moon, will have stars, will have everything from the outside world, becoming exactly the same as reality. The gentle and smooth female voice gradually became heavy, mixing up the use of you and tutor pronouns, seemingly wanting you and tutor to ultimately become the same. It carried a hint of laughter, and sweet lips blocked Lumien's mouth, the voice echoing in his oral cavity. Adam wanted to nurture you to accommodate the city of calamity, but the first time I saw you, I felt that this body was prepared for Tutor and me. You should not become the origins of disaster, the calamity of destruction. You should be the original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror, be Tutor, also be Cheek. At this point, the tongue that brought countless stimulations and pleasures retracted, sighing and reminiscing. Our attempts gradually bore fruit. We could truly merge, but Adam sensed something was wrong. Those fellows also had a dangerous premonition, and the war of the four emperors broke out. Some wanted to deal with us. Others attacked their enemies in the chaos. I actually wanted to kill Adam before we started trying, to prevent him from discovering our plan. You also supported this, but that fellow ran faster than anyone and hid deeper than anyone. Unfortunately, our union was not yet complete, and we had so many enemies. In the last moment, Tutor wanted to forcibly complete the merger, using this to pull all other Spherote from the Western continent, dragging the entire world to die, waiting for the Creator's symbolic manifestation in death. This was too crazy. Our dream was not yet complete. We had not yet become the original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror. I decided to let you die for a while, and then resurrect you later. I dealt Tutor the critical blow. Salinger completed his life's culling, sending his soul into the river of eternal darkness. Later, I went to Salinger to resurrect you, to make him deal with those 7 self-proclaimed orthodox gods. Salinger, influenced by someone, actually relied on a tributary of the river of eternal darkness to forcibly accommodate the Red Priest's uniqueness, going half mad. This was good. This way, you would have a chance to resurrect in his body, and a half-mad person is easier to manipulate. I wanted to manipulate him to collect Tutor's corpse in 4th Epic Trier, merge it with himself, manipulate him to touch the special mirror world so you could be resurrected. Everything was originally going smoothly, but then an accident occurred. The female voice suddenly became heavy, as if suppressing her own madness. Salinger's forced accommodation of the Red Priest's uniqueness actually caused an aberration in the original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror, producing a certain self-awareness. She was exactly like me, just preferring to wear a black bone dress. She even said she was a pure female. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if it's not that the mirrored original creator, the oldest one, gained self-awareness, but that my own spirit and personality split. To suppress her, to continue merging, I had to let the consciousness of the primordial God Almighty in me further revive, seeking a certain balance. Since then, I've had to suppress the primordial one's consciousness while fighting against the black version of myself, spending most of my time here, unable to effectively interfere with the outside world. Fortunately, the problem is not severe, only that my direct descendants and I will intermittently experience separation and loss of personality, spirit, consciousness, and memory. As she spoke, when Lumien reached an unprecedented state of pleasure, the female voice laughed. Now, your state is suitable, you will be equivalent to Tutor. Do not expect help from the fool. He has only just initially awakened and is not yet a truly great existence. The mirror creator influenced by me is enough to block him. As for Adam's side, there are other problems. In Lumien's blurry vision, a pair of white, smooth arms that seemed to have a luster lifted a somewhat peculiar crown, rusty and stained with blood. The crown quickly became ethereal, seemingly reduced to countless tiny light points while maintaining its overall shape. The beautiful hand at the end of the white arm brought the crown to Lumien's head, as if to help him wear it. No, not wear. Those hands forcibly pressed the crown into Lumien's head, without any supplementary ingredients or advancement ritual. Simultaneously, more white arms appeared, along with the snake-like black hair, entwining Lumien's body in various ways. Suddenly, a beautiful face pressed close to Lumien's head, with pink lips sighing with joy and satisfaction. Who you are is not important. What you want to do is not important either. What's important is the role you're playing. This voice, soft and gentle, echoed outward. As the rusty and blood-cast crown was slowly pressed into Lumien's head, Lumien, who was in a state of continuous pleasure and petrification, suddenly regained a bit of thought. Is this crown the sequence one beyonder characteristic of the hunter pathway? Conqueror? The one that fell into the primordial demoness hands? I've only partially digested my weather warlock potion, forcibly merging the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic with me in this situation. Without supplementary ingredients or an advancement ritual, I will inevitably lose control and go mad. Is this the future pointed to by the letter from the circle of inevitability, and the truth of the prophecy by the post-apocalyptic scripture? Lumien could flash a few thoughts but could not use his abilities, because the snake-like black hair that brought petrification was still entwined around him, and the white body that brought heaven and hell was still on him, encompassing him, embracing him from all directions. The blood-stained and rusty crown gradually sank into Lumien's head, bringing tearing pain, a desire to conquer everything, and violent, mad emotions. The female voice, filled with laughter and sighs, seductive and charming, once again sounded by Lumien's ear. When we truly become the original creator, the oldest one in the mirror, you won't need to worry about the future or the apocalypse. Even if reality is destroyed, as long as there's a mirror left in this universe, the mirror world won't completely shatter. By then, the reality reflected in the mirror world will walk out of the mirror exactly as it was. All buildings will be restored, all humans will be resurrected, and they'll continue living happily just with their left and right hand's habits reversed. I know what you want most is to resurrect your sister Aurora. She will definitely be resurrected, and I will eventually merge into this body of yours, becoming one with her. By then, I can continue to be your sister. Stupid. I am your sister. An unspeakable anger suddenly rose in Lumien's heart, but this still couldn't help him escape his current state and predicament. The next second, a figure appeared in his blurry vision. The figure was draped in blood-colored long hair, wearing black armor stained with crimson, with a rigid temperament and azure eyes, openly displaying a cruelty and madness, ready to destroy everything at any moment. The mirrored blood emperor Alista Tudor. Lumien instantly understood that the one who had previously persuaded this mirrored blood emperor to leave was primordial demoness Cheek. This might be because Lumien had not yet become an angel at that time, or perhaps because the situation was not yet chaotic, with too many high-ranking figures watching. The mirrored Alista Tudor looked at Lumien and the white body intertwined, let out a contemptuous laugh, and walked towards Lumien's body. He gradually became ethereal and shrank, like a human reflected in an ordinary mirror. Seeing this, Lumien instantly understood what the mirrored Alista Tudor was about to do. He was going to use the forceful infusion of the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic and the residual Blood Emperor aura in his body to occupy this body and complete his resurrection. For Tudor, who was originally Sequence 0 Red Priest, both the Weather Warlock and Conqueror Beyonder characteristics could be easily digested without any problems, and he would not lose control or go mad. Lumien suddenly realized the true purpose of the Circle of Inevitability sending that letter. He wants to fix this fate of losing control, making it a predetermined end. This is not targeting me, but the Blood Emperor Alista Tudor he saw, who was about to replace me. But would Tudor be afraid of going mad? Would he care about this issue? In the special mirror world, Jenna didn't dare to look directly at the enormous, distorted inhuman silhouette separated by the barrier, nor could she participate in the battle in that area. She only knew that Mr. Fool had split into multiple crazily flickering human figures, only knew that the area had been destroyed multiple times and then restored to its original state, only knew that she sometimes felt dull, stupid, and her thoughts sluggish, sometimes felt that a segment of the middle process was missing, sometimes showed signs of losing control, and sometimes was in an incredibly good state. What she also knew was that Mr. Fool seemingly couldn't defeat the distorted silhouette in a short time and enter the depths of the special mirror world. her spiritual intuition and the mystical connection brought by the Mr. Fool told her that Lumion was at that moment in the depths of the special mirror world. There was presumably primordial demoness cheek, an unknown great terror. The longer time passed, the higher the possibility that Lumion would completely die or turn into a Listitutor or some other monster. For Jenna, each second now felt like an entire year, and many seconds had already passed. Her heart gradually sank, becoming more and more desperate. She hated that she couldn't help at all, and couldn't assist Mr. Fool in quickly resolving the battle. Ironically, her despair potion was rapidly being digested. Deep within the special mirror world, the mirrored Blood Emperor, now reduced to normal human size, suddenly had a human figure appear before him. This figure was draped in rust-colored long hair, wearing white armor with iron-black eyes and a high-bridged nose, seemingly cast from the same mold as Blood Emperor Listitutor, only with many opposite details in color. His eyes were rigid and hollow, seemingly possessing only a tiny bit of self-awareness. The mirrored Listitutor overlapped with this figure, beginning to fuse intensely. Lumion, whose mind was ravaged by violent and conquering emotions, vaguely knew who the Listitutor in white full-body armor was. He was the product of the initial fusion between the Blood Emperor and the mirrored original creator, the oldest one during the Fourth Epoch. He was the true resurrection arrangement of the Blood Emperor Listitutor, always kept and protected by primordial demoness cheek. Now, with the mirrored Listitutor and the Sequence 1 Conqueror beyond her characteristics participation, the resurrection would become easier and more perfect. The two tutors, intensely fusing, came to Lumion's side. At this moment, Lumion's head had been opened, and inside was not white brain matter, nor iron-black bones interwoven with violet-tinged fire and symbolic patterns, but a phantasmal blood-stained crown. It seemed to be drawing on Lumion's flesh and spirit, merging with itself as the primary, rather than with Lumion. The overlapping tutors, still fusing and dropping various colored flames, pressed their right palm into Lumion's brain, onto the rusty phantasmal crown. Their figures instantly entered Lumion's body, and the Blood Emperor residual aura on Lumion's right palm suddenly protruded and expanded, rapidly breaking through the underworld Taoist seal and igniting his entire body. Violent, mad, cruel, and savage mental states swept through like a storm, destroying Lumion's consciousness. Lumion finally lost that last bit of thought. The perfect torso entwined with him and still consummating with him covered his body in a thick layer of frost, which did not quickly melt even under the violet flames, thus controlling the fire's burning, maintaining the best rhythm of Lumion and Tutor's fusion. This torso stood up from Lumion's embrace, separating from him, no longer entangling or restraining him. A bone-made dress flew up from the ground, draping over this white torso. Her beautiful face revealed an obvious smile, speaking to the two tutors still fusing with Lumion. You haven't reclaimed the Red Priest's uniqueness. I can't merge with this body's feminine side right now, as that would cause an imbalance, leading to the worst outcome. But it's fine. The problems brought by the primordial God Almighty's consciousness revival are both troublesome and helpful. I can separate a personality containing the Sequence 1 demoness of Apocalypse beyond her characteristic, partial self-awareness and spirit like a visionary, without reducing my current level, just losing corresponding memories and cognition, causing certain spiritual disabilities. The primordial demoness spoke, her expression suddenly twisting, revealing intense pain. Her arms, shoulders, and head were all cracking. After several seconds, a figure identical to her, wearing a bone dress, walked out. This supremely beautiful figure was wet, as if coated with a liquid containing all colors. The primordial demoness face returned to normal. She ignored the self that had crumbled, seeming to have forgotten certain things. The split-off primordial demoness, with the same objective as her original self, let the bone dress fall to the ground, sitting again on Lumion, embracing him, entwining him increasingly forcefully with flesh beginning to fuse. Almost simultaneously, the distorted giant figure at the special mirror world's edge was dramatically dragged back by an extremely exaggerated horrifying suction, quickly returning to normal. She was another primordial demoness, breathtakingly beautiful, wearing a black bone dress. She looked resistant, but under the original primordial demoness' intense suppression, was forced to shed her dress, overlapping with the torso entangled with Lumion. Suddenly, in this area where all symbols and prerequisites were now present, a light burst forth, so bright it seemed about to create a world. This erupted from the fusion point of Lumion and the two Blood Emperors, the two primordial demonesses, at the special mirror world's edge. Seeing the distorted figure instantly retreat, Mr. Fool did not hesitate, preparing to penetrate the barrier and enter the most dangerous place. Suddenly, an extreme brightness surged out, enveloping the barrier, forming a new obstruction, like the amniotic membrane protecting a baby, like the invisible layer protecting this planet. An indescribable, terrifying sensation spread out, causing Mr. Fool's figure to pause, with Jenna briefly losing her thoughts. Not far from here, Red Angel Medici, leisurely eating an apple and patiently waiting for developments, had his expression suddenly freeze. In his eyes was also reflected that unimaginable surging light. After a few seconds, Red Angel Medici ground his teeth and muttered, "What the hell has that lunatic tutor gotten himself into?" Franca, recovering from the mention of the mirrored original creator, the oldest one, continued her intense battle with the demoness of Black Clarice. Gradually, she discovered something was off. The surrounding phantom black mirror tunnels partially shed their grayish-white color. No longer petrified, no longer obstacles to escape. The demoness of black was more in a defensive posture, protecting the grayish-white altar displaying the primordial demoness figurine. The demoness of black had revealed the two hidden honorific names of the primordial demoness. Besides causing emotional fluctuations and creating a brief opening, falling into a temporary disadvantage, it had no other effect and did not bring the anticipated terrible corruption. What was her true purpose in revealing such a significant secret? Just to frighten her and turn the tide? Franca felt a strong sense of doubt rising in her heart. Suddenly, she had a guess. The demoness of black did not appear here to wait for me. She has another mission. Is my encounter with the demoness of black actually the result of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence? The demoness of black detected an outsider mysteriously arriving nearby. Her first reaction would certainly be to seal the tunnel and eliminate potential risks. After battling for a while and discovering I've completely digested the unaging potion, realizing no quick victory was possible, her choice was to pretend to fight with full force, seemingly preoccupied, quietly lifting the petrification of some mirror tunnels, and attempting to scare me away using the two hidden honorific names of the primordial demoness? What does this signify? It indicates she has a very important purpose in arranging the altar here, and that the two hidden honorific names of the primordial demoness would lose their secrecy very soon. Moreover, the beyonder characteristic congregation force between us should not be strong enough to teleport me near her. In the mirror world, there exists a demoness of a higher level with stronger congregation forces. Besides the beyonder characteristic, what else attracted me here? Franca suddenly recalled the primordial demoness figurine in her traveler's bag. Her peripheral vision swept towards the grayish-white stone altar, towards the bone-like primordial demoness figurine placed upon it. Something's amiss. Relying on the power of the ice mirror charm, Anthony traversed the mirror tunnels densely interwoven like a spider web, heading towards the location indicating the team leader. Just as he was about to reach his destination, he was met with a surging light as intense as a solar explosion. Instinctively, Anthony closed his eyes, and grayish-white scales began to emerge on the surface of his skin. This was a sign of loss of control. He hurriedly placated himself, controlling the fluctuations of his mental and emotional state. Fortunately, the light's burst lasted only an instant, then condensed at the edge of the special mirror world, transforming into an invisible barrier. Anthony persevered and returned to normal. Then he saw Ludwig, whose body had just materialized, and Jenna, who had reopened her eyes. He also saw multiple flickering figures, seemingly belonging to Mr. Fool. Jenna gazed at the light-condensed barrier, recalling the stellar explosion from moments ago that seemed capable of creating an entire world. Her heart plummeted completely, falling into an abyss. The emergence of this situation meant that a mutation had already occurred in the depths of this special mirror world. That great terror has most likely been triggered. This means that the probability of Lumion surviving is now extremely slim. At this moment, a voice sounded near Jenna's ear. Actually, there is still a chance to save Lumion Lee, a chance with some hope of success. Jenna swiftly turned her head and looked beside her, discovering a young man who had appeared at some point, wearing a pointed soft cap and a monocle, draped in a classical magical robe. Amon! Jenna's lips moved, uttering this name. Amon glanced at Mr. Fool, who had split new figures to look over here, then laughed and muttered to himself, "Why is it me again who has to do this? Next time, don't prophesize that I'll be the light at the dawn of the apocalypse." As he muttered, he took out a white piece of paper from somewhere and looked at Jenna. "That chance is on you, and the price is your life." "My life." Jenna repeated this phrase blankly. Before Jenna could respond, Amon's speaking speed accelerated, as if multiple people were relaying the narrative, almost creating a majestic and layered effect. "Time is limited. I'll only pick out the key points of the story." Commissioned by Amon, Celia Bello discovered Harrison from the Western continent and obtained fragments of the special mirror world, encountering the phantom of Crismona. In her subsequent advancements, Crismona's phantom would repeatedly warn Celia Bello about the dangers of a pure female demoness and the potential sources of danger. This failed to dissuade Celia Bello and instead stimulated her to persist on this path, because Celia Bello, who came from a humble background, had been a showy diva, and witnessed the death of her loved ones, desperately wanted to become powerful. She wanted to seize every opportunity to become strong to protect those she wanted to protect. The uniqueness of a pure female demoness made her see the possibility of being used, and being used meant she might receive a gift and become a high-ranking individual in a very short time. She was willing to bear the enormous risks that would come with this. She has always been someone skilled at going all in. Arranged by the story's author, Celia Bello successfully evaded the demoness sex investigation and, relying on the special small sacrificial square in the catacombs, escaped the gaze of the primordial demoness cheek until the Mr. Fool initially awakened. After saying the, Amon paused, then switched with a slight upward inflection to Mr. Looking at the white paper, he continued, "In the end, Lumion Lee and Franca Roland both entrusted their special mirror world fragments to Jenna for safekeeping, unexpectedly allowing her to gather three pieces, a trinity, three pillars that evolved all things. Now Jenna has a chance to save Lumion Lee. That is, before the despair potion is completely digested, forcibly advancing to demoness of unaging, utilizing the uniqueness of a pure female demoness and those three special mirror world fragments to transfer the great terror in the depths of the special mirror world onto herself. This way, the barrier of the special mirror world will instantly shatter. The great Mr. Fool can certainly pull Lumion Lee, who only has a listed tutor resurrected within him, back from the edge of consciousness death and mental alienation. Praise the Fool. This is a surmise. The events about to occur are not certain, supported only by three facts. The first fact is that the previously only pure female demoness, Crismona, died in the War of the Four Emperors, and the demoness sect has been killing pure female demoness early. The second fact is that Crismona's ghost once said that pure female demonesses would face a trial when advancing to demoness of unaging, and if they fail to pass, something terribly frightening would happen. This has been confirmed as true. The third fact is that the great terror in the depths of the special mirror world is related to the demoness and hunter pathways. This indicates that both pure female demonesses and pure male hunters might attract that great terror, but only demonesses are closely linked to the mirror world and mirror people. Amon raised his head, adjusted his monocle, and looked at Jenna. The story's author only grasps these facts. Before the light burst just now, he was not clear about what was hidden in the special mirror world. That is to say, his surmise only has a certain probability of success. Unexpected changes might occur midway, leading to failure, a probability that is even quite high. However, with our great Mr. Fool, he can amplify the possibility of success and reduce the probability of failure. Even so, success is not guaranteed. No one knows what other special characteristics the Great Terror in the depths of the special mirror world might have. Celia Bello is at a crossroads of choice. On one side is whether Lumion Lee can survive, on the other is her own life. Regardless of success or failure, she will certainly die, because what's needed is not passing the trial during advancement, but welcoming failure during the trial. Because the great Mr. Fool awakened early, the story's author couldn't arrange Celia Bello's brother properly, which would cause many things to be exposed prematurely. So, Celia Bello doesn't need to be cornered now, doesn't need to be forced into a singular choice. So, what is her answer? Only at the last question did Jenna truly awaken. At this moment, one of the high-frequency flickering figures split from Mr. Fool and said to her, "You can choose not to choose or choose the opposite. I will do my best to destroy the barrier in a short time. If I can't, I'll seal this place." Between voices that were sometimes near and sometimes far, Jenna completely came to her senses, understanding what Amon had just described. So my persistence in walking the pure female demoness path was arranged. Even my emotions, reactions, and thoughts were anticipated. So Julian almost became an arranged object because of my uniqueness, falling into a situation of imminent death or madness. So I was never discovered by the demoness sect because I was always being arranged. Jenna had actually expected to be arranged for a long time and was psychologically prepared. She was willing to take risks to become strong quickly and protect those she wanted to protect, to accept the bestowment. But what she didn't expect was that there were no risks, only death. She was just a sacrifice, a tool, a puppet being manipulated on stage, a cheap puppet. At this moment, she truly understood the feelings Lumion experienced during the arrangements before becoming a demoness of despair. Everything seemed to have lost meaning. Everything was so despairing. Jenna felt she should be angry, should hate, should madly curse everything, and try her best to resist. She actually had all these emotions, but Jenna turned her head and gazed at the barrier condensed with dazzling light. A smile gradually spread across her face, and she softly said to herself, "But I am willing." That moment, Jenna felt hesitation, trepidation, fear, anger, resentment, with many words surging to be spoken, as if to convince herself, but after thousands and 10,000s of words rushed to her lips, only one sentence remained. "But I am willing." All those emotions ultimately condensed into a smile. Amon, for reasons unknown and to no one in particular, shook his head, lowering his gaze to the white paper in his hand. Celia Bello, who chooses to become a demoness of unaging, will receive Amon's help. And Amon, taking advantage of the moment when the demoness sect's top leaders are all dispatched, stole a Grade 1 sealed artifact corresponding to a demoness of unaging, and thus arrived a bit late. As for the corresponding supplementary ingredients, the visionary has long envisioned them into existence. As he spoke, the white paper floated downward, and a potion that had been prepared at some unknown time appeared in Amon's hand. The potion dyed its container a grayish-white color, clearly reflecting the mirror world around it. It flew toward Jenna, landing in her palm. Seeing this potion, numerous images suddenly flashed through Jenna's mind. Her childhood falling asleep to her mother's humming, the excitement of first entering the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons to learn performance, the bitterness of struggling to survive with her mother and brother, the shock and gratitude of first meeting Franca, the series of events after encountering Lumion, the massive impact and disillusionment of watching her mother jump to her death from the 6th floor. These countless fragments quickly settled, ultimately freezing into 2 scenes. One scene was after she finished singing a song at the Salle de Bal Brise, facing whistles and cheers, walking proudly to Lumion like a princess, laughing as she issued an invitation, "Handsome lion, dance." The other scene was when she inserted the long-handled silver fork into Hugues Artois' eye socket, piercing into his brain, with the frozen surprise, bewilderment, and fear on the Member of Parliament's face illuminated by the surrounding light. Jenna raised the potion bottle, holding it like a long-handled silver fork. This time, the long-handled silver fork would pierce her own face. Jenna suddenly thought of something, turning her head to look at Anthony and Ludwig. The latter seemed to want to stop her but was held back by the former. Jenna opened her mouth, wanting to leave a word or two for Franca through them. But she couldn't think of what to say. Whether a sincere expression or a kind deception would ultimately become an irreparable regret, an eternally unhealing wound. She laughed self-deprecatingly, exhaling. "Tell Franca to live well on my behalf. My spirit will forever be with her." "Okay," Anthony responded in a calm voice. The palm pressing on Ludwig's shoulder inexplicably revealed blue-colored blood vessels. Jenna thought for a moment and added, "If the apocalypse passes, I hope you enjoy life." "Ludwig, humans are always full of pain, but I still like being human." Jenna withdrew her gaze, stabbing the potion into herself, her hand steady, not trembling, just like when she killed Hugues Artois with the long-handled silver fork, only less swift. The taste of soil and stone mixed together, lingering in her mouth. Her senses gradually went numb, her body rapidly petrifying. She felt her spirit floating midair, seeing herself in the mirror. She saw herself in the mirror, serene, with a smile, seemingly waiting to welcome herself. Though no ritual was held and no reconciliation reached beforehand, Jenna suddenly understood that her mirror self was also willing to sacrifice herself to save Lumion. She is indeed more extreme than me. She should have made the decision earlier than me. Jenna laughed again, whispering two sentences. Suddenly, she was no longer anxious, no longer panicked, no longer afraid, because on this path to death, she was no longer alone. She had a companion who encouraged and supported each other. During the process of her instinct drifting toward her mirror self, Jenna suddenly saw her face twist, alternating between normal and painful, as if becoming a stranger. This change seemed constrained, as if bound by layers of chains, requiring tremendous effort and overcoming numerous difficulties to complete. "Come quickly!" Jenna, for the first time, cheered on the enemy who wanted to kill her. In the grayish-white, cave-like area behind a mirror, Demoness of Black Clarice pretended to be at her limit, a step too slow, and could only watch helplessly as Franca escaped into one of the no longer petrified phantom tunnels. "Phew," she secretly exhaled. Just then, her spirituality suddenly warned her, and she abruptly turned, looking towards the grayish-white stone altar. Franca bizarrely appeared nearby, and a clear, misty light shot out from the eye protection of the mechanical half-face mask she was wearing, striking the altar. The one who had just escaped was only Franca's mirror self, and the one following the departing mirror self was a mirror projection. The Demoness of Black's gaze instantly froze, but it was too late to stop it. Invisible barriers suddenly appeared around the altar, provided by the ritual itself. But for some reason, this protective power was insufficient, lacking the intensity a ritual for the primordial demoness should have, as if some inexplicable force had blocked most of the divine blessing. Under the clear, misty light, the invisible barrier was instantly reduced to its most basic, minute components and ceased to exist. Immediately after, the clear, misty light hit the bone-like figurine of the primordial demoness. The figurine swayed and began to crumble. Seeing this, the Demoness of Black was like someone trapped in a nightmare, frozen in place. For added security, Franca took out the primordial demoness figurine and the inevitable gun from her traveler's bag. She threw the figurine towards the altar, then fired 2 shots in quick succession. Bang! Bang! 2 dim, green bullets shot out, each striking a bone-like figurine of the primordial demoness. Certain death. Both the already crumbling and the intact statues began to rot, losing their luster, completely shattering. Deep within the special mirror world, primordial demoness Cheek smiled as she observed the changes occurring in Lumion's body. His features were gradually being corrected, shifting towards Alista Tudor's likeness. On his body, the 2 intertwined demoness figures were half-merged into him, driving his flesh to converge toward his neck. After the earlier burst of light, the process was now irreversible. Suddenly, one of the demoness figures withdrew, attempting to straighten her body. Her expression was vivid, filled with both hatred and longing. The primordial demoness clad in the white bone dress instantly understood what was happening. A pure female demoness was ascending to the rank of demoness of unaging. And at the most critical moment, the stunningly beautiful face of primordial demoness cheek darkened. She was about to direct her gaze at the advancing pure female demoness to kill her first. Although the barrier formed by the burst of light isolated the interior from the exterior, temporarily preventing the fool from entering, and also hindering the primordial demoness from directly sensing or influencing the external situation, Cheek had already made preparations to prevent unexpected outcomes. She had instructed her most trusted high-ranking demonesses to set up altars at different locations within the mirror world, placing figurines there to conduct rituals. She used her authority and symbols to establish a robust mystical connection. By now, those connections must have weakened, and the rituals would no longer be strongly protected. Yet, as the mirrored original creator, the oldest one, Cheek could barely maintain the existence of these connections and use them to project part of her power to eliminate hidden threats. The primordial demoness swiftly cast her consciousness toward the figurine closest to the target, only to discover with astonishment that the figurine had been destroyed and the connection severed. Her expression remained unchanged as she immediately scattered her consciousness toward the remaining figurines still involved in the rituals. The next second, a vision appeared before her eyes. It wasn't the advancing pure female demoness. It was a black trench coat. The interior of the black trench coat was empty, with the coat itself outlining a human figure. Grafting. The primordial demoness realized that her gaze on Jenna had been grafted by Mr. Fool back onto herself. In an instant, one of the demoness figures entwining Lumion struggled to break free. A black bone dress wrapped around her, and she disappeared from the spot, following the mystical connection to where Jenna was. The fusion within Lumion's body immediately lost its balance. His chest, neck, shoulders, torso, and limbs, along with the remaining demoness figure, all collapsed inward, as if about to turn into a mass of flesh. The flesh converged into a clump, continuing to compress. The two tutors fused within his head, along with the sequence one conqueror beyond her characteristic, were also dragged downward by immense force. They pierced through his skull, through the flames and frost, and through the writhing flesh. The barrier of light at the edge of the special mirror world suddenly vanished. Floating closer, Jenna finally saw the distortion and pain on her mirrored self's face disappear entirely. She lifted her face and gave Jenna in midair a bizarre smile, opening her arms wide. Jenna did not resist. She closed her eyes and moved forward, accepting the embrace. She felt warmth and reassurance, which made her want to fall into a deep sleep. She offered no resistance. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, listening to her mother hum a lullaby and her father's soft snores, drifting into slumber. Back then, though life wasn't particularly great, she had nothing to worry about. Her father and mother would take care of everything. She only needed to be a good child. She grew more at peace, more tranquil. She believed her mother and father would shield her from the storm, ensuring she slept soundly. In that serene dream, she would be a princess, and her prince would walk toward her, inviting her to dance. A smile appeared on her face. Her thoughts dissolved into the encroaching madness, settling into a tranquil darkness. At the special mirror world's edge, Anthony watched as multiple manifestations of Mr. Fool disappeared into thin air, heading toward the primordial demoness, leaving only one behind to monitor Jenna's transformation, ready to act at any moment. Jenna's features gradually relaxed, no longer distorted and pained, even tinged with a faint smile. The gray-white hue on her body was receding, as if she was on the verge of completing her advancement, gaining eternal youth and reaching sequence 3. Ludwig quietly retreated several steps, hiding behind Anthony. He looked visibly anxious, biting at his fingers. Snap! He bit off a piece of bone, chewing on it bloody and swallowing. Meanwhile, Anthony noticed a strange change in the surrounding scenery. One side reflected the real world: sunlight, stars, green trees, the sea, humans, chaotically jumbled together. The other side resembled a frozen, lifeless universe. Above, Brilliant explosions of light continued to erupt, casting out vast amounts of matter, while below, deep, dark abysses consumed everything, compressing it toward a final singular point. These were still illusions, mere reflections of the mirror world. Yet even a demigod like Anthony felt an indescribable fear rooted deep in his soul and flesh. Despite Jenna still being at Sequence 3, without higher-level Beyonder characteristics, her presence was nearly as terrifying as the terror emanating from the depths of the special mirror world, because she embodied a most unique and fearsome symbol, a symbol of the creation and destruction of everything. This transformation had to be stopped before the symbol was complete, before Jenna reopened her eyes. At that moment, Amon's mocking voice reached Anthony and Ludwig's ears. "Why is it always me doing the work? I'd much rather clear altars and figurines like the serpent." As he spoke, the blasphemer, dressed in a pointed soft hat and a classic magician's robe, faced Jenna and raised both arms. The monocle on his right eye shone brilliantly. Behind him, layer upon layer of resplendent doors materialized, while a vast, silent river of mercury-like symbols flowed majestically. Deep within the special mirror world, on Lumien's body, blurry flesh, iron-black bones, violet flames, and intricate, dangerous symbols were collapsing rapidly. This process included the fragment of the primordial demoness, the fused illistitutors, the conqueror Beyonder characteristic, and most of the madness. Even Lumien's brain, split open like in a cranial surgery, and the remaining insanity were about to join this collapse. Seeing this, the primordial demoness, clad in a white bone dress, smiled. "The balance is indeed lost. Seems like a failure, but no matter. I'll fuse myself in and see what kind of monster emerges in the end. What I cannot obtain, no one else shall have. And I will take everything within the barrier with me to the grave. This will be the grandest funeral for me and Tudor." Suddenly, the primordial demoness noticed a delay in the extreme collapse happening to Lumien. Two forces were preventing it. One was the destiny fixed on madness and not on complete destruction. When a conclusion was bound to be bad, steering it toward a lesser evil was far easier than reversing it to something good. This was the true purpose of the letter sent by the Circle of Inevitability. The second was a faint rebirth within Lumien's collapsing flesh, symbols, violet flames, iron-black bones, and Beyonder characteristics. They were regrowing, extending outward, clinging to the last threads of life. This new birth came from Omabella's bloodline and Zetus's vitalized soul fragments. On Lumien's body, now condensed into a strange sphere, a lump of flesh protruded, resembling someone's head. On the head, two alternating faces constantly shifted. One belonged to the high-nosed, madness-filled blood emperor Illistitutor. The other was a ruby-eyed, nearly perfectly beautiful Zetus. Lumien's deadened thoughts suddenly flickered, pulling him back from the eternal darkness into his spiritual body. This new birth had brought him back. He felt the most extreme, hopeless pain and saw the changes in his body. He suddenly recalled Mr. Fool's insight on dealing with Omabella's bloodline and Zetus's soul fragments. This is a hidden danger, a risk, and also a variable, an opportunity. A variable, an opportunity. Could it be here? As Lumien gained this realization, he also knew the new life was far too weak to counteract the terrifying collapse that sought to annihilate everything after losing balance. There were only a few seconds left before everything ended. But Lumien did not give up. His style was always to fight to the bitter end, even in death. The next second, he saw another flesh-crafted head growing rapidly on his collapsing body. This head also had two alternating faces. One belonged to the extraordinarily beautiful yet innocent-looking primordial demoness Cheek. The other, unfamiliar to Lumien, was stunningly beautiful yet radiated a maternal glow. Giant Queen Omabella. Seeing this change, primordial demoness Cheek, who was about to fuse into Lumien's body and exacerbate the imbalance, stopped trying. She smiled faintly at the manifestations of the Fool descending upon her, her endlessly alluring body becoming illusory and dispersing into the entire special mirror world. She was the master of the mirror world. She was the mirror world. She could fuse with it at any moment. Destroying all the mirror worlds would be the only way to truly kill her. Though the mirrored terror's feminine aspect had been transferred to Jenna, the primordial demoness, who had spent millennia attempting fusion, could still partially leverage her unique symbol until it fully broke free, becoming the true mirrored original creator, the oldest one. The primordial demoness form simultaneously appeared in every corner of the special mirror world, her soft voice echoing into Mr. Fool's ears from all directions. Can you save him? You should be able to. If you can't, I'll fuse with him and will invite you to our funeral. Everyone's funeral. The universe's funeral. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Mr. Fool was unmoved by such words. Most of his rapidly flickering manifestations continued to fight the primordial demoness, trying to seal her off and prevent her from truly fusing into Lumien's body. The remaining manifestation turned to look at Lumien, struggling to hold on. He sighed softly. At the special mirror world's edge, Amon, having requested dual pathway godhood and power from the Fool, seized the moment when the mirrored creator had yet to fully assimilate Jenna, unable to control the demoness of Unaging's body, and was in his weakest state. He adjusted the monocle on his right eye. The Fool's manifestation outside the special mirror world suddenly had its black trench coat rise dramatically. Anthony and Ludwig were enveloped in gray-white fog, as if transported to another hidden, bizarre world. The next second, before Jenna's distorted, pained expression, now tinged with hatred, a searing sea of light appeared, engulfing her entirely. Supernova. Fueled by dual pathway godhood and power, this was a sufferer's reenactment ability. It was nearly identical to the supernova used by Mr. Fool during the Battle of Sapphira Castle. Jenna's body instantly disintegrated, vaporizing before it could even evaporate. Amon, along with the surrounding mirror world, was also affected by the supernova, leading to inevitable collapse. The special mirror world also began to crumble. This collapse spread for a moment but was halted by primordial demoness Cheek, preventing it from affecting the depths where Lumien resided. The brilliant light that illuminated the darkness gradually faded. Suddenly, a holy glow, filled with redemption, shot out from the river of fate. Amon reappeared, still wearing his monocle, pointed hat, and black magician's robe. He saw that amidst the chaotic turbulence of space-time, in the deep darkness, specks of soul fragments glowed faintly. Some belonged to Jenna, and some to the mirrored creator. They intertwined, yet had not been entirely annihilated. Even a supernova explosion could not completely kill the mirrored creator, even in her incomplete feminine aspect. These tangled soul fragments were on the verge of reassembling, ready for resurrection. Deep within the special mirror world, standing before Lumien's mutated body, Mr. Fool raised his starlit cane with his gloved right hand, his black trench coat silently billowing. Above him, far in the infinite heights, a door of light, tinged faintly with bluish-black light, flickered in and out of existence, surrounded by gray-white fog. Sapphira Castle. A shadow seemed to briefly open its eyes. As Mr. Fool's starlit cane pointed toward Lumien, the tangled fragments of the mirrored creator and Jenna's soul outside the special mirror world were instantly transferred onto Lumien. Grafting. A conceptual and physical grafting, leading to a renewed fusion. The primordial demoness, who had been manifesting and battling around the special mirror world, let out an amazed sound. It was enough to satisfy any male's vanity. However, unlike the earlier fusion, Omabella's bloodline and Zetus's soul fragments had now been activated, each merging with the demoness of Apocalypse Cheek and the resurrecting tutor. The mirrored creator's soul fragments, as if drawn by some mystical force, carried Jenna's portion and merged into the flesh mass alternating between Omabella's face and the demoness of Apocalypse Cheek. Mr. Fool added a glimmer of starlight to the remaining fragments of Jenna's soul, allowing them to withstand the erosion and fusion process for some time. The countryside dreamscape was now in shambles. Madam Magician and Madam Justice, who had assumed mythical creature forms through self-hypnosis, fought fiercely against the ancient dragon Edifana for an extended period. During the battle, Madame Justice suddenly noticed two incongruities. Our opponent is merely a sequence 2 mind dragon. How can it continually suppress Furs and me when we carry a grade 0 sealed artifact? Moreover, Furs hadn't once thought to divide her shadow to support other battlefields. At that moment, Edifana's ancient voice echoed, "I have no desire to be your enemy. I am merely compelled. As a dragon born in the mid-first epoch, as ancient as Ankwelt, unlike Arihog and the others who only witnessed part of the second epoch's history, don't you wonder how I, a mere sequence 2, have survived until now?" Hearing Edifana's words, Madame Magician froze for a moment. She finally realized she should be using her high-speed blinking to support other battlefields. That was something she normally would have done. From the very beginning, I've been subtly influenced. Edifana doesn't seem to be just sequence 2. Madame Magician quickly followed her spiritual intuition, her figure blinking rapidly as she appeared in various places across the northern and southern continents. Then, she found that the battlefields were stabilizing, with the forces of the Orthodox churches and government organizations gaining the upper hand. The only difference was how quickly they would eliminate the disruptors. The only area with serious issues was beyond her ability to intervene or participate. It was far too high level. While helping allied forces quickly clear out cultists, she redirected most of her attention back to Miss Audrey's dreamscape. At this moment, Edifana, the ancient dragon, had stopped fighting and landed on the stone tower deep within the dreamscape. Madame Justice had also reverted from her mythical creature form, gazing at Edifana. In Dragonese, she asked, "A normal sequence 2 dragon couldn't survive from the mid-first epoch to the present?" Edifana's terrifying lizard-like face, its gray-white scales slightly dim, revealed an eerily human smile. "Even angels have a limited lifespan. It's just that most angels don't live long enough to reach it. Vampire is a pathway that significantly increases lifespan. Didn't Round Moon Ulmer have to seal himself in a coffin, trying to slow the passage of time? He's also a sequence 2 angel, and nearly 2,000 years younger than me." Madame Magician flickered rapidly, ready to prevent Edifana from escaping, while muttering inwardly, 2,000 years older than Duke Round Moon Ulmer? Truly worthy of being a dragon born in the mid-first epoch. Initially, she thought Duke Round Moon's age exceeded 3,000 years. After gaining more knowledge of mysticism, she suspected the Sanguine Duke could be over 5,000 years old. The 5th epoch was currently in its 1,359th year, and the 4th epoch lasted 1,233 years, adding up to 2,592 years. Duke Round Moon existed before the Cataclysm, so he was widely believed to be over 3,000 years old. Madame Magician confirmed that this Duke had truly followed the Sanguine's ancestor, Lilith, so his age must include the 1,086 years of the 3rd epoch. Moreover, Lilith's demise wasn't the hallmark event marking the end of the 2nd epoch, being 800 to 900 years apart, during which Ulmer followed her for several centuries. Considering all this, Madame Magician estimated Duke Round Moon to be at least 5,000 years old. Even as an angel of the long-lived Sanguine, he still had to live an abject life in a coffin to prolong his life. Yet Edifana claimed to be almost 2,000 years older? That aligned with his self-introduction as a dragon born in the mid-first epoch. Madame Justice discerned the unspoken meaning in Edifana's words and probed, "You were once corrupted by a power higher than your own, and even now, it controls you?" If Edifana had used a Marauder Pathways sealed artifact to siphon life or relied on a similar method, he wouldn't have posed such a question. Edifana's aged, lizard-like face appeared somewhat dazed. "You're perceptive. I am a dragon of the mind domain, which means polluted by the chaos sea, like the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, then influenced and driven by the godhood of the primordial god Almighty." Madame Magician's gaze sharpened. "It was the primordial god Almighty who sent you to delay us?" Edifana chuckled, producing a deep, buzzing laugh. "Yes, I'm able to tell you this because the influence he exerted over me has rapidly receded. Without his influence, I will soon age and die." "Rapidly receded?" Madame Justice repeated, her tone heavy with foreboding. Edifana unfurled his massive wings, his gray-white scales dimming further. Yes, he is retracting the powers he was covertly reviving. This isn't due to any mishap, but because he is concentrating his will. Tonight, he has 2 opportunities for true resurrection too. Edifana's voice brimmed with fear. When the mirrored creator's soul fragments, mixed with Jenna's, fused into Lumien's body, Lumion, tormented by the relentless cycle of pain and madness, his consciousness on the brink of collapse, suddenly ceased the unconscious twitching and twisting of his head. His iron-black eyes became filled with violent emotions. Jenna. He wanted to stop struggling, to let the collapse happen, but he also understood why Jenna had become what she was. He raised his head, letting out a pained roar. It was a scream of anger, hatred, madness, and defiance. At that moment, Lumion seemed to hear Aurora's gentle voice. "There's still a chance. Leave it to me." Lumion seemed to see Aurora's phantom, cloaked in her thick golden hair. His body began to change, becoming more feminine on one side. His feminine aspect grew active, striving to merge Jenna's soul fragments with his own. The mirrored creator was truly fooled, no longer caring about Jenna's soul fragments, allowing them to detach and integrate into Lumion's feminine side. His consciousness focused solely on the demoness of Apocalypse, Cheek, and the giant queen, Omabella. They were fused together. Balance was restored, but it was vastly different from before. Lumion's body stopped collapsing, quickly expanding outward, gaining new life. The 2 masses of flesh protruding from his torso surged toward his neck, vying to replace his head. They competed, even as they began to fuse, high above, in the infinite heights. The faint light door tinged with bluish-black and surrounded by gray-white fog reappeared. Mr. Fool alternated the use of fooling and grafting. The 2 fusing flesh masses abruptly shifted to Lumion's left shoulder, writhing as they formed a dripping wet head. This head had 2 faces, one on each side. The right face was identical to the primordial demoness, Cheek, stunningly beautiful, pure, yet exuding maternal radiance. The left face resembled Alista Tudor, but bore jet-black hair and a flawless, nearly divine beauty. The madness and characteristics in Lumion's body converged into this head. Each face exuded its own raw, violent, or pathological nature, an unrestrained desire to destroy and create everything. The 2 faces did not cease merging. At times, they overlapped. At times, they split apart, ultimately forming a vortex that absorbed their features. From within the vortex, a liquid containing all colors and possibilities seeped out, leaving the face in chaos. Deep within the chaos, a new face slowly began to take shape. The previously grinning, observing primordial demoness, Cheek, abruptly retreated, disappearing from the area. Before vanishing, her black hair fully unfurled, thick and slick like venomous snakes, whipping furiously through the air as though resisting an unseen force. Lumion, his mind flooded with pain, madness, and destructive desires, sensed an exalted consciousness, gazing down upon all, being born within the new head on his left shoulder and rapidly growing stronger. Mr. Fool, witnessing this, prepared to use a wish to suppress and delay the primordial God Almighty's resurrection, seeking time to find a solution. The new face in the chaos grew clearer. In an instant, Amon hurled an object into the special mirror world, landing it in Mr. Fool's hand. It was an extraordinarily bizarre dark golden mask, large enough to cover a human face. Lumion, his face twisted in agony and madness, recognized the mask. It had been obtained from the sea prayer ritual, originating from Loki, later given to the Aurora Order. And now it was here. Mr. Fool caught the mask, and a shadow from the faintly visible door of light above descended upon the dark golden mask. Mr. Fool pressed the mask onto the new face emerging from the chaos. The face did not resist or stop him because, still unresurrected, he had been fooled into believing the mask would make him unimaginably powerful. The dark golden mask merged seamlessly with the face, becoming inseparable. The head paused, no longer absorbing Lumien's madness or characteristics. The two faces reappeared on its sides, one belonging to primordial demoness Cheek, radiating maternal brilliance, the other to the more handsome and perfect Alista Tudor. Each face held an unmistakable hint of madness and destruction. The gray-white fog and the bluish-black tinged door of light high above disappeared. On Lumien's right shoulder, flesh writhed, abruptly forming a new head with two faces. One was the radiant Aurora, the other, the exquisite Jenna. Both had closed eyes, no consciousness, and blood-stained features. Elsewhere in the mirror world, Red Angel Medici, intending to leave without bothering with the two lunatics, sensed the changes deep within the special mirror world. Here's the chance. Though Medici didn't fully understand what had occurred, he hesitated not for a moment. Swiftly assessing the situation, he made his decision and prepared to execute his original plan. His goals for today were twofold: to suppress any signs of the primordial God Almighty's resurrection and to cull Lumien Li, securing ultimate victory in the battle for 0-01. He had no fear of the fool's interference. Since he dared to come, he had a way to ensure the fool couldn't act in time. Red Angel Medici advanced, retrieving lifelike metallic soldier figurines from a small black pouch at his waist. Each one contained fused Beyonder characteristics from different pathways, effectively making them sealed artifacts. Medici scattered the figurines, allowing them to grow enormous, gain life, and surround him. The Red of War Legion reappeared. Meanwhile, within the astral world composed of abstract concepts and strange symbols, the childlike Doodle Sun had long become a blazing golden-yellow fireball, terrifying in its intensity, opposing the crimson round moon beyond the invisible barrier. The burning surface of the sun, pure and sacred, suddenly darkened in patches. These dark patches extended outward, forming a colossal luminous humanoid figure surrounded by chaos. The luminous humanoid instantly descended into the depths of the special mirror world, engulfing all of the fool's manifestations. The enormous luminous figure wrapped in chaos remained tethered to the blazing golden sun, never breaking free. It was firmly restrained, like the hidden impulses and madness buried deep within many hearts. Though present and impossible to ignore, they remained confined under the dam of reason and humanity in normal circumstances. Moreover, the chaotic luminous figure formed from the sun's dark patches descended from the astral world into the depths of the special mirror world, without impacting the blazing golden sun's efforts to maintain the invisible barrier against the crimson round moon. Instead, the sun burned brighter, more intensely, and with greater sanctity. At this moment, abstract concepts representing gaze and observation emerged within the astral world, all directed at the radiant golden sun. The sun, illuminating the astral world and the entire world, remained unmoved, as if silently responding. Once, I betrayed myself. Later, I spent over 2 millennia wrestling and contending with another version of myself. Finally, I achieved a temporary victory, reached a balance, and made him serve me, while I remained who I am. Now I am betting everything, letting my allies become the origins of disaster. The calamity of destruction is my only chance to secure ultimate victory and avert the apocalypse. Whether or not this succeeds, whether or not it leads to a tragic end, I will give it my all. I would rather break than yield. The colossal luminous figure cloaked in chaos enveloped all of the fool's manifestations in the special mirror world, relentlessly pursuing his blinking, preventing him from approaching Lumien at the speed of light and with immense energy. One was manipulated, misled. One was fooled, grafted. Neither had any attention to spare for Lumien. On the other side of the special mirror world, the primordial demoness retreated, her black hair still thrashing in the air like a writhing cluster of serpents. Her breathtakingly beautiful face twisted into a new allure that had yet to fully unfold, still resisting some invisible force. Nearby, the mirrored Empress Roselle silently watched, refraining from intervening. She could not defy the will of the mirrored creator, also known as the primordial demoness, Cheek. She could only hope the ensuing catastrophe would not lead to the complete collapse and destruction of the special mirror world. For her, unable to leave this place yet, such an outcome would be a death sentence. As for Zeradal, who had previously hidden here, he had already fled, returning to Castle Dillon. Lumion felt a surge of violent, cruel, twisted, and pathological thoughts emanating from the left side of his body. Like a relentless tsunami, they battered his mind and will, attempting to complete his assimilation. From his right side came deathly silence, sadness, pain, and despair. Emotions just as overwhelming and now spilling over into his consciousness. These conflicting forces resonated with Lumion's current state to varying degrees, on the verge of blending into one another and bringing about the inevitable descent into complete madness. In his blurred vision, silhouettes flashed by, beams of light flared up and dimmed again, all becoming indistinct. Suddenly, a voice switching between near and far echoed in his ears. My wish is, Lumion Lee can maintain moments of clarity, rationality, and humanity each day. Destiny was sealed. Madness was unavoidable. Even a miracle invoker could not fully reverse it. The only option was to exploit loopholes and lower the difficulty of the wish, allowing Lumion to oscillate between madness and clarity. Nothing dictated that inevitable madness precluded occasional moments of lucidity. As for how occasional was defined, that would be left to fooling and error to decide. Lumion's blurry vision suddenly sharpened. The pain and fury still wrecked his body, but his thoughts and perceptions were no longer clouded. He saw a vast array of figurines materialize ahead of him. Each wore uniquely colored metal armor, their faces sculpted with uncanny precision. Towering over 10 meters tall, they marched in formation like a vast army. Lumion also saw the figurines encircling Red Angel Medici. The King of Angels had revealed his mythical creature form, composed of deep violet, almost blood-colored, nearly invisible flames, steel-like bones, complex terrifying symbols, and blood-stained black armor. Between his brow, a blood-red sigil shaped like a banner was prominently raised, vivid and dripping. Medici had completed his sacrificial ritual in advance, summoning the aid of the essence of war. The head on Lumion's left shoulder, adorned with the bizarre dark golden mask, suddenly turned. The face resembling a Tudor now directly faced Medici. The blood-red sigil between the brows of this face similarly protruded, surrounded by indescribable dark symbols that seemed to herald ultimate chaos. He sneered with disdain and mockery, as if saying to Medici, "You coward, fancy seeing you here, ready to be devoured by me again." Lumion then fully manifested his mythical creature form and drew a simple longsword from the traveler's bag that had fallen to the ground, untouched by prior chaos. The longsword rapidly enlarged, matching his towering frame of over 30 meters. It ignited with black flames, embodying destruction and madness. Medici raised his own flaming greatsword. The two fiery giants clashed with a resounding boom. Almost simultaneously, the soldiers of the Red of War Legion raised their arms, leaning back slightly. Their eyes burned iron black, reflecting the pale markings on Lumion's body. In their hands, spears of deep violet, almost blood-colored, flames materialized. They could simultaneously share all of Red Angel Medici's abilities and spirituality. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While Medici intercepted Lumion, a forest of flame spears shot out, dense enough to obscure the sky. Each spear targeted the vulnerable points on Lumion's body. The masked head on Lumion's left shoulder turned once more. This time, the maternal and radiant face of the demoness of Apocalypse, Cheek, faced Red Angel Medici. The face smiled sweetly, causing Medici's movements to slow slightly, and the deluge of blood-colored flame spears to falter, as if held back by reluctance. Next, Lumion's body grew illusory and layered, like projections from countless mirrors. Rumble! Countless flame spears pierced through his body, triggering violent explosions that annihilated every projection in an instant. Lumion's figure re-emerged on the other side. Red Angel Medici gave him no respite, transforming into a blazing comet of deep violet, blood-like flames, hurtling toward Lumion in a flash. The soldiers of the Red of War Legion followed suit, turning into similar flaming comets, roaring down from every direction with unstoppable force, using area of effect attacks to bypass the interference of the fog of war. As a king of angels, Medici enabled his soldiers to share his rank. In this moment, it was as if nearly 100 red angels were simultaneously attacking Lumion. This was one of Medici's most potent abilities. Its only drawback was the massive expenditure of spirituality. Effectively, it compressed what could have been a prolonged battle into a single, overwhelming burst, trading time for spatial dominance. As an ancient king of angels, Medici knew that the eternal blazing sun could not delay much longer. Victory had to be swift, so he began with an all-or-nothing gambit. Outside the special mirror world, Amon, wearing a monocle and pointed soft hat, took no further action, playing the role of a true spectator, neither obstructing nor aiding. His expression remained unchanged as he bit into a red apple he had somehow stolen. Faced with the flaming comets descending from every direction, Lumion did not retreat. His eyes burned with madness and battle lust. He growled, for the second time today, invoking the aid of the City of Calamity. The iron-black bones interwoven into his body and etched with complex symbols and patterns suddenly developed fine cracks. The violet-red flames roaring over them deepened in hue, taking on a bloodier shade. Clad in pitch-black armor marred with bloodstains, he ignored the other fiery comets and locked onto the one transformed from Red Angel Medici, swinging his increasingly immense and terrifying sword of destruction. Boom! Deep violet and crimson flames scattered in all directions, forming a storm that engulfed the surroundings. The explosion, imbued with destructive energy, left visible cracks in the depths of the special mirror world, rendering it precariously close to shattering. Amid the roiling flames, the figure of Red Angel Medici emerged. A deep wound carved across his chest and abdomen, from which flowed flames so dark that even their depth seemed erased. Lumion was in an even more dire state. His blood-stained black armor was tattered, and the iron-black bones intertwined with intricate patterns and symbols were heavily damaged and fractured. The deep purple, blood-hued flames barely clung to him, a faint layer that seemed ready to be extinguished by a passing breeze. Shards of glass were scattered around him, remnants of his mirror self, which had suffered devastating destruction. Lumion grinned, his smile bold and unrestrained. He suddenly plunged the battered sword of destruction into the ground. The already strained area collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating entirely. As the region crumbled, Lumion plunged into the chaotic flow of time and space, descending into darkness. With his body undergoing new birth, he waved at the similarly falling Medici and the Red of War Legion, his smile seemingly asking, "Care to join me? In the chaos of time and space, teams tend to get scattered, you know." The Red Angel whistled in response, as if to say, "I can handle this on my own." The two had no time for further interaction. The silent, perilous storm of spacetime swept in, separating them instantly. Lumion plummeted downward at great speed, using his teleportation ability to evade the most dangerous zones. He could no longer sense the outside world and had no means of escaping this place directly. In a blink of an eye, or perhaps longer, Lumion landed before a massive, half-collapsed palace ablaze with invisible and colorless flames. The depths of the special mirror world led to fourth epic trier. As soon as Lumion's feet steadied, the head on his left shoulder began to sway from side to side. Whether it was the hauntingly beautiful yet morbid face of Cheek or the savage and crazed gaze of Alista Tudor, both seemed perplexed. Their consciousness, spirit, personality, and spirituality, blended and tangled amidst the resurrection of the primordial God Almighty, had become a jumble. Eventually, they separated into yin and yang, left and right, forming a new consciousness and spirit, though still marked distinctly by Cheek and Tudor. These were ultimately sealed within the dark golden peculiar mask of the yet-to-fully revived primordial God Almighty, allowing only instincts to seep through, each affecting the respective face. Their instinctive reactions seemed to tell Lumion that this place was different from their memories or expectations. This was the blood palace of Alista Tudor, the the site of his ultimate downfall. It should have retained remnants of the leaked power of various spherote, yet it appeared unusually clean, with only formless flames burning everywhere and evaporating black pus that perpetually dripped but never dried. With the blood-red sigil on his brow protruding, Lumion involuntarily advanced toward the half-collapsed, ostentatious palace. Along the way, the formless and colorless flames parted for him, seemingly welcoming the return of the emperor of this kingdom, the master of this palace. Lumion only had to avoid the dripping black pus as it fell back to the ground. Standing at the half-collapsed entrance, Lumion, with 3 heads, found his path blocked by an area of absolute darkness, so dark that even the concept of depth seemed devoured. He had no choice but to circle around to the palace's side entrance. Clicking his tongue as if mocking a listitutor, he muttered, "Utilizing the power of the City of Calamity, the Blood Emperor was ultimately killed by the River of Eternal Darkness. Even his corpse has become different. Sometimes, these forces repel each other to extremes. Other times, they fuse. And once they fuse, it spells annihilation, absorbing and neutralizing the nearby remnant powers of other spherote. Your Majesty the Blood Emperor, are you planning to reclaim your corpse? I'm afraid it will drag you back into the River of Eternal Darkness. No, ultimate annihilation." Speaking to himself, Lumion moved toward the palace's side entrance. He intended to wait by a listitutor's divine corpse, anticipating the arrival of Red Angel Medici. That spot would be ideal for him to fight in his current state, half of what a listitutor once was, though without a fully restored rank. When he reached the crumbling side entrance, now narrow enough to squeeze through, Lumion suddenly noticed 2 corpses standing on either side of the doorway. One male and one female, both burned into charred remains by formless flames, stood preserved in their scorched states. Each had a left hand swollen and translucent, its bluish hue marred by yellow-green pus flowing within. The veins on their left hands were unnaturally clear, and along with the palm lines, they formed intricate and densely packed symbols and patterns. Left Hand of Decay. Why are the bestowed of the Monarch of Decay placed here as corpse statues? Lumion murmured, lowering his gaze. As expected, he saw ancient Tudor coins beneath each of the 4 corpses, with denominations of 2, 7, and 13. Lumion's face twitched, a wave of violent and destructive emotions surging within him. Summoning a black flame greatsword in one hand, he prepared to slash at the 4 corpses. Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from nearby. Their purpose is to symbolize one thing, making anything that can go wrong be most likely to go wrong. Lumion turned both his heads simultaneously, spotting Madame Pualis, dressed in a black gown. Her subtle brows framed bright brown eyes, her brown hair styled in a high bun. In her arms, she cradled a chubby-cheeked, adorably plump infant girl. The baby girl no longer appeared ethereal but fully real, tangible, and vivid. In the depths of underground Trier, under the corrosive fog of history, the tree of Shadow's trunk became increasingly illusory. Its bark and branches began peeling away. Though the tree of Shadow was intimately tied to every human in Trier and could not be completely destroyed, its aura weakened rapidly. The canopy extending above ground receded deeper meter by meter. Sua and Tyri struggled with all their might to hold the line, yet they could not reverse the trend. Somewhere in 4th Epoch Trier, Louis Gustave watched as the infants on his body dropped to the ground, dying instantly and decaying into rotted corpses. 0 to 59, the divine kingdom without people. The undead infants never had the chance to be reborn. Exposed to the 4th sun suspended high in the sky, they were instantly purified and vanished. Birthing children was not an evil act for the mother but a sacred one, immune to the 4th sun's purification. However, transforming the infants into undead made them susceptible to its power. Losing all the infants, the maternal body fell with a look of anguish, rapidly disintegrating into a pool of blood and flesh. The flesh writhed as if attempting to reform into a bird's nest. But it died mid-reformation, simultaneously decaying and regenerating. Holy, radiant sunlight enveloped it, Red Angel Medici and part of his metal soldiers landed in a desolate wilderness shrouded in gray-white fog, flickering between reality and illusion. In this wilderness, shadowy figures wandered silently, moving slowly toward the edges. To them. Seeing Madame Pualis holding the infant Omabella, Lumion beamed. Lifting the newly condensed sword of destruction, he prepared to strike. "There's no need to rush. It's been a while since we had a conversation," Madame Pualis said gently. A stretch of wilderness appeared around her, creating distance between herself and Lumion. Her gaze shifted between Lumion's face and Aurora's tightly closed eyes, filled with a trace of sorrow. Rumble. Amid the booming explosions, her figure appeared on the other side of Paramitha. Her tone was soft and soothing. "It's pointless. Omabella has truly been born. The anticipated outcome has arrived, and nothing will change now." Her maternal voice calmed the fury and madness in Lumion's heart. Stopping his attack, Lumion said, "Omabella." He initially wanted to ask when Omabella was born, but a sharp pain in his head brought a sense of spiritual foreboding. Instead, he asked, "In the dream city, why didn't you, or rather the mother goddess of depravity, help the celestial worthy? Why let him fail?" Madame Pualis, cradling infant Omabella, smiled and answered, "When I entered the dream city, aside from wanting to see you and Aurora, I had only one goal: to act on behalf of the Great Mother to eliminate any chance for the celestial worthy to reverse the situation if such an opportunity arose. However, all of you did an excellent job. You didn't give me that chance." "Why?" Lumion asked with a frown. "Shouldn't balance have been maintained?" Maintaining her smile, Madame Pualis replied, "After the hostile incident, the mother's thoughts changed. She wished for the fool to prevail. This way, the fool would begin a process of simultaneously opposing and integrating the celestial worthy, while also accommodating Sapphira Castle. Such a process would be difficult to disrupt. Facing another crisis, even if the fool wanted to give up and hand everything to the celestial worthy, or if the celestial worthy wanted to compromise and assist the fool in controlling Sapphira Castle, the resulting state wouldn't be easily broken or altered. It would take a long time. Before such a state could fully change, the Lord of Mysteries' power would be at best comparable to that of Grisha Adam during Project Vortex. And even achieving this would require the celestial worthy's full cooperation. No matter what abilities such a Lord of Mysteries employs, it's impossible for him to break through the barrier formed by the mirrored creator in a short period of time. He can't prevent what's about to happen. The mother has been anticipating this for a long time. Lumion recalled the events that had just transpired and suddenly realized the night's major events were far from over. Laughing, he said, "So, even you don't trust the celestial worthy to honor his promises after fully awakening? No one would trust a great old one that symbolizes deceit." Madame Pualis replied gently, rocking the baby in her arms as if coaxing Omabella back to sleep. Lumion glanced at Omabella and asked, "When was she truly born? And what will her birth bring?" With a soft smile, Madame Pualis answered, "After you were dragged into the special mirror world." She explained with a smile, "Calamity needs to stay away from the mother. But have you ever considered, you're not the calamity, but the mother, the one who gave birth to Omabella. The great terror in the special mirror world came from the fusion of the two pathways of calamity. So it naturally symbolizes calamity?" Lumion suddenly understood the true meaning behind Mr. Fool's revelation. This was a fate even great existences couldn't fully grasp. Madame Pualis gazed wistfully at Aurora, sighed and said, "That's one interpretation, but there's a deeper reason." She turned to Lumion, her brown eyes deep, and asked, "Have you noticed? Tudor and Cheek's twins are also a boy and a girl, an elder sister and a younger brother. An elder sister and younger brother. Yes, Chrismona and the demoness of Grey Judith were once siblings." Lumion was suddenly struck by a deep sense of foreboding. Madame Pualis smiled again and said, "For true gods of the hunter and demoness pathways, it's normal for twins to be a boy and a girl. Anything else would be unusual. But why elder sister and younger brother, and not elder brother and younger sister?" Because they're also a reflection of Omabella and Zetus in some way. As for why, Madame Pualis glanced down at the baby in her arms and smiled. Omabella is far older than you think. She and Zetus were born in the mid-first epoch. At that time, giant King Ormur was still a purely mad demigod-level monster. Their mother, strictly speaking, wasn't the Great Mother, but the brood hive ripped off from the Great Mother. When the brood hive was still within the Great Mother, Omabella and Zetus had yet to gestate. More importantly, their father, their true father, the one who fathered them with the brood hive. Guess who he is? In Madame Justice Audrey's dream, the ancient dragon, Edifana, gazed at Madame Magician and Madame Justice, his voice buzzing as he said, "I can offer you one more piece of critical intelligence, originating from the mid-first epoch." Both Madame Magician and Madame Justice tensed inexplicably. In a tone dripping with resentment and hatred, Edifana said, "The mother of giant Queen Omabella is the brood hive currently sealed in the Western continent. Her father is the primordial God Almighty." Primordial God Almighty? Lumion raised an eyebrow. All around him, formless, colorless flames suddenly flared up, blazing fiercely. Madame Pualis, cradling the infant Omabella, smiled and said, "Within the two pathways of calamity lies the arrangement for the resurrection of the primordial God Almighty. During the union of Tudor and Cheek to conceive Crismona and Judith, the consciousness of the primordial God Almighty also partially revived. Naturally, that pair of twins were younger brother and elder sister. Conversely, if what fused into your body wasn't Omabella and Zetus, but other divine offspring of the Great Mother, they would have been completely ineffective during that fusion. They lack the necessary symbols and mystical connections." Hearing this, the head on Lumion's left shoulder turned from side to side, the faces of Cheek and Alista Tudor alternating as they gazed at Madame Pualis. Lumion struggled to suppress the urge to incinerate this part of Paramitha and destroy it entirely. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. So that's how it is. Omabella was indeed killed by a direct relative. That explains her curse on the City of Silver. Previously, Lumion had speculated that Omabella's final death stemmed from the citizens of City of Silver killing her. Since they were her followers, essentially her children, the act of filicide or human deicide could naturally trigger the curse. Must die at the hands of a direct relative, or else become an evil spirit. Now it seemed that while this might be one of the reasons, it was certainly not the only one, nor even the most crucial. The true reason was that Omabella's initial death was orchestrated by the ancient sun god. As the successor to the primordial God Almighty, the ancient sun god might have had fragments of the primordial God Almighty's consciousness and spirit awakening within him at that time, though still suppressible. Under these circumstances, in Omabella's eyes, wasn't it essentially a god imbued with her father's consciousness and spirit using powers derived from him to kill her? Lumion suddenly understood why Madame Pualis had lured the Padre into personally killing the newborn Omabella back in Cordu. If it were only about fulfilling the symbolic act of being killed by a direct relative, Madame Pualis herself, as the mother, could have handled it. There would have been no need for such elaborate arrangements. The only explanation was that infant Omabella had to be killed once by her biological father, the Padre, who symbolized the eternal blazing Sunday. Only then would all the necessary symbols be complete, forming a closed loop and becoming valid in the realm of mysticism. Eternal blazing sun. Eternal blazing sun. Lumion's pupils dilated as he was struck by a sudden realization. Once he understood that making the Padre become Omabella's father was to evoke the symbol of the eternal blazing sun. One question had always puzzled him. Why the eternal blazing sun specifically? Wouldn't the god of steam and machinery, the god of knowledge and wisdom, or the lord of storms suffice? This question hadn't lingered long, though. Realizing that Aurora possessed the unique conditions of being a transmigrator, having the Grey Fog's aura, being a warlock, and having a younger brother, Lumion had concluded it was mere coincidence. It just so happened that Cordu worshipped the eternal blazing sun. But now he suddenly understood. It wasn't a coincidence. It was a necessary condition. Aside from being a transmigrator, having the Grey Fog's aura, being a warlock, and the sibling relationship, there was another implicit condition: residing in a region that worshipped the eternal blazing sun. Lumion recalled his time as a casual believer of the eternal blazing sun, occasionally attending Mass at the St. Sith Cathedral in Cordu, and remembered certain praises from the Padre. Great Father, Father of all living beings. These weren't official titles of the eternal blazing sun, yet they were written into the scriptures, frequently mentioned in propaganda and hymns, and genuinely existed. The Great Father. Lumion looked at Madame Pualis and blurted out, "Is there something wrong with the eternal blazing sun?" Madame Pualis smiled faintly and replied, "Long ago, fragments of the primordial God Almighty's consciousness began reviving within him. For a time, he would even occasionally lose control of himself. After an extensive period, he finally managed to suppress his alienated self and achieve a fragile balance, which allowed him to partially harness the power of the Chaos Sea. However, he had to tread carefully and limit the frequency of use. Otherwise, the corruption and alienation would deepen, and the balance would collapse." Madame Pualis smiled brilliantly and asked rhetorically, "Now you understand why the true birth of Omabella is so significant, don't you? Her true father is the primordial God Almighty. Her current father is the eternal blazing sun, within whom the consciousness of the primordial God Almighty has revived. When she was born in essence, the eternal blazing sun, as a symbol of the primordial God Almighty, will be significantly strengthened. The mystical connection between the two will blend together. With the symbol of the primordial God Almighty greatly reinforced, do you think the fragile balance the eternal blazing sun has been maintaining can still exist? In the astral world, where abstract concepts and symbolic representations intertwined, the radiant, golden sun, connected to a blazing giant and shrouded in chaos, suddenly broke off its battle with the fool. He contracted instantly, merging once again with the sacredly glowing golden sun. The sun's surface abruptly darkened, patches of shadow spreading swiftly to cover half of its face. The gigantic golden sun alternated between the form of a handsome, energetic young man with short golden hair draped in a pure white robe, and a blazing, searingly bright fireball. The young man's expression grew increasingly distorted, his body half shrouded in dark shadows seeping from within, gradually dissolving. The dark patches on the terrifying fireball expanded, while the divine radiance diminished. Suddenly, behind the golden sun, a silhouette subtly emerged. It was a female figure dressed in layered but unadorned pitch-black robes, dotted with what seemed like brilliant stars. From her ribs and waist extended two pairs of arms covered in short, deep black fur. Evernight Goddess. In the goddess's 6 hands, 2 held heavy black scythes, 2 cradled ancient bird-shaped golden ornaments, and 2 raised a massive sword seemingly forged from condensed orange-red light, aiming it at the eternal blazing sun. The young man with the distorted face in the white robe glanced at the spot where the Evernight Goddess had previously stood and saw a terrifying feathered serpent with massive wings blocking a fissure with its own reflection, maintaining the barrier. The feathered serpent could only hold out for a short time, and even then, only because the Evernight Goddess had not yet left the astral world. The eternal blazing sun turned toward the Evernight Goddess, asking in excruciating pain, "When did you find out?" 2 of the Evernight Goddess's hands holding the bird-shaped golden ornaments underwent rapid changes, causing an illusory, wide, dark, colorless river to manifest behind her. The river flowed silently, drawing close to the Evernight Goddess. "I had some suspicions during the cataclysm. After obtaining destined madness, I fully understood your anomalies." Evernight Goddess's voice was soft, almost as if she were soothing the eternal blazing sun to sleep. Simultaneously, the heavy black scythe and the massive orange-red sword descended upon the eternal blazing sun at an unhurried pace, yet their movement carried the force of the colorless, dark river. The progress of the dark patches spreading across the surface of the golden sun slowed. The once handsome and vibrant eternal blazing sun, Aucuses, began to laugh. Struggling to suppress his alienation and natural defensive instincts, he looked earnestly at the Evernight Goddess and pleaded, "Please kill me. He would rather die as a god than lose himself and linger on in torment. Suddenly, his face contorted again, and the dark patches overtook the sun's surface. An ancient voice seemed to echo from across history. If you kill him, the barrier will lose another support. Can the barrier be kept up? The Evernight goddess responded without any emotion. I just saw you collaborating with the mother goddess of depravity, and you are the strongest notary. Without hesitation, she brought down the heavy black scythe and the massive orange-red sword. The dark, illusory river seemed to flow closer. Those awake deep into the night and the strongest beings in the world simultaneously turned their gaze to the sky. A blazing, brilliant, pure golden sun rose, illuminating the entire world. In the next second, the sun shattered into fragments of divine light tinged with darkness, scattering to various corners of the world. It resembled stars falling in a rain-like cascade. Fourth epic trier, beside the half-collapsed ostentatious palace. Maintaining her smile, Madame Pualis replied, "The true birth of Omabella holds two additional symbolic significance. First, as the divine offspring of the primordial God Almighty and the brood hive, once she fully enters the real world, will the one who once usurped her identity be able to bear this fate and maintain even a basic state? In the astral world, where abstract concepts and symbolic representations intertwined, Earth Mother Lilith, with her ample and graceful figure, cradling a baby in her arms and a faint red moon behind her head, cast her gaze upon the crumbling golden sun and the figure wielding the scythe and sword. The illusory crimson moon was suddenly drawn toward her and leaped into her body. Her voluptuous, graceful form cracked instantly, and from the fissures burst forth streams of crimson moonlight. Ammonizes, let me sleep. In this way, my authority and symbolism can still contribute to the barrier. Earth Mother Lilith spoke with extreme pain and difficulty. The figure of the Evernight goddess, Ammonizes, who had just vanquished the eternal blazing sun, vanished as if erased. Moments later, she reappeared behind Earth Mother Lilith. Almost simultaneously, as the sun fell, new stars lit up in the sky. Red, orange, gold, blue, brown, 8 in total. Each was colossal, like new suns, descending to the same height as the crimson full moon, exerting immense pressure on the barrier, causing it to audibly crack and fissure. The barrier's sustaining power was insufficient. Having just completely destroyed the Tree of Shadow, leaving only its roots, and not yet had time to eliminate Sua and Tyri, Mr. Fool raised his head and looked toward the astral world. All his bodies disappeared abruptly, reappearing there as a series of symbols and various abstract concepts. Some symbols consisted of segments of pupilless eye and contorted lines, others were layered doors, and others resembled the hands of a clock. The teetering, invisible barrier steadied. Forsaken land of the gods, atop a majestic and stretching mountain range. After the darkened sun fell, the darkness here dissipated. Beside the enormous cross, visionary Adam, clad in a simple white robe with a thick golden beard, returned to normal. At his feet was a dense black shadow with 5 heads, exuding malevolence. Both he and his shadow looked ahead, to a realm encompassing all colors and possibilities, simultaneously illusory and real. From the depths of the chaos sea came an ancient voice. Come, my child, merge with me. You are out of time. The apocalypse is nigh. Your only choice is to risk merging with me, then contend for dominance on equal footing. Visionary Adam and the true creator, Grisha, shifted their gazes downward, toward the lands outside the forsaken land of the gods. They saw the northern and southern continents, cities like Backlund, Trier, Fainapotter, and St. Millum, the awakened people stirred by the sun's eruption, and the mountains, rivers, and seas. They withdrew their gazes and stepped into that realm of all-encompassing colors. They sank beneath its waves. Fourth epic trier, beside the half-collapsed Tudor palace. Madame Pualis gazed wistfully at Lumion and Aurora, sighing as she spoke. The final important symbolism of Omabella's birth is this. Previously, she was born from the brood hive and the primordial God Almighty. Now, she is born from me, representing the Great Mother, and the Padre, symbolizing the eternal blazing sun. Since the eternal blazing sun, as a symbol of the primordial God Almighty, has been strengthened, the brood hive, as a symbol of the Great Mother, will undergo similar changes. Moreover, the brood hive and the Great Mother themselves have an exceptionally tight, nearly unified mystical connection. With such a transformation, what will the Great Mother gain? Lumion did not answer. Following his intuition, he directed his gaze upward to the formless, colorless flames. There, the night sky had appeared, and the crimson full moon suddenly brightened. Elsewhere in the mirrored world, Franca, who had just shattered the demoness of Black's true body and her mirrored self, also looked up. Across the world, every demigod raised their gaze to the sky. The crimson full moon, which had always seemed perched atop a clock tower, suddenly descended without warning, appearing closer, as if just above everyone's rooftops or nestled in the wild treetops. A diaphanous, eerie moonlight spread across every corner of the land and sea. All was crimson, as if drenched in blood. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. Trier, Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Leon, scholarly in appearance, stood at the front of the living room. His expression was solemn as he preached to the members of the congregation. He had moved out of Aubaird's du Coq d'Or because the congregation had grown significantly. Although the local authorities in Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman seemed indifferent to his clandestine spreading of an unorthodox faith, Leon believed caution was paramount. Better to avoid any undue attention. If devout and fanatical believers of the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery within the quartier discovered his heretical teachings, they would report and protest relentlessly at the cathedral. Even if the two major churches were initially reluctant to act, they'd eventually be forced to intervene. Moreover, with an increasing number of followers, Leon genuinely needed a temporary location to serve as an underground chapel. Having finished his sermon, Leon raised his hands, palms outward, his voice suddenly becoming fervent. Praise be to you, beholden to the King of Yellow and Black, priest of the apocalypse and war, the multi-faced conqueror of all, the true malady God. Praise be to you, the Ancient One who transcends time, one who remains forever young, envoy of disease and plague, lady who spreads pain and despair, protector of humanity's adventurous spirit, companion to the great malady God. The gathered believers in the living room mimicked his gestures and completed the ritual with a final hymn of praise. As Leon listened to the echoing voices of the congregation, he felt a moment of daze. He didn't quite understand why the titles of these two deities kept changing, especially the great god of plague, whose honorific name had been revised multiple times, leaving little resemblance to the original descriptions. Furthermore, the title malady god had been reinstated, while god of disease was now regarded as his companion and queen. Leon had once inquired about this matter with Her Holiness, the Pope. The reply was, "This reflects the rise in the rank and authority of the god of plague." After the hymns, Leon gestured for the assisting padres to distribute Holy Communion. The communion consisted of a drink and a choice of food. One could choose from absinthe, red wine, or cooled boiled water, paired with either mashed potatoes or meat patties. Seeing his followers savor the communion with genuine satisfaction, Leon felt his year-long efforts had been worthwhile. A profound sense of accomplishment welled within him. In the afternoon, he left his residence and headed to Église Saint-Robert on Avenue du Marquet. This wasn't because he secretly maintained his faith in the eternal blazing sun, but rather because he believed the rapid growth of the sick church necessitated greater organization. He and the other bishops needed to prepare for eventualities by advising Her Holiness on perfecting aspects of daily worship, large-scale masses, and the Church's scriptures. On such matters, the Orthodox churches of the true gods served as excellent references. Avenue du Marquet was as lively as ever. Waves of newcomers streamed in from the nearby steam train station, flowing like rivers into the sea that was Trier. Some opted for carriages, others carried suitcases and walked, while the less cautious had their wallets stolen, leaving them shouting and chasing in distress. The patrolling police offered help with little enthusiasm. Leon entered Église Saint-Robert and noticed a relatively unfamiliar bishop standing before the altar. Approaching, he asked curiously, "Is Bishop Christopher not here today?" The unfamiliar young bishop gave a complex smile and replied, "Bishop Christopher has been reassigned. I will be taking over his duties. You may call me Eveline." Another new bishop. Leon couldn't help frowning slightly. In his hometown, aside from rapidly promoted padres and bishops, most would remain in one place for years, some even decades, overseeing a single village cathedral. Yet Église Saint-Robert had seen 5 bishops in just the past year. Now this was the 6th. It wasn't like this last year. When I first arrived in Trier, the bishop back then stayed for more than half a year. Leon's thoughts shifted to the numerous changes within the Eternal Blazing Sun Church over the past year. The Eternal Blazing Sun, whose titles had never changed before, had begun issuing revelations, drastically altering its titles, similar to the god of plague. Even the status of the sun's sacred emblem had shifted, no longer placed atop altars, downgraded to just one among many sacred symbols. Leon cast his gaze toward the altar and saw a massive cross standing there. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Bishop Eveline, he seated himself in the front row, pretending to pray. Before long, his heightened spiritual sensitivity as a warlock stirred within him. Suddenly opening his eyes, he turned to the side. He saw Lugano, his direct superior, once again. This Archbishop of Trier's sick church, a Sequence 5 druid, had unexpectedly appeared in Église Saint-Robert of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. With his thick brows and sharp eyes, Lugano showed no fear or surprise upon noticing Leon. Removing his half-tall silk hat, he sat beside his subordinate, gazing at the massive cross on the altar. In a low voice, he asked, "What are you doing at the Eternal Blazing Sun Church?" "Your Grace, I wanted to learn how to deliver better sermons," Leon humbly explained. He refrained from asking why Lugano was at Église Saint-Robert. Lugano smiled and replied, "Me too." Then, with a sigh, he added, "And to feel the sunlight." "Feel the sunlight?" Leon asked, puzzled. Lugano stared at the massive cross on the altar and said, "I always feel like the sunlight outside isn't bright enough, isn't warm enough, can't dispel the cold and fear inside me. Only the sunlight here reaches my soul and lets me forget my unease." Unease. Leon also felt a sense of unease. What unsettled him most was that the Archbishop's words bordered on blasphemy. They lacked piety. What cold and fear could the Great Malady God and the Great Malady God Queen not resolve or eradicate? Why not pray to them or seek guidance from Her Holiness instead of coming to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church to feel the sunlight? Will I be silenced for hearing such blasphemous words? As Leon's anxiety grew, Lugano shifted his gaze from the altar to observe Bishop Eveline, who had moved to a long table at the side of the church. Speaking in a suppressed tone, he said, "I've been having nightmares for a long time. Haven't you?" "No," Leon replied firmly. "Do you often feel uneasy?" Lugano pressed further. Leon shook his head at first but then hesitantly added, "As a warlock, my spirituality is strong. I only feel unease as a premonition of trouble, which usually helps me avoid or resolve it. Any unease disappears afterward." Lugano sighed again and said, "I've had nightmares for so long. Every single night, waking up in terror. Have you asked Her Holiness about the root of the problem?" Leon probed cautiously. Lugano smiled faintly and said, "I have. I've also prayed to the Great Malady God and the Great Malady God Queen. The response I received was, 'Pay no mind to it, but do not get too close.' Pay no mind, that I understand. But what does do not get too close mean? Does delving into the nightmare lead to self-destruction? Being dragged into the abyss?" Leon instinctively analyzed the meaning of these words. Suddenly, he recalled another matter. A mystical circle he had joined recently encountered problems, seemingly caused by a beyonder from the planter pathway. In another related mystical circle, the host and many members warned everyone to beware of beyonders from the planter and apothecary pathways. His Grace is a Sequence 5 druid of the planter pathway. Could his recurring nightmares be related to abnormalities in these two pathways? Leon dared not voice his thoughts. Lugano continued. Her Holiness also told me that, at my lowest, I could sit in a cathedral of the eternal blazing Sunday. I see. Leon expressed his understanding. Deep inside, however, he resolved to report this matter to Her Holiness through the mirror. He couldn't simply take the Archbishop's words at face value. Lugano remained at Église Saint-Robert until evening before leaving to tend to the various affairs of Trier's sick church. Late at night, he finally returned to his rented apartment. After drinking a glass of milk, stretching his body, and completing his nightly prayers, Lugano prepared for bed. After washing up, he lay on his bed and turned off the gas wall lamp. He stared at the ceiling, immersed in darkness, and at the crimson moonlight seeping through the curtains. He observed the twisted patterns formed by the interplay of light and shadow, unwilling to close his eyes for a long time. He was afraid to sleep, afraid to dream. He had once tried altering his routine, working at night and resting during the day, but the nightmare still came. He didn't know how much time passed before he finally fell asleep. In a daze, Lugano suddenly jolted awake, as if becoming lucid. He saw the familiar gray-white fog and the water-stained stone slab. "It's here again." Lugano was not surprised. The nightmare had come as anticipated. He staggered to the edge of the gray-white fog but dared not step beyond it. He lingered there, gazing outward into the depths of the dream. In the distance, he faintly saw a familiar street. It was where he currently lived. But in the dream, the street and all the buildings had completely collapsed. None were spared. The same destruction extended into the distance, with no end in sight. Under the crimson moonlight, the ruins appeared chaotic, desolate, cold, and deathly still. Yet, they exuded a peculiar, eerie beauty, abandoned for ages yet imbued with a unique spiritual essence. Green plants had overtaken the destroyed buildings. Some grew so densely they seemed to shroud the dead structures in burial cloth. Others bore abundant, fresh fruit. Gazing upon this scene, Lugano was gripped by visceral fear, his entire body cold. It was as if he had glimpsed the future of Trier, the fate awaiting himself and others. This was the nightmare he experienced every night, a lifeless Trier where all humanity had been buried and every building had crumbled. A Trier bathed perpetually in crimson moonlight. Lugano stood at the edge of the gray-white mist, not daring to take a single step further into the lifeless Trier, that ruined world. He had always strictly adhered to the instructions of Her Holiness, the Pope. This was also his heartfelt choice. As usual, he remained hidden within the gray-white fog, observing the changes in the nightmare with a mix of fear and curiosity. He didn't know how much time had passed before a figure emerged from behind a collapsed building. It was a deer, walking lightly on its hooves, happily nibbling at the fresh fruits borne by the green plants. This seemed quite normal, much like how nature quickly reclaimed towns abandoned by humans. Yet Lugano saw that as the deer ate, pieces of bloody flesh, not flesh, but raw, blood-covered fawns fell from its abdomen, freshly born. The fawns quickly stood up, clustered around their mother, and suckled her milk. In just a minute or two, a sizable herd of deer was born. They moved behind a few collapsed buildings and disappeared from Lugano's sight. Lugano was not unfamiliar with such scenes. Over the past year, he had witnessed too many similar acts of birth and new life in his nightmares, evolving from shock, bewilderment, fear, and disgust to complete numbness. Even with so many frequent instances of reproduction and birth, Trier in the nightmare remained deathly silent, with only occasional faint sounds breaking the silence. Those newborn animals seemed to disappear almost as quickly as they appeared. Lugano tried to force himself to look away, to retreat deeper into the dense mist, lest he witness even more terrifying scenes. This was his learned wisdom. Every nightmare contained something new and horrifying, gradually amplifying his inner unease. Without such escalating horrors, the mere silent, crimson Trier and the wild animals repeatedly birthing offspring in grotesque ways would not have been enough to break him. to sustain his daily fear after all. If the same scene or event repeated day after day without directly harming the observer, it would likely result in desensitization rather than continued unease. But Lugano couldn't bring himself to leave the edge of the gray fog. Deep down, he yearned to stay and continue observing Trier in his nightmare, hoping to find the root cause of his recurring dreams. Sometimes, he even felt that watching such scenes was the only time he truly felt alive. As he watched, Lugano's gaze suddenly froze. At the end of the collapsed street, 5 figures appeared. Human figures. The 5 figures seemed partially merged with the darkness, untouched by the crimson moonlight, making them shadowy and indistinct. Leading them was a man in a brown lightweight trench coat pinned with a golden brooch. He had golden hair, golden eyebrows, and a golden beard, holding a sword seemingly condensed from pure sunlight. Behind him, 2 men in white robes embroidered with golden threads carried a human corpse. The other 2 figures flanked them on the left and right, walking slightly ahead and behind, remaining on alert. Lugano widened his eyes, straining to make out the features of these figures and, most importantly, the appearance of the corpse they were carrying. For some reason, his attention was drawn to the face of the corpse. As the 5 figures drew closer to the gray fog, the face of the corpse became clear to Lugano's eyes. The corpse had regular features, thick eyebrows, and sharp eyes. It was unmistakably Lugano himself. Lugano's pupils dilated instantly. Instinctively, he staggered back, collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. How is that possible? How can it be my corpse? I'm perfectly alive. Propping his hands against the water-stained stone slabs, Lugano sprang to his feet like a coil. He rushed back to the edge of the gray fog, determined to confirm whether the corpse truly looked exactly like him. Unfortunately, the 5 figures had already changed direction, heading toward the other end of the gray fog, leaving only shadowy silhouettes that seemed to blend into the darkness. One of the clergy members from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, carrying the corpse, addressed Angoulême de François, who was walking ahead. "Deacon, this guy's body has unconsciously left the protected zone over 100 times now. Each time, we've had to retrieve it to prevent it from coming into contact with anomalies. Why not just purify him? He's a Sequence 5 druid of the planter pathway." "Exactly, he's a high-risk beyonder," echoed the other clergy member carrying the corpse. Angoulême glanced at his subordinates. "He's the archbishop of the sick church. So what? Can't the sick church get a new archbishop? High-risk beyonders like him are better off reduced to beyonder characteristics and sealed away," grumbled Aurélien, the first to speak. He was clearly dissatisfied with the dangerous task of venturing into the ruins to retrieve rogue bodies. It was very dangerous. Why is those high-risk beyonders' life considered precious, and ours isn't? Angoulême calmly explained. The higher-ups said he's still useful. At this, Aurélien stopped arguing. He couldn't help but lift his gaze toward the sky. The crimson moonlight was eerie and bright, overshadowing the stars, though the crimson moon itself was nowhere to be seen. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Aurélien murmured in confusion and pain. This question was asked daily by those who had to enter the ruins and learn the truth about the protected zone. It was the most common question on the lips of beyonders. Angoulême also looked up at the sky. The scene from back then flashed vividly in his mind. The crimson full moon descended lower and lower, impossibly so, finally landing upon the earth. The entire 4th epic Trier collapsed as a result. The formless, colorless flames in the sky and the white fog permeating the ancient city disintegrated instantly. With the aid of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the 4th Sun and the Divine Kingdom without people, and the fact that they weren't among the primary targets, Angoulême, Jack Walton, and a few others barely survived the initial impact. Even so, they each lost a colleague, helplessly watching them mutate into grotesque monstrosities, as if granted new, malevolent life. Later, thanks to the unique properties of the 4th Sun, they were fortunate enough to be pulled into the protected zone before the second wave of destruction hit. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Angoulême wanted to ask the same question. At the time, things had seemed to be heading in a good direction. The Montsurus ghosts had been almost completely dissolved by the fourth sun, and Louis Gustave had been purified. Only Madame Puali's whereabouts remained unaccounted for. Then, out of nowhere, the crimson moon descended, and the world collapsed. Aurélien and the other spirits sank, their moods heavy, until sunlight illuminated the darkness, dispelling their inner fear and confusion. However, the sunlight did not penetrate the darkness created by the sealed artifacts. This control was intentional, otherwise, it would have posed a significant risk. As Aurélien and the others calmed, a rumbling explosion echoed from afar, shaking the ground violently, as if it might collapse entirely. Aurélien instinctively turned toward the sound. Thick white fog spread in the distance, and within it prowled a gigantic monster with 3 heads. Violet flames ignited within the fog, and silver-white lightning illuminated the interior. Cracks in the ground extended all the way to Angouléme's group, where crimson magma flowed slowly. Even from a great distance, Aurélien and the others could feel the aura of destruction. This was unlike the quiet gestation of life and death in Trier's ruins. This was brazen, ostentatious, and wanton destruction. Fear gripped Aurélien as he prepared to avert his gaze, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a female figure sitting quietly atop the collapsed spire of a clock tower, her feet dangling. Behind her, the 3-headed monster prowled, bringing volcanic eruptions, thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, and soaring violet flames, but none of it touched her. Aurélien suddenly recalled terrifying stories he'd heard as a child. A witch and the monster she commanded. "Deacon, should we intervene and clean this up? I'm worried that if this continues, the entire Trier ruins will collapse," Aurélien asked Angoulême. Angoulême withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at Aurélien and the others. "No need. Remember, in the ruins, never do anything beyond your assigned task. It's not only dangerous to us, but could also threaten the maintenance of the protected zone. Sometimes, what you think is a good deed might worsen the situation." "Yes, Deacon." Amid the rumbling noise, Aurélien and the others' expressions turned solemn. They had all heard stories of colleagues mysteriously disappearing or mutating into monsters within the ruins. Some had even witnessed it firsthand. Countless task teams had vanished forever in the ruins. "All right, we've reached the safe passage," Angoulême said, pointing to a specific spot at the edge of the gray fog. From there, they would return to the protected zone. Instinctively, Aurélien and the others cast one last glance toward the distant dense fog. The woman sitting silently atop the collapsed spire exuded a unique allure. Franca sat atop the collapsed clock tower, letting her thoughts scatter and drift. Time passed quickly, minute by minute, until the explosions, thunder, and howling winds behind her subsided. Only then did she pull her focus back to her body. "All done?" she asked as she turned to Lumion, who stood nearby, now restored to human size. Still sporting 3 heads, Lumion nodded. "It's that time again where I occasionally regain clarity, though this time it might last longer. And I've finally grasped the powers of Conqueror and Demoness of Apocalypse." "Didn't you already digest those 2 Beyonder characteristics through Cheek's avatar and Alista Tudor's integration?" Franca asked, puzzled. "Digesting the characteristics and truly making the power your own are 2 different things," Lumion replied calmly with a faint smile. "After all, I didn't digest the potion myself." Franca glanced at him, then at the faces of Aurora and Jenna, eyes closed, stained with blood, resting on his right shoulder. She tentatively asked, "You're looking pretty good?" Lumion responded with a smile. "To do what comes next, I have to be. And besides, whatever happens, it's time for things to reach a conclusion. That's better than endless torment." As he spoke, his tone grew somber. "This time, I won't be a pawn. I'll do what I want to do." Franca had been carefully avoiding certain phrases, but since Lumion himself brought it up, there was no need to tread so cautiously anymore. With a self-deprecating tone, she whispered, "Can you really stop being a pawn?" Ever since she was pulled into the protected zone and learned from Anthony and Ludwig what had happened, she felt as though she had developed pawn arrangement PTSD. Whenever she heard similar terms, her heart clenched, and her mood darkened. This symptom showed no signs of improvement over time. Lumion was silent for 2 seconds before raising his right hand and flicking the dark gold, peculiar mask at the center of the head on his left shoulder. With a metallic clang, the faces of Cheek and Tutor reflexively furrowed their brows. After nearly a year of adaptation and mastery, Lumion could now exert tangible control over the two faces when in his lucid state, although some nuances were still beyond his grasp. After flicking the mask, Lumion spoke in a low voice. After my merging with him, unless the one worshipped by the Aurora Order achieves complete victory or is entirely defeated, allowing a true God Almighty to be born, no one can manipulate me anymore. Look at us. We've entered the ruins, made such a commotion, and stayed for so long. Yet the Great Mother hasn't even glanced our way despite us simply relying on the cover of the Fog of War. Can you believe that? He's akin to a scaled-down original creator, the oldest one, or a yet-to-be fully revived primordial God Almighty, which grants you a high status? Franca nodded in sudden understanding. What I'm about to do next will remain highly concealed unless directly scrutinized. Lumion confirmed Franca's speculation, sitting down beside her atop the collapsed clock tower and gazing out at the ruins of Trier beyond the Fog of War. Franca was silent for a few seconds before tilting her head and asking, "So, what exactly do you want to do next?" The next moment, she saw Lumion smile. It was a spirited smile, tinged with mischief, an expression Franca had never seen on Lumion's face before. "I'm going to save the world." For a moment, Franca felt as though she was listening to some prankster boast on the spot. She didn't question him. Instead, she asked, "Do you have any hope of succeeding?" Lumion, gazing at the endless ruins ahead, chuckled and replied, "If I don't act, and the Great Mother completely overpowers the half of her will and achieves fusion, or if the barrier in the sky fails entirely, then there will be no hope whatsoever. But if I act, at least hope isn't zero. There'll be just a sliver. Besides, I'm not the only one preparing to save the world. There are others trying as well." At this, Lumion turned to look at Franca, his tone drifting as though recalling something. "When I was irrational, driven purely by divine instinct, that instinct allowed me to glimpse certain truths or perhaps root causes. Everything in this world originates from the original creator. All living beings, all beyond our characteristics, the way events unfold, and the miraculous turns of fate, all of it. What does this mean? It means separation leads to convergence. Something good will inevitably carry bad aspects, and vice versa. This is the essence of the world, the fundamental symbol that governs all things. Even existences as powerful as the Great Mother can't completely avoid it. They can only mitigate its influence." Franca, somewhat bewildered, said, "I understand dialectics, but what does this have to do with what you want to do?" Lumion shifted his gaze back to the ruins. The Great Mother's prior arrangements undoubtedly demonstrated her level of power and wonder. She achieved multiple objectives in one stroke, almost turning our resistance into a joke. But with every good aspect comes a bad one. Her arrangements have left things that we can exploit, things which might prove critical later. Like what? Franca now understood the gist of Lumion's point. Lumion shook his head. "There are things you can't know yet. You're not an angel." He paused before adding, "Put simply, the Great Mother set up many things to ensure Omabella's true birth. Some succeeded, some failed in the past, and some were kept as backups. They all left certain marks, even physical remnants. For instance, the bird egg deep in the underworld. For instance, Lugano." "Lugano?" Franca was first surprised, then seemed to understand. "So you think he's still useful?" Lumion chuckled in response. "I finally figured it out. He was drawn to me by the fragment of Zetus's soul within me. It's because of his presence that I got deeply involved in the Father Montserrat matter and obtained Omabella's umbilical remains. After that, he was essentially useless to the Great Mother. It's only due to the corruption stemming from his characteristics that he now possesses certain peculiarities in his dreams. I won't plan anything for him. As long as he's alive and still submits to me, He'll play the role I need at some critical juncture. Franca didn't delve further, as she wasn't an angel. She stared blankly at the head in the center of Lumien's shoulders and said with a bitter smile, "But what can you, a dual-sequence one king of angels, do in the current situation?" Lumien turned his head, meeting Franca's lake-blue eyes, and replied with a smile, "You know what I was like. You also know what I've been through. I'm nobody, even if I've stood at the center of the stage and been applauded, all because strings were pulling me from behind. Don't comfort me. I haven't given up on myself. I learned something in the Dream City. Even the most foolish person, after thinking 1,000, 10,000 times, will eventually get it right once. Now, as someone who's failed countless times, I'm going to challenge the future again. Maybe this time, I'll succeed." As he spoke, Lumien's smile brightened, revealing his unabashed hope and expectation. He immediately chuckled at himself. "Anyway, it can't get worse for me than it already is." Franca gazed at his smile and said nothing for a long time. "I also want to see what Aurora and Jenna's eventual resurrection will look like, and what sort of distortions it will entail," Lumien said, his gaze once again darkening as he looked out at the greenery-covered ruins beyond the fog of war. "By then, there will surely be a calamity sweeping the entire world. For the Great Mother's blessed and followers, it will indeed be a disaster. You'll participate in the early stages, complete your ritual, take the potion, and become a demoness of catastrophe. Then, Madam Magician will help transfer you to the edge of the cosmos or some unnoticed star system, where a human-suitable environment can be created." Franca was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Okay, I thought you'd refuse," Lumien said, glancing at Franca. Franca stared ahead, her gaze crystalline and profound, and said, "I was planning to refuse, but then I thought even if I become a Sequence 2 demoness, it probably won't make much of a difference." When the Crimson Moon descended, the demoness sect did not receive enough protection, losing 2 demonesses of catastrophe, the demoness of blue and the demoness of purple. The latter's beyonder characteristics and body ingredients were obtained by Angel of Fate Ouroboros, passed through 2 trades, and eventually ended up in Lumien's hands. He gave them to Franca, who was now waiting for the opportunity to perform the ritual. Franca paused and revealed a self-mocking smile. "Anyway, my answer just now was half perfunctory to stop you from persuading me further or feeling burdened, which might affect your performance. In the end, whether I go or stay depends on the situation." Lumien nodded with the head in the center and chuckled. "If you can't leave or don't want to, then we'll stay together forever, live together, or die together. That's a good thing." Franca responded half sincerely, half mockingly. Lumien said nothing more, gazing out at the ruins, his thoughts wandering to unknown places. After a while, Franca, who was also staring ahead, moved her eyes slightly and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. "What's on your mind?" Lumien raised the head in the center slightly, gazing through the fog of war at the crimson moonlight and dim stars in the sky. "I'm thinking that if Cordu hadn't been struck by disaster, if all the arrangements, pain, and torment hadn't happened, and if there had been a good teacher to guide me and Aurora together, teaching me the principles of life and morality, then facing the current situation, this crisis affecting all humanity, I probably would have willingly stood up without a trace of self-destructive tendencies. I would have chosen to be a true guardian." Before Franca could respond, he laughed at himself. "But alas, there are no ifs." He stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and said to Franca, who also rose, "Let's go back. Time to start the first step of the plan." In Trier, inside that luxurious villa, Lumien and Franca entered the living room to find Madame Justice sitting on a single sofa, chatting with Anthony. By her side, the golden-furred, gold-rimmed glasses wearing Susie crouched gracefully, exuding a gentle aura. Madame Justice turned her gaze to Lumien. "You summoned my messenger to call me here. What is it you need?" After obtaining Edifana's beyonder characteristics and body ingredients, and having digested the Dreamweaver potion long ago, Madame Justice had completed her ritual months earlier and become a Sequence 2 discerner, now a true angel. "Lumien, with the head in the center smiling, spoke sincerely, "Madam, there's something I need your help with." After leaving the luxurious villa that used to be her own but now housed Lumion and his companions, Madame Justice paused for 2 seconds and said to Susie, who was beside her, "Let's go home." "Home?" Susie's tone suddenly became a little dreamy. "Yes, back to Backland." Madame Justice smiled. Her green eyes sparkled brightly, filled with anticipation and hope, as if she had returned to her girlhood. Susie fully understood Audrey's meaning, and a nostalgic expression appeared on her canine face. Okay. Over the years, she and Audrey had returned to Backland on occasion. After the Crimson Moon's descent, they even stayed there for long periods, secretly protecting the Hall family. But this time, Audrey wanted to truly return home, to be with her parents and other loved ones. Justice Audrey's figure quickly became ethereal, carrying Susie, who was now a manipulator, as they traversed the sea of collective subconsciousness. Her voice, tinged with obvious emotion, lingered at the spot before gradually fading into the wind. "The prelude to the final battle is about to begin. If I don't go home now, there won't be another chance. I don't want to face the true apocalypse with regrets." Lone Kingdom, Backland. Justice Audrey and Susie emerged from the sea of collective subconsciousness onto a street close to Empress Borough. They didn't rush home but instead strolled along the street, savoring the mundane pleasures of daily life. No one noticed them, nor did anyone realize that the daughter of Earl Hall was wandering through the crowd without a maid or bodyguard, looking around curiously. At this time, well-dressed gentlemen in silk top hats and ladies with parasols were moving in and out of department stores, upscale cafes, and opera houses. 2- or 4-seater carriages hurried by, while a small circus performed by the fountain, surrounded by children. In the distance, a steam-powered 4-wheeled vehicle chugged away, its vibrations gradually fading into the road. Justice Audrey observed the scene with focused attention, making no effort to hide her nostalgia. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual and turned her gaze toward a man and a woman about to board a 4-seater carriage. The man was dressed in a black suit, and the woman wore a yellow, flowing gown of sheer fabric with a fresh touch of makeup. The moment Justice Audrey looked their way, the pair froze abruptly. Plants, some brownish, others greenish, burst wildly from their tear ducts, nostrils, mouths, ear canals, and even pores. There were branches and vines. Their bloodshot eyes, now tainted with a crimson hue, radiated intense malice as they turned to glare at the coachman and the surrounding pedestrians. However, they seemed to decide to hold back, waiting until they were in a better state before launching an attack. But their transformations did not go unnoticed. Screams of terror pierced the peaceful and lively street, echoing far and wide. The pedestrians fled desperately. In just seconds, the area around the man and woman became desolate. Their madness erupted. With a loud bang, chunks of flesh mixed with green plants and crimson moonlight splattered outward. Soon, a team of Nighthawks bearing the dark sacred emblem arrived. They swiftly dealt with the nauseating flesh and remnants. The fleeing pedestrians suddenly slowed, some returning to their conversations with companions, others stepping into nearby cafes to order coffee with desserts, appearing relaxed and at ease. The coachman returned to his carriage, gazing into the distance, waiting for passengers. None of them paid any attention to the Nighthawks' cleanup or even glanced in their direction. It was as if they had completely forgotten what had just happened, returning to their daily lives. Justice Audrey stood watching for a while, sighed, and continued walking toward Empress Borough. Before long, she and Susie entered the sea of collective subconsciousness again, emerging in a corner of her long unvisited bedroom. Inside, another Audrey, dressed in a green and white gown, sat at the dressing table, fastening a pair of petite pearl earrings. She turned her body and looked at Justice Audrey, her expression lighting up with joy. "You're finally back," she then asked in a verifying tone. "You've become an angel?" Justice Audrey smiled and nodded. "Yes, it took a long time to prepare for the ritual, but I completed it 3 months ago." The advancement ritual for a Sequence 2 discerner in the spectator pathway required delving into the subconscious of at least 10,000 humans, uncovering their deepest fears, most primal desires, and the root of all their psychological issues, then leaving a mark of oneself. This was not only tedious but also dangerous. Every human carried godhood and was subject to the erosion and influence of the sea of collective subconsciousness, inheriting the most profound cognition and impressions of ancient humanity. Chaos, madness, and primal instincts lurked deep within their subconscious. Exploring these depths risked corruption, mental instability, or even derangement. In this ritual, the quantitative requirement could be reduced by targeting higher-ranked beyonders, but this entailed greater risks. For example, delving into the subconscious of Madame Magician could mean encountering the mental imprints or past shadows of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Choosing Lumion as a target would suffice for the ritual but would involve facing the most primal and frenzied mind, even glimpses of the original creator or the primordial God Almighty. Wasn't that dangerous? Audrey, now wearing her pearl earrings, asked with curiosity. Though over 20 years old, with mature demeanor and temperament, a trace of girlish innocence lingered in her tone. Justice Audrey smiled. It was indeed dangerous. During the preparation, I witnessed the worst of human nature, the wildest desires, the most chaotic perceptions, and also the noblest virtues, the most beautiful emotions, and the highest ideals. Sometimes, these contradictory elements existed simultaneously in a single person's subconscious. Human nature is complex, Audrey agreed with a nod. After observing Justice Audrey for a few seconds, she sighed and asked nostalgically, "You've been to many places over the years, haven't you?" Justice Audrey smiled gently. "I lived in Eastborough for a year, then south of Triers Quartier du Jardin Botanique for another year. I spent a year in the southern continent and nearly 2 years along the coastal cities of Midseashire. Those are lands of steel and steam. Their architecture resembles towering iron trees standing close together, their branches interconnected. Each bark and leaf is a room housing a family of workers. Only a few leaves and bark receive sunlight." Audrey listened intently, as if she too had traveled to those places and witnessed those sights. After a long pause, she asked with anticipation, "Do you have an answer now?" "There isn't one answer to all questions." Justice Audrey gave a self-deprecating smile. "I only understand one thing now. Humanity must unite and show collective strength to the deities to gain a higher status, just as workers, farmers, herders, and clerks must overcome fear and band together to demand better treatment and greater security from those in power. That's why we cannot side with beings born as gods. They don't need anchors. Humanity is meaningless to them. If they achieve ultimate victory, our existence, joys, and sorrows will depend solely on their whims and chaotic intentions, leaving us utterly powerless." Audrey caught the melancholy and worry in Justice's tone and playfully comforted her. "We may not need those born as gods, but we were born noble." "No." Justice Audrey shook her head and said with a faint smile, "Nobility isn't about lineage, status, or position. It's about one's heart and character." She extended her right hand toward Audrey, who was dressed in the green and white gown. "Welcome home," Audrey said with a smile, lightly clapping her hand against Justice Audrey's. With a crisp clap, the two figures suddenly merged into one, inseparable ever again. Audrey now donned the green and white gown, fastened the pearl earrings, and applied simple makeup. Leaving the bedroom, she descended the stairs, passed through the hall, and arrived on the second floor of the ballroom, accompanied by a lady's maid and Susie. Crystal chandeliers hung overhead, an orchestra played, and men and women in formal attire mingled elegantly, chatting in small groups with drinks in hand or dancing gracefully in pairs on the ballroom floor. Audrey took a glass of pale golden champagne from a passing tray and stood by the railing, gazing down with a gentle smile. She watched her father, Earl Hall, her mother, Lady Caitlin, and the familiar nobles chatting, as well as her elder brothers waltzing with their partners. She didn't join them, content to watch with a smile. Late that night, the entire population of Backlund shared the same dream. In the dream, A voice seemed to say, "Mr. Medici, Lumion Lee wants to meet you. You may choose the time and place." Normally, this voice would only echo in the dreams or minds of Backlund's residents, slowly spreading to other cities and nations through the sea of collective subconsciousness. This time, however, it reached beings outside Backlund almost instantly, with hardly any delay. "Mr. Medici, Lumion Lee wants to meet you. You may choose the time and place." Red Angel Medici, with his feet propped up on a table, scratched his ear and sneered. Only now did he muster the courage to make this decision? "I've been waiting nearly a year." Greater Trier, in an ancient castle. Red Angel Medici sat on a throne pieced together from iron-black weapons, gazing at the hall splattered with dark red blood-like stains. He lifted his right leg, resting it on his left knee. Before him, Lumion's figure, bearing 3 heads, swiftly materialized. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and dark trousers, Lumion looked at Red Angel Medici and spoke in a mocking tone. "I thought you'd first hide, only showing up once you confirmed I didn't bring reinforcements." As he spoke, violet flames ignited behind Lumion, quickly solidifying into a massive, blood-stained, iron-black chair. "Aren't you worried there might be a deadly trap here?" Red Angel Medici shook his right foot, sneering in return. Lumion sat down, leaned back against the chair, and answered indifferently, "I'd welcome a deadly trap. It might even be a blessing in disguise." Red Angel Medici, his long blood-red hair flowing down, placed his right palm on the long sword armrest of the Iron Throne and asked disdainfully, "What do you want from me?" With unusual sincerity, Lumion replied, "I want to ask you to hand over the 2 Conqueror Beyonder characteristics within you." "Ha ha!" Red Angel Medici burst into laughter. "I've lived for thousands of years and never heard such a request. Even Alista Tudor didn't dare say something like that." He knew well that what couldn't be won in war wouldn't be secured in negotiation. Lumion seemed deaf to Red Angel Medici's taunts, continuing as if he hadn't heard. "The northern and southern continents have already been effectively destroyed. If not for the one worshipped by the Aurora Order forcibly accommodating the Chaos Sea, buffering the initial impact of the Mother Goddess of Depravity's descent, and if not for the cooperation between him and Mr. Fool in creating protected zones, human society would have long since collapsed. All of us, myself included, would be dead by now, only to be reborn into something else." At this point, Red Angel Medici interrupted. "The main reason wasn't Adam or the Fool saving us. They couldn't even protect themselves back then. We're still alive because the Mother Goddess of Depravity targeted the Western continent, aiming at the brood hive." Lumion didn't deny Red Angel Medici's assertion but calmly added, "If not for Mr. Fool exploiting the Mother Goddess of Depravity's instinctual desire, luring her to breach the Celestial Worthies barrier sealing the Western continent, then reinforcing the seal using her connection to it, if not for the Western continent's Celestial Master and others burning their life forces and utilizing the powers of the Spherote to sustain the barrier, even the naturally dissipating power of the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the symbolic instincts she represents wouldn't have allowed the protected zones to last this long. But even those measures are nearing their limit. 2 months ago, the Mother Goddess of Depravity captured the brood hive within the gray-white fog sealing the Western continent. The brood hive yearns to see its eldest daughter, Omabella, truly reborn, but it resists remerging with the Mother Goddess of Depravity. It has developed self-awareness and enjoyed its completed form for 7 or 8 millennia. Maybe longer. It certainly doesn't wish to perish now. At present, the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the brood hive are locked in a tug-of-war. Both the world of ruins and the Western continent have attained a fleeting peace, with only the naturally dissipating forces and maternal symbolism still exerting their effects. This may be our last peaceful respite. No one knows how long it will take for the Mother Goddess of Depravity to utterly crush the will of the brood hive and fully accommodate this spherote. Perhaps a year or maybe only 2 or 3 months remain. We don't have much time, which is why I've come to you." Red Angel Medici sneered. "How noble, how sanctimonious. But why should I hand over 2 Conqueror Beyonder characteristics to you?" Why not give yours to me, voluntarily withdrawing from the competition for the Red Priest position? Sacrifice is something you say to yourself, not to others. Lumion laughed. A laugh that gave Red Angel Medici the sudden feeling that he'd stepped into a trap. With a relaxed smile playing across his features, Lumion replied, "Sure, I'll agree to that. I'll hand over my Conqueror Beyonder characteristic to you right now, along with a Demoness of Apocalypse Beyonder characteristic. At that point, my body will lose its balance, and I'll inevitably die. Then you won't have to worry about anyone competing with you for the Red Priest position." He spoke rapidly, as if unwilling to give Medici the chance to change his mind. Red Angel Medici focused intently on Lumion, as though evaluating the sincerity and truthfulness of his words. Relaxing his posture further, Lumion continued. "My only condition is that you must inherit my fate, my identity, this half of my body, and this head." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, lightly tapping the dark gold peculiar mask at the center of his left side head. Red Angel Medici's gaze lingered on the mask, Alista Tudor's handsome face, and Cheek's maternal visage, moving back and forth several times before he sneered. "Do you think I'd accept that? Inheriting this mess? I'd rather perish when the apocalypse comes." "And where's your courage?" Lumion provoked. "Courage and wisdom aren't mutually exclusive, nor do they prevent me from discerning good from bad," Red Angel Medici retorted, changing his posture and crossing his left leg over his right, his foot shaking rhythmically. Lumion taunted him with a look of disappointment. Then why bother vying for the Red Priest position? Without relying on the unique nature of this head and this half of the body, can you become the Red Priest without performing the ritual? Can you meet the requirements for the apotheosis ritual in such a short time? Without the unique qualities of this head and body, can you locate and defeat primordial Demoness Cheek in time? Without these unique traits, can you subdue the malevolent dragon and fully accommodate the city of calamity before the mother goddess of depravity accommodates the brood hive? Even if you somehow became the origins of disaster, the calamity of destruction, before the apocalypse, your utility would pale in comparison to the existence of this head and body's unique advantages. You'd still perish. We're in a dire position. To save ourselves, others, and the world, every unique advantage must be exploited to the fullest. Only then is there even a sliver of hope. Medici, you're a coward. I despise you. Red Angel Medici chuckled. There's no need to provoke me. I've never made decisions based on that. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, "You're right. To become the origins of disaster before the Great Mother accommodates the brood hive, unique traits are essential. But how long would such an unstable existence last after the advancement?" "I don't know," Lumion admitted candidly. "Maybe minutes, maybe years or decades. Perhaps, with some help and special methods, it could last millennia or even longer." Red Angel Medici stared at Lumion and the head for a long while before shaking his head. "If it were just sharing one body with multiple consciousness, I'd accept it. I've had ample experience. But the thought of being stuck with Alista Tudor forever, especially in a form beyond just Beyonder characteristics, is unacceptable." Lumion's left side head turned slightly, Alista Tudor's handsome, masculine face glaring at Medici. With a slight shake of his head, he looked contemptuous. "Coward, where's your courage? Is your sharp tongue the only thing that's left undefeated?" Lumion voiced Tudor's sentiments on his behalf. Red Angel Medici sneered. "Giving the order to retreat and giving up also requires courage." Lumion sighed and asked, "So, do you agree?" This referred to Medici extracting the two Conqueror Beyonder characteristics and handing them over to Lumion. With a curving of the corner of his lips, Red Angel Medici replied, "Not yet. We're missing one thing. I'm considering whether we should duel for it. The loser takes this path or—" He paused before flashing a brilliant smile. "Why don't you beg me?" Lumion froze for a second, then stood and spoke seriously. "O great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife, I beseech you, I beg you to save this world. I plead for the two Conqueror Beyonder characteristics." At the phrase, save this world, Red Angel Medici's expression subtly shifted, as though caught between sneering and being stunned, as if a memory had been jolted awake. When Lumion finished, the King of Angels mocked, "What happened to your dignity?" Before Lumion could respond, he tilted his chin slightly. "Fine. I agree, but under 3 conditions. Please, state them." Lumion's attitude remained excellent. Red Angel Medici mulled over it and said, "First, if you truly become the origins of disaster when the apocalypse comes, spare the Einhorn and Sauron families if you can. Also, protect my descendants like Albus." "No problem," Lumion agreed without hesitation. Red Angel Medici smiled again. "Second, after becoming the origins of disaster, you'll need only 1 conqueror characteristic to stabilize yourself. At that point, remember to extract the other 2 and return them to me. To reach and above the sequences or Great Old Dominator, 1 needed the corresponding Sapphira, the uniquenesses of the corresponding pathways, and a singular sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of each pathway." "That's fine," Lumion said without concern. Red Angel Medici lowered his left leg and slowly stood. "Third, give Adam a punch for me and tell him, 'Don't get mad. This is a necessary sacrifice.'" "That's it." Lumion raised an eyebrow. Medici chuckled. "What else? Kill him and doom us all?" If he'd been honest with me back then, I might have joined his experiments or even sacrificed myself first. Do all spectators eventually become this dark, perpetually distrusting others? After finishing, Red Angel Medici added mischievously, "I can't separate the highest sequence beyonder characteristics in myself. You'll need your godfather's help. But I won't speak his name." Lumion nodded and solemnly recited in Hermes, "The shadow wandering through fate, the past god of deceit, the destined messiah,